Who they think they better than? Ain't no comparison to the so-called black or African American. You can drop the African, keep the American. When we say Aborigine and make their world in, I'm going in the same dirt my ancestors buried in. I come from a god and a goddess, so what that make me? Not even Basquiat can trace me. Not even Van Gogh can paint me. The MC in me is the God MC, equals the God in me. I'm focused in, let my mind be free. You too blind to see. The Jews I give is real, it's been real. These ain't shots, they missiles. All you gonna hear is the whistle. Lyrically, this an execution. My verses start revolutions from my people seeking restitution. Since the beginning, fuck evolution. Or maybe my reality is all a dream. I put it together like I was sowing seams. So it seems this is that audio dopamine. Go against the regime, we put you where nobody can hear you scream. And sing you to meet your Elohim. My nigga, this is savage mode. It's something that you can't decode. It started with a spark and I'ma let it explode. I was given the cheat codes that'll let me dump and reload and go through them waves like a fucking torpedo. You dealt the cards of life, I just cut them diamonds with the ace of spades. Y'all scatter like roaches when they facing raid, or vampires when they facing blade. I'm trying to get next to Shireen like I'm getting played. You still stuck as a mental slave. You still stuck in that mental cage. While I'm making easy money, pipping hoes in style. This my coming to age. Crowd roaring when I'm coming on stage. And when I'm done, they gonna be cheering my name. Drake Cobbs, and nah, I ain't quit my day job. I spit bars. I really rap on my day off. That's real shit. Just give you some tools you can build with. Aim high even if you still miss. Just keep going. It's a climb to the top. And I'ma keep flowing. Down Lake Shore, I'm Chicagoan. Yeah. You niggas is playing checkers, we playing chess. And nigga, this is checkmate. Dre be the big dog and you just a little bait. You out of Africa and we ain't got the same traits. I'm a God being and we ain't got the same fate. My granny died February 18th and I was born on the same date. The chosen one, the ancestors' chosen son. They gave me the golden gun. One shot, that's a hole in one. From the pyramid of the sun to Poverty Point. I don't think you niggas is getting the point. We still here. Who said they made the Aboriginals disappear? Your information's lagging in the rear. All you do is teach fear. We copper-colored with woolly hair. Am I speaking clear? So fuck the nonsense. When I rap, I touch your consciousness. From within is when you get your self-confidence. Let's bring it back to dominance. Ain't no confining us. Gonna bring that wild Indian out of us. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. We still here.
And oh yeah, put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feel it when you're feeling up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feel it up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air,
just that job theft, that chow mein, that pepper bull, that towel main, since sunset in the arc of Wayne, my brain moving like Tao saying, so ass above, it's so below, that up and that down thing, this flow is atmospheric, I call that a ground game, see water is knowledge, so if I'm teaching, you're learning, so how your God make a sun without vortexing current, see the pattern is panic, I'm reaching out for my people, oh watch me flow through your speakers, you feel the force of the ether, and when the force gets the equal, I'm taking off like an eagle. Police popped the pastor yesterday for pushing political. My DNA is Moshe. Mix that thing with higher water. My spirit rate is OTN. It's just a higher order. Got more light than Kavita. Rap a lot just like Tila. Went from sinner to saint. Shout out my big homie Sela. Got more torque than a sports car. Got more work than a door stop. And the $4 million I make, I'm giving the Dr. Umar, oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you're feeling up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feel it up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Super 7 in my rites and ceremonies. I'm married to Jehovah, holy matrimony. Confucius say, in the words of Caillou, before you hit the tomb, be a bridegroom. Only got one question for Miss Susan B. On how to last Ahu when it's now an ennui. Blame my inspiration, I'm just thinking thoughts. But in the way of God, we gon' keep it short. Why Jesus wanna kill me, Matthew 10:34. Just a couple questions that I'm needing to know. Oh, watch me flow, it's so potent. Set the vortex in motion. Super 7, I'm floating across the Aegean Ocean. Oh, you a Muslim now, so I guess you make it Salah. Well, I'm an Israelite, I'ma make you met the Shabbat. Got Moses on the bumper, super slap off in my spaceship photosphere. So I stay lit, peace and light to the faith is so yeah. Yeah, put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you're feeling up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feel it up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you breathing rarefied air, oh yeah.
Yes, peace and love to all the Aboriginal Indigenous Indians. Shout out to my motherfucking chat. Hold up, y'all, because I ain't even done yet. Hold up.
Yeah. Wild Indian, yeah.
Hey, V, line them up.
I'm a wild Indian, you know I go crazy. Ain't really Indian, that boy Gazy. I just keep it player, you can never play me. You got an ass so fat, girl, let's make a baby. And another one. Then I'm back to the trap, I'm trying to double some. She a bad woke chick, and I love her tongue. We some jurisdiction boys, we some 101s. Look, don't compare me to no Martin dog, I'm like Malcolm X. Job by our freedom, we'll keep a crack stretch. Round up applause, boy, you know we got the text. Tuck dog, child play.
Yeah, nigga, that's what's next.
Open up the cans just like Arizona. Pull up mad stuff like we got the Rona. We set up jurisdictions when we buy the corner. How you claiming that's your hood and you not the owner? Be the B, I just pulled up in the need for speed. Free the land, tell the colonizers that they need to leave. Wild Indian up in my veins, you know how we bleed. You ain't gotta lie about who we is, dog, just keep it G. We at war, we can't keep the peace. Since we at war, gotta keep the peace. Whack a comb, then I meditate. Should I need to breathe? Keep an Olmec head when we slide, dog, cause we the shit.
Like my nigga said, bitch, we the shit. I can't keep the peace. If it pop off, then I want a piece. I'm just on release. I'm in go mode, motherfucker thief. In these streets like EBT, when we at war, make peace with me. I don't give a damn, understand. Fuck who stole this land, white or black or tan. Understand, it's fuck who stole this land. Might have seen me get your little buddy these hands. He wasn't no Apple man. A lot of these dudes is Sambo man. They full of shit like my ammo can. What they call an N-word out the wrong mouth as an ambulance. Wild Indian, get it in advance, or you can post date it. Ask around, I'm the most hated. Straight sacred, they stole acreage. Yo, ape shit, show ain't shit. It won't be televised, I don't tape shit.
Be the B, I just pulled up in the need for speed. Free the land, tell the colonizers that they need to leave. Wild Indian up in my veins, you know how we bleed. You ain't gotta lie about who we is, dog, just keep it G. We at war, we can't keep the peace. Since we at war, gotta keep the peace. Whack a cone, then I meditate. Should I need to breathe? Keep an Olmec head when we slide, dog, cause we the shit.
Yeah. That wild Indian shit. Hey, y'all. Yes, hold up. I got one more. Shout out to G.
Yeah. What the wild Indians like, though?
Yeah, man.
It's like I hit them low. Original flow. You can't miss the lay low. Get the rap for the show. Coming around here. Let's see who it is. If these niggas don't know who the fuck they is. Pseudo talk. About came up boats. Chain don't close. Fools can't even stay afloat. The fake here they are, choked out, slumped. Riding on the boards with the truth installed. The piece they whole fleet, burnt mesquite. Tear them out the front. Every time we bang, bang, bang on they brain. Got them slumped up in the panels. We don't stand on candles. We're all in shambles and begging for handles. Sitting at the back door for hours talking about let me in. Nah, nigga, we ain't friends. It's all about the Aboriginals, wild Indians. It's all about the Aboriginals and wild Indians. You say when I see a band, no love for the haters when I see a man. Kill a pan when I see a pan. No love for the haters when I see a man. That's kill a pan when I see a pan. No love for the haters when I see a man. Kill a pan when I see a pan. No love for the haters when I see a man. Kill a pan when I see a pan. No love for the haters when I see a man. When I see a pan when I see a pan. No love. Kill a pan when I see a pan. Kill a pan when I see a pan. Love for the niggas when I see a man. Kill a pan when I see a pan. Love for the niggas when I see a man.
Yes. Kill a pain when I see a pain, period. And shout out to all the motherfucking Aboriginal, Indigenous Indians. Shout out to everyone in the chat. Hey, y'all. Good evening. I'm so happy that you all came in. Bless y'all heart. I'm just, man, I'm full. I'm happy to see y'all in the chat, man. That's what I'm talking about. So I do got a couple of things I am going to share. But first, I definitely need to address some things. I felt like I wasn't going to give this person any clout, or I felt like, what's the use in addressing, stupidity? But sometimes we got to really address some of our people who may be sick out here. And that's what I am seeing. What I will say is, there's nothing that you can correct me on. Hold up. Because I did say put the link in the chat. I know you got a bunch of burner accounts. I'm sure you're listening. So to you, PNF, or Aboriginals, Goofies, whatever you are, you can feel free to hit the link. And I'm going to put it in there before I get started with my build. Because I am sick of the nonsense. I went live 2 weeks ago. I said what I had to say, period. We're not going to resurface any other energy. But if you want to take it there, we can speak like two adults should speak. Because I don't know you. Okay? And you do not know me. And now I'm just to the point where it's like, if you feel like you need to say something to me, you can say something to me. Matter of fact, let me drop the link in the chat. So your burner account, whatever it is, can hit the link. Because you're not going to continue to make fraudulent posts. You're not going to continue to try to bully me cyberly, because that's what that is, what you're doing. That is cyberbullying. And you take issue with what again? Because I'm still trying to understand what your contention is. Like, you're disrespectful to the elder, rich and they obey. Like, you're disrespectful to me. I don't even know you, sir. And sincerely, what is the issue? You didn't correct me because I never made any statement for you to correct me on. We are the true Americans. That's all that matters. Now, like I always try to make clear time and time again, whatever ideology or contention you may have, or whatever your belief system is, that has nothing to do with us being just the true original American people who was here. Because that's my only focus. That's what I care about. I don't care about all of that other stuff behind it, because that doesn't matter when it's all said and done. What matters is our correct original identity that belongs to us that was taken from us due to a bunch of misnomers and reclassifications. I've said it time and time again. I'm not here to argue what your beliefs are. I'm not here to argue your Christianity. No, I'm just not. That's not my lane. I've been said that. We're going to stick to the facts in terms of our genealogy, things that we can actually touch on, shit that's tangible. I really don't mean any harm when I say what I'm saying. I think a lot of y'all just got some serious cognitive dissonance, especially that brother. I don't know what your problem is, sir. I mean, I'm glad you're using a very beautiful picture of me, but nonetheless, no. Oh, so yep. Okay, they're gonna Uncle right there. Yes, peace and love, Uncle Richard Neil Bray. How you doing?
Peace, peace, peace. First, I want to say peace to the chat. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Peace to the chat.
You going in and out.
Can you hear me now?
There you go. Yep.
Okay. Look, peace to you all. Keep doing what you're doing. And I think the brother, he don't have a problem with you, sister. And he don't have a problem with me. Okay? He said that I'm too passive on the platform. Okay? But if you sit amongst true Americans, you don't get caught up into ideology or theology.
Mm-hmm.
It's about nation building, food, shelter, and clothing. Again, you made a great video yesterday when you said we got to take this past YouTube, TikTok. Sister Betty said it's time to stand up. YouTube is the beginning block to bring the true Americans together, whatever your tribe might be. I have sat in councils with different from all different tribes, true Americans, and never been disrespected in real life, nor do I disrespect them. When I go get corn, when I go get vegetables, I'm tired of getting my vegetables from others who call themselves true Americans. Why I can't come get my vegetables from one of you? I'm tired. You see what I'm saying? Food, shelter, and clothing. What can we do together besides argue and fight? There's great minds here, great spirits amongst us. But the only thing I see is we find ways to hate each other. I'm cool on that.
Yeah.
I'm not here to tell everybody that you got to be a Moor. So when I hear people say this rhetoric, it let me know that they're in baby language or a baby stage. They're not even ready to guide a nation or a group of people respectfully.
Mm-hmm.
Everywhere I go throughout America, the little jujus or what Sister Betty call them, the Pookies and Ray Rays at 12 and 13 right now, they got fentanyl and big AR guns. And the police throughout America are scared of them. Again, man, let's stand up. I'm standing up. And we just lost a brother who lost his life standing up. I'm not on here to argue with anybody. We got real issues in America. If you're a Muslim, great. Go take care of your issues in Saudi Arabia. But my issues is here in America. No disrespect to any. With that, I say peace.
Yes, thank you, brother Richard Neil Bay. I really appreciate you coming and speaking your piece for a second, because I just honestly feel like it's just getting out of control at this point now. Like, what's your contention for real? Like, what is, the real issue? Like, I forgot all about that live because I done deleted it from my what you call and everything. I done forgot all about that stuff. Like, I done moved on. Yes, it is a long time ago in my mind. I move on. That's what I do. I don't stay stuck in the past. I try to move forward. The only reason why I'm in the past now is because I'm doing my research on history and trying to get an understanding and give y'all an understanding as well. Like, we all in this together, and that's how I look at it. And I just hate that, like that type of energy just got to be around. Like, don't bring that energy to my doorstep, because I didn't bring it to yours ever at any point. So go ahead, big dog. How you doing? I hope you've been doing well.
Much love, Sharice, to you and the
Yeah.
family always. Much love and respect. My brother Richard Neal Bay, much
Yes,
love and
sir, bro.
respect.
Yes,
And
sir.
everybody in the chat, man. Grand rise and power to the people. You know, I just came up to show you some support. I've been on that channel a long time ago, you know what I mean?
Hey,
so so called exposed.
so called. Okay.
Yeah.
I got no
You know,
tea.
but you know me, I just come up for support, you know. A lot of people hate me because of the narrative that I take. You know what I mean? That I take. I'm against it all, anti everything, and a lot of our people still holding on to some of this corporate shit. You know what I mean? But you know, I always just come up to show my respects. That's all. Appreciate you. Much love to everybody in the chat, man. I ain't here to cause confusion. I'm
Oh,
here to, to bring a remedy or solution. Go ahead, sister. You got it.
yes, and that's exactly what we need. So, like, I keep putting the link out there because, like, if he listening, like, I really would like for him to hit the link and really explain what his contention is. Because, at this stage in the game, but like, we're not going to keep arguing and fussing about something so minuscule at this point. Like, I'm not going to keep fussing about it, but you're not going to be allowed to make defamatory content about me either when you don't know anything about me to begin with. And like, I don't know what happened that may have gotten him ostracized from the community. Maybe he feels some type of way. I'm not sure if he was or wasn't or whatever. But I feel like I really don't have anything to do with that. Like, I didn't come in when I came into Bab's channel, like I didn't realize that it was I mean, of course it would be a mixture of different people listening to the content and trying to get a better understanding of America in itself. You know what I mean? Like, you'll still come in with different uh ideologies and ways of thinking. Like, if, for example, like I was saying before, like you'll come in with a Christian mindset, or you'll, whatever that is, whatever your spiritual belief may be, like me personally, I think this is the point that I've been trying to get out. Big dog, I feel like I'm kind of like you. I'm just not rocking with none of that. I feel like I just want to stick to what it
Yes,
is.
ma'am.
Yeah. And that's just kind of how I feel like. I feel like if we talk about that other stuff, it just creates more and more contention that it doesn't have to be, when we can just focus on getting our lands back to America, nation building here with one another, regardless of your personal belief.
Yeah. I say keep it at the door. Keep it at the link. Right. We trying to build with the people. You know what I mean? But yeah, like I said, it's a lot of haters in the community. When they see you doing something positive, they're gonna hate on you. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Because we're trying to do something
Exactly.
positive.
Exactly. But something I like to share too, though, because see, I see it both ways. As soon as people see R. Neil Bay or Richard Neil Bay, do you know I hear rhetoric about Noble Drew Ali or the more sodas out in slavery? All kind of rhetoric.
And,
You feel what I'm saying?
and
I
brother
mean,
Richard Neal Bay, not to cut you off, brother, I'm gonna give it right back to you. You know how I feel about all of them, but have I ever called you out your name or called you
no, no, no,
anything?
no. We ain't talking about you.
Respect, brother. That's
Yeah, yeah,
all.
yeah,
You
yeah.
got it.
We ain't talking about you. We're talking about again, I call it childish behavior. Okay. And it really hurts me and saddens me when it's one who's a melanated brother or sister who will disrespect you. And check it out. When we go visit those so-called Cherokees, they never disrespect. They even want to do ceremonies with you. You see what I'm saying? So it hurts, man. But I understand that we got this mental sickness. We hate each other.
Yeah.
We don't know how to love yet. I yield.
Like, I mean, I don't disagree. You know what I'm saying? Like, I do not disagree. It's 100% facts. And I think that that's what's so sad about it at the same time. It's like, it's not even warranted. You know what I mean? At this stage in the game, like, if we're going to all be here to come together to do what we need to do to push forward, then that's what we need to be doing. Like, when we spend our time putting our energy into that type of shit, like, or just to be nasty, and take time to do that. Like, that takes time and energy. Okay? That just takes time and energy. And I'm just tired of his bullshit. I like, for real, like, if you got something to say, hit the link. Like I said earlier, like, that shit is some champ shit. Like, that's the word we use from where I'm from. That's some champ ass shit. I do not like it. And you need to, like, what's the word? You need to speak for yourself. Because this shit getting out of control. Hey, Bab. Peace and love. Hold on, I gotta get the door real quick. Go ahead, Bab.
What's the word? What's the word?
What's good, my naga? What's good?
So I can't.
This is the problem right here, y'all. Look, I'm blaming Bat. You got to take this, Bat. Hey, that's the problem. We talking about this particular one and others.
I was about to ask what I mean.
The confusion, how we keep getting caught up into fake beef and fake illusions. What's the brother name? PNF Research or whatever? Him. I'm talking directly about him. Your little friend, your little buddy that you build up, right? Didn't you build that guy up? Didn't you come from your debate stuff?
My bad. PNF been around for a long time. Shout out to what PNF done did, man. I'm about to loop.
Everything. Being messed.
I think he's been trying to get under Sharice's skin lately. You know what I mean?
And mine.
He better stop
and the brother, you know, he put his video out on me a few years ago. But
I'm laughing at him, Bat. I'm built for this.
Yeah, you gotta stop fucking with sis, straight up.
I call it content creating. I keep telling her that. I told brother OTK he's trying to build content.
Hey, but hey, these dudes gonna play with you, and that's just how it goes, Sharice. We just gotta take it and turn that shit to lemonade. All publicity is good publicity. Keep saying my name.
There you go. There you go. Teach, Bat.
I'm back, Bab. I'm sorry, I missed your skill. I missed like a little bit of it. Damn.
Now you good. I'm just in her jabber jacking. You know what I'm saying? No diddy.
Hey, thank you.
No diddy.
I appreciate it. Like, because I don't know what his, what his contention is. Like I said, like his issue. Like, I don't know. I don't think it stems with me. I don't think it starts with me.
Content create building, sis. That's all he's doing. He's using you. He's using me to build content. He see people like it, so then they keying in to see what they talking about, and he ain't said nothing. Respectfully, nothing.
That's why you got to start responding to him and have a message within your message. You feel?
Man, I did one on my bike. I was out bike riding and gave him one.
This how it is, Sister Sharice. They like the drama around this motherfucker. You got to fake feed into it. You see what I'm saying?
See.
I did.
Fake.
But won't ever come on the panel.
Oh, no. A lot of people that do have real beefs with you never hit the panel.
He's never coming. We waiting now. I'm off my bike waiting.
I ain't saying PNF won't come.
He's not coming. If he come today, I got hey Bab, if he come today, I got $50 for you.
But he say that the Aboriginal Goofies ain't his channel, or did he say that is his channel?
He's saying it's not his channel, but everybody's saying that it is his channel.
Yeah, I can't confirm or I can't confirm.
It's goofy, man. All this stuff is goofy.
So I don't know. Like, I don't know if it is. He said it's not. He claimed it's not his page. When he was in Rich and L Bay chat that time, he was claiming that was the case. But like I said, I don't know. Knack wrote a comment under my post too. He said he feel like that is his page. So I guess some people feel like it's his shit, and some people feel like it's not. So I don't know. Well, he the only one saying it's not. Everybody else saying it is. So I don't really know. Like, I don't know what he mad at. Like, I don't know what the
nothing. Nothing at all.
Hey, Sharice, I was gonna say I've been trolled by 100 gay rappers, so I understand what you're going through.
No, did
No Diddy.
Yeah, stop playing with me, wild ass. Hey, OTK.
What's good, young fella? Much love, brother.
What's going on? Fresh off my own plantation, man. Y'all see my plantation hat, right? Where? Hey, back though, but straight up though, man. Hey sis, hey brother, man. Hey,
OTK, what's the word, gang?
OTK 74 all day.
all day to the world blow. You already know. Hey, hey, back. What was that dude? What was that dude name that came on your show and you cursed him out and you tell him, come on, let's debate if that's what you want to do. What was his name?
Damn, when?
About a couple of weeks ago, man. What was dude's name? Damn, he came on your show.
He came on my show?
He got a show too.
He came on my show?
Yeah, I think he used to be called one of the coppers or something like that too.
Oh, copper color gay. Yeah, the copper color gay dude. Yeah, he came on
Copper color gay.
Yeah,
What?
he was on Smoke Channel. Yeah,
He came on Smoke Channel, right?
Yeah, they
right.
call him welfare gay or welfare.
Right. So
What?
a day after you did that, bro, P&F been up there talking about you. Looking for donations and all that. Man, straight the fuck up. I was over there in that chat like, man, nigga, you's a weirdo. For real. That nigga's a weirdo, dog. Your boy
Hey, OTK, that's why he said he's coming. Hey, that's why he said he's coming up.
I wake up to a goddamn tag from him like he's a fucking woman.
That's where it come from. He told me he had me because I was on BAP stuff, and BAP panel don't like the Moors or don't like Noble Drew Ali, or they and this about BAP and that about BAP, this about A1 and that about A1, this about Sister Bethy. Like, man, I don't know all what you know. You know what I'm saying? It's too much. Too much.
Yeah, hit the link.
Oh, so what was it, like a call up and whine show? Like whine and complain show?
This a pull up and say what you guys say with your ugly ass. Not you, Bap. Talk about his ass.
Ooh-wee.
Ooh-wee. She got every right, bro. He's sharing her picture and her name. She got every right. And in real life, he's supposed to face the east and catch a mouse shot, whatever tribe he come from.
These dudes be over. I'm telling you, the internet is undefeated, you guys.
You don't put no women out there like that, man. You call yourself a Moor, you're supposed to.
I totally agree, man.
Janelle, it's the internet, bro. Once you get out here and speak, you put yourself out there. You ass naked. You ass naked, Richard.
Oh, I can deal with it. We 20 years out here, Bap. Since Blog Talk Radio, we've been out here. But see, we know how to pull up for real in real life.
See, but Blog Talk not like the social media world today.
Exactly.
Yeah, this is a different
exactly.
I come from LimeWire, Blog Talk, Call Up.
Yeah, we go back to the old days.
Yeah, but this is different.
No, it's very different.
Richard Neal.
I hear you. It's very different.
They on your social medias, bro. They're gonna catch you eating a hot dog at the carnival, and they're gonna freeze the video right when you taking a bite of the hot dog, bro. These dudes are sick.
Yeah, you're right.
Right,
bro. I've been going through it so long. I'm used to it. But I know how to pull up in real life. You know what I'm saying? And I guarantee you that vibration that they got, they don't have it, man. Because I got the camera going. But you want me to turn the camera off? But you want something else? Huh? Bro, don't let the internet make you lose your life. And I ain't saying that for one particular person. That's just how I move, period. I don't mind going back for righteousness. Period, point blank. I don't play with nobody, don't nobody with me. You disrespect me, then I disrespect you. I give you no reason to disrespect me, you have no reason to disrespect me. It's just that simple. If it's internet, keep it internet. But the threats and the subtle threats, I eat those. And I turn into what you're looking for in real life.
I ain't on nothing. I'll just
I don't mind. See, Bap, I don't mind getting on something. That's why I work out all the time. I ain't gonna
nah.
be a pussy for nobody on the
I don't,
internet or in real life. I
what you
am
mean?
him.
What
You
you
know
mean?
what I'm
I
saying?
don't.
That's why I let y'all teach, Bap. Y'all teach. Whether I'm in
What
the
you mean?
penitentiary or out here, y'all doing what we can't do. See what I'm
What you
saying?
mean? I
But I
don't
don't
work.
mind getting dirty. I
I
am
don't.
one of them. I love my
I
wife, but I don't play those games, Bap. You see what I'm saying? I don't do that.
no, not me.
I don't take idle
Listen,
threat at all.
listen,
I
brother.
hear you, bro,
When
and I'm gonna
somebody,
mute out. One love.
when somebody threaten me, Richard Neal, and that's cool. You could be, and listen, I'm not like that. You understand me? I'm not like that. I'm a square, bro. Just pull up on me. Where y'all at? I just want to show y'all some. Listen, please. I'm a square. You ain't got to worry about me doing anything. I just want to be able to talk to y'all face to face to show y'all that I'm not on nothing. Anybody, please.
That's the
I'm
whole
not
thing.
on that. I'm just
Hey,
going.
he ain't lying. I
I'm gonna
pulled
treat
up
y'all
on
to
Bat.
dinner.
It was
I'm just gonna
nothing but
treat y'all to
love.
dinner, bro.
Yeah, I pulled up on Bat. It was nothing but love. I met him in
Yeah.
Philly.
And listen, all of my ops don't know that if they pull up, it's gonna be the same way. It's gonna be nothing but love. I'm gonna treat y'all to dinner, have a little party for y'all. You feel me? And then at the end of the day, you get to go night night. I mean, we're gonna have a good night. I didn't mean to say that.
Listen, here's the deal. Like, I mean, I wanted to respond to that comment about Brown Bunny and what did it say? It said, oh, here you go.
Oh shit! Don't respond to Brown Bunny. She is insane. You will be in the mental house trying to argue with her. It's like trying to lick your elbow right now in front of everybody.
We had some words like a couple months ago on OTK platform. So, you know what I'm saying? It is what it is. Like I already said what I
That lady is crazy. She be sitting around listening to us trying to bite her ear in frustration.
Yeah, I ain't thinking about her now, but like when I think about it, it do kind of make sense. You know, all of this over Moorish information, you know what I'm saying? Like shit that I've already said time and time again, that is not my lane, and I try to stay in my lane with what I know with my genealogy. I got into this after looking at my genealogy and seeing my ancestors' names being, racial identities being reclassified.
See, she's not even more. She's a recovering addict who's in a facility that's ran by Moors to help drug addicts get off of drugs.
Yeah,
So she look up to the Moors, but she's not a Moor. She's just a recovering addict.
yeah, all of this shit about, just terminology back. And that's why I keep bringing out that on my channel about how all of these terms were placed on us as a people. Even more was one of those terms. And this is the type of stuff that I want to keep reiterating to get people to understand, like, listen, this ain't about no ideology behind it. This not about that. Like for me, it's not about that. Because I'm not going to skate over the truth. I'm not going, you know what I'm saying? That's not what I'm going to do. So either you fuck with me or you don't. But don't keep fucking playing with me about no fucking terminology. Stay the fucking your lane with where you at with what you do, sir.
Hey, Sister Sharice, I'm gonna give you some good advice. All these people is bots until you talk to them in real life. They all bots. Everybody. If you ain't talk to them outside of YouTube, they bots. Even me. I'm a bot. Don't believe it. You never know. All right. But listen, on the internet, they all bots. Don't believe none of them.
Okay.
They not with you or against you. They just bots.
It's just working. The wildest shit I ever seen in life. But hey, here we are. I guess I made it.
Yep. Nigga, we made it.
Like shit. That's the only thing I can think of. I must have made it. Shit. You want to talk about me now? So here we go. And like I said, a lot of shit, like what with Slim, probably was about some looks and some other shit. But like I said, I don't care about that. I can't do nothing about the way I look and shit. Y'all just have to move past that. Let that go. Let it go. Seriously. It is. That's why I should never posted a picture in a white dress, man. See? I'm talking about over the smoke signal chat, or he done said something.
I'm not gonna say nothing. I'm reserving all comments.
I went over to who else? Cut chat. I think somebody said something too. Shit, they weren't playing about that white dress. So I guess sometimes I don't know, you get a little threatened and stuff like that. But I ain't trying to threaten y'all, man. It's just what God gave me. I can't do much about it. Shit, I ain't the prettiest person out here in the world. There's people better than me out here. So stop. There you go.
Hey, Sharice. You let us be the choose and be the choice of saying somebody looks better than you. I feel that all my women are beautiful, especially my American Indian women.
Hit the champ. Hit
My
champ.
Aboriginal women.
Hit the link.
I told them to pull up.
Hold on.
Hit it, because I know it's you.
Yeah. I supposed to. Motherfuckers complain about my pics. Oh, you got guns in your photos. Or why you in the Gucci store? Get out the Burberry place. Like, nigga, y'all complain about anything.
Yeah, he can't. The AGE page can't come because he in this one. He on this page. So he gotta go and leave this one to go get the AGE page. Go get your other page and come back.
Hey, hold on. This nigga say I try to snitch to BAP. Okay. All right. So BAP, right there, that lets you know. If I'm trying to snitch, the only way you can snitch because a motherfucker done did something behind your back. Correct? I can't snitch about a lie. And it
Is he coming up on the panel?
It ain't no snitch, nigga. Ain't no lie snitching. I'm wet snitching, motherfucker. I'm doing
Is he coming up on the panel so we can solve all this stupid, crazy stuff? Grown men acting like this? Scholars acting like this? This how scholars act?
I gotta ask the names. Who does that? Who hide behind a bunch of fucking names?
Yeah, what?
What the fuck? And you from the Shack? What part of the Shack you from?
No. He's not from Chicago. He stay in Chicago, but he's not from Chicago.
Oh shit! Oh man, come on.
Listen to his swag. You can tell where he's from.
You be in Chicago tomorrow. What that mean? They always
Nothing at all. So since you're in Chicago, then I mean, what? You're looking for content.
And he said y'all ain't gonna show y'all face. Is you fucking stupid? All these Aboriginals and American Indians do is show our face. We ain't scared.
TK, he's looking for content.
We ain't scared. Shit, he can get some. Contact.
I'm looking for content. Hey, I'm still working out on this dude, man. I ain't got time.
I'm so hideous, you guys. I cannot turn on my camera because my reflection will duck.
Yeah, Bat, I don't blame you, man, because you gotta watch what you be doing, man.
Man, y'all can't take OTK. Please do not take this dude serious.
They'll be done.
OTK.
Talking to that Indian India dude the other day.
OTK.
Bat, stupid. Yeah.
Do you hear me, OTK?
Yeah,
OTK.
Babe. Go ahead, baby.
Do not take this dude serious. He's looking for content, brother. Okay? He's not on anything for real. Seriously. I listened to his videos. I actually went to his little program. I tried to sit in there. I even tried to come on this platform. I gave him my number where he can call me. He say I'm too passive on BAP's channel. First of all, I can't run another man's house. And any nigga trying to, any person trying to run another man's house, that's how you get your head blown off or chopped off. Okay?
For sure.
There's rules to everybody's home. And I ain't gonna like everything that you might say in your house, but that's your house. He got that right in his house. Sharice has that right in her house. OTK has that right in his house. So I don't get where my brother PNF feels like I'm passive by understanding when I go to my brother or my sister's home, we all don't think alike, eat alike. Still my brother, still my sister. And if you think I'm lying, refer back to Noble Drew Ali himself. The same ones who said, "This is my movement, give me the money," was right there with him. The same ones who tried to sleep with his wife was right there on his board. Learn some diplomacy, my brother, if it's not about your own selfish self.
For old country nigga down south that don't know much, what does diplomacy mean?
Come on with it, Judge. Bat, give it to us.
I'll ask you. I remember I'm the old dumb nigga from the south.
So when I come, okay, here it go right here. Even though I have my principles, my standards, right? When I come to BAP House, I can't force my principles, my standards, my way of life on BAP or anyone else. I should have an ear to hear, okay? And be able to share when asked to share. That's a degree of diplomacy. Not, we all Moors. Or whatever it is that we arguing about. Because when it's all said and done, you was called a Negro before, just like I was called a Negro. We all from right here, and we all got the same situations going on throughout America. And how we gonna correct it?
Rodney King said it best. Can't we all just get along?
And we can. In America, we can. It's enough land for everybody.
Can't we all just get along, family?
Yes, we can. It's enough land for everybody. Think about it. Grandma and them always stayed way, way out. I go to visit my sister's family in South Carolina right now. You got to go way out in the woods. See what I'm saying? But when you get out there, it's like a whole little village just theirs. It's enough land for all of us to move along. We all
That's how my people land is, brother.
Oh, y'all. I bet you $5 that you won't hit the link. Hit the link. Hit the link.
He's not gonna hit the link.
Chat room warrior.
There you go. And he's gonna sound bite.
I'll match that 5. He'll pull up.
And he's gonna sound bite.
I wouldn't even put my OG in nothing like that. I wouldn't even put Bay in nothing like that.
Look, bro. Look. OTK, let me explain something to you. If I leave from Carbondale, Illinois, and drive to Chicago, Illinois, it wouldn't be to shake a hand. It wouldn't be nothing to talk about.
Oh, you gonna beat him up?
I wouldn't even put my hands on him at this point. He done said enough where, bro,
now,
move around.
I think you should, because what it is us young men don't get enough hugs in the day. You know what I'm saying? It plays on your mental, bro.
Look, Bap.
Right.
We do this in real life. Look, Bap, this is what you're saying. Look, Bap, when I beat them up, you know what they do? Pull out their pistols. Allah be my witness. This is what they do in real life.
What happened when you give somebody a hug? Nobody gets shot when you give them a hug.
Man, look, ain't nobody playing. But, bro, they not letting you put their hands on them. Respectfully.
Yeah.
In the penitentiary, you can get it off. In jail, you can get it out. These boys like to shoot out here, bro. Where I'm from.
I don't think none of these YouTube guys are gonna shoot nobody.
Man, look, they ain't taking no whoopings. If so, they can meet me at the gym. It's a gym. Look, bro. If so, they can meet us at the gym. We have a gym right here in Carbondale, and we got a gym in East St. Louis.
Scurry.
With a boxing ring?
Yes, sir.
Ooh.
I'm the punch dummy, OTK, for the young guys in the hood. We ain't got all the equipment that they got. And we train for golden gloves. I'm the punch dummy, but I punch back. I hit back. See what I'm saying? In real life, we do this. We got videos out on Facebook.
Hey, Bap, I told you this nigga ain't gonna pull up.
Bap can't even do one push up.
All he do is
Man,
make
Bap, you better get in shape, brother. We stay ready. I don't even drive. Bap, I don't drive my cars. I ride my bike.
I'm not even gonna get ready because I'm not gonna do nothing. I'm gonna run. I'm gonna talk my way up out of it. I can talk my way up out of it. Hey, listen,
I hear
brother.
you. Hey, that's what I'm doing now. I'm trying to say it's all for content. I'm trying to play like I'm goofy to a degree.
You still on your channel?
Listen, man, you gotta try a different approach, Richard Neal.
Man, ain't no different. Buddy needs to move around.
Just give him a handshake. Sit down and just.
They not letting you touch him, Bap. They fear
just
that.
Bro,
he won't even come on. He won't even come on a StreamYard. You think he finna let you?
He said he's on your channel and asking why you talking over here. You being a coward. The link is over here. Come inside here, though. You got all our name in your mouth.
Exactly.
And we got receipts. I got receipts. I screenshot all of that shit. All of it. From you, Mossy Clan, all y'all. It's like 3 or 4 y'all.
This dude here is what we call looking for content. Seriously.
I ain't got no problem with
He won't even come on a StreamYard.
I ain't got no problem with that.
Maybe he's busy.
No, he ain't busy. He ain't busy. But I see you, Bab. Give him the benefit of the doubt, but he ain't busy. He want to use this later and do videos.
Right.
He's looking for content.
Right. Oh yeah, man. They got a whole thing. Definition of the depth of the Aboriginals and all of that. Yeah, got. Let me see who all on that motherfucking picture. Let me see who all on that.
Oh, he said he's on my channel, OTK.
Yeah.
Well, if you're on my, okay, look, can I say this respectfully? If you're on my channel, respectfully, can you come on the StreamYard so we can see how everybody's your enemy? You say it all streams from BAP channel. Me being passive on BAP's channel and me being passive on any of these channels. Can you come up here, explain to us how I'm passive? What should I be doing? What, and then how Cerise and all this crazy stuff and Sister Empress. I mean, come on up, bro, so we can really understand how we are enemies, our ops.
Let me just say it like this. Kumbaya, my Lord.
Oh, okay.
The brother looking for content, man. I'm telling you. He just don't want to tell y'all. He's looking for content. Seriously. Okay. But these shorties here around here in Illinois, in the Midwest, you're not giving them nothing. You're not hugging them. You're not boxing with them. They're not doing that, bro. They shoot.
We got an Aboriginal Goofies Exposed channel. That's one of them. We got Mossy Clan. And
that's not him, is it? Hold on. OTK. Mossy Clan is the brother too?
That's Sean.
No, that's
somebody else. That's a Pan-African, I thought.
That's another one though. That tags me every time. That's the one.
Oh, okay.
Not a coincidence. Listen, I'm telling you, man, I got a fan club. Ever since I started fucking with BAP, I swear to God.
I told y'all niggas. I told y'all don't fuck with me.
Ever since I started fucking with BAP, man.
Hey, sis, niece, is there a way that you can put the link in there so I can copy and paste it? And I think the brother's PNF is gonna come up.
This nigga got everybody named Dane Calloway, Top Cats, Research Guy, Tauntinist A1. He got fucking Hood Scientist. He got Supreme Chief, Kumareo, Cosmon, me, Dulcinea, Unscrambled Minds, Fact Check, Smoke Signal, Phoenix Moon, Sister Bethy, Certified Sachi. No goddamn BAP.
Yeah,
Oh shit. These niggas scared.
Content creator, brother. All those are powerful people. Whether they all agree or not, they all powerful. Let's build some content. Let me speak about them all and build some content. That's what I see, respectfully. I can't see anything else.
Respectfully, I want to battle rap somebody, man.
Hey, listen, this motherfucker mad because
Well,
that picture,
drop the link. PNF is he battle rap. Oh, there you go.
that
Okay,
picture, that
I gotta
picture that
copy
I
this.
saw with us cooking the hog and shit. This nigga did something talk about Noble Drew Ali said. Hey, listen, homeboy, I don't give two shits about what Noble Drew Ali said. Now I respect those who follow him, cause you a man. I respect Bay, and I respect the ones who act like him. You know what I mean? But you dog, that shit got your head fucked up, and you probably would have went down with his ass if that's true.
Brother PNF, can you see that link?
Word.
How did Timothy Drew pass away?
Who?
He didn't pass away. He was murdered, bro.
At
For the
age of
same
82,
information that y'all are teaching today,
he was shot and killed.
Yeah,
there it
I
is.
asked
But
him
they
about
tried to tell you that he died from tuberculosis. Okay, how can he die from something that he was healing the people from? He was shot and he was murdered, bro.
Because you scared. Because this is about you. You make a post about me. I want to address you. Stop trying to divert. Because all you're going to do is
Original Goofy saying he's not PNF.
that. Yes, he is.
Huh?
We ain't got time to play that.
You sure that ain't the girl?
No, it's not the girl, Sister Kiara, because I tried to give her.
Yeah, it's a girl too.
No, it's not the Sister Kiara, because I tried to address her a couple of times, because I kept saying it's foolishness. I don't like being caught up in drama. I've been doing this for too long, and I really do travel, and I don't want to have to look over my shoulder because somebody named a PNF on sent some little goofy off. You know what I'm saying?
You ain't proved you wasn't him. You ain't never proved it.
Uh-oh.
Stop this.
But only thing I can say, he's looking for content, y'all.
Come on.
Respectfully.
Ain't nothing wrong with that, man. I mean, yeah. Oh, OTK smoke crack rocks. Who the fuck still sells crack? What? Who the fuck still sells crack?
Oh, in the Midwest, you can still get crack, bro.
Yeah, he ain't gonna
shit. Don't tell me the South. Don't tell me the South.
I think in Philly too, you can still.
Don't tell me the South done got more advanced than up north.
If you ain't gonna
niggas will look at you crazy as fuck, you pull some crack out. Unless the motherfuckers old as shit.
Man, they sipping on their lean, they snorting lines, and they popping pills.
I believe it too, Bucky. I really do, brother.
Boy, you crazy, man.
They got them slabs over there. They got them slabs. 2 for 20.
I ain't hit that in a long time. We put that slab and a half a slab. I know, right?
No, Uncle Richard Neal Bay has addressed you several times. He's also been on your platform and addressed you as well. Now you need to come over here and defend that stuff you were saying.
Because if you don't, we'll just roll over the Bay channel. Ain't no different.
It's still doing it. Fuck you talking about? You're not gonna duck it either way it goes. So let's figure it out and stop being a chump and writing those posts and hiding and being all weird. And I still stand on what I said about Moorish being a terminology or being a term that is described on dark people. It was.
Oh, hey, Bucky crazy. Bucky said, man, I'm keeping it alive. Bucky, you crazy as hell. 803. Oh shit, you up there? You up top? Okay.
Hold on. Okay. Oh, I know. Right now, it may sound like I'm aggressive, but I don't really give a fuck about what you think, sir. Because your posts are aggressive. You are aggressive. You look very dingy and dirty.
Oh shit! Because you crazy.
If we're gonna talk about it, if you want to go there, because I dropped the link for you to come and say what you need to say to me and stop hiding in behind those posts. You already gave me attention, boo. You already gave me attention, boo. And I'm a single mother with a college degree, a college graduate out here in the streets. You don't know anything about me. I know she's a weirdo. You're a weirdo. You're a weirdo. You're a disgrace as a man. You make all black men look bad.
Mm.
You're an embarrassment to your entire family, sir. You're an embarrassment to our race. Let's go. Because you ain't shit. You a scurry ass man hiding behind a keyboard. What you need to do is go drink some water and have a motherfucking seat. You are a weirdo and you know it. You got contention with a woman for what? You're scurry as shit. You're champ as shit, like I said before. And if you want to have the conversation like a fucking adult, we can do that. But if you want to get cursed out, we can do that shit too. Oh, because it's both sides. Trust and believe. I'm very, very smart. But don't get me fucked up because I will curse you out. Period. Excuse me, Richard Neal Bay. I'm sorry for cursing like that. But it is what it is. Stop playing with me. Anyway. OTK, BAP. I just had to get that off my chest.
Y'all go
Man,
ahead.
talk this talk. You talking gangster. I like that talk. Talk.
That's it. It turned me on. You know, talk about that might scare away a fuck nigga, but I like that shit. I love a woman who can stand up for their motherfucking self. A man who's scared of a woman who can stand up for their fucking self, that means he the one who won't beat the woman up. You fucking punk.
You have a lot.
All my mom and my aunts will kick ass. Them niggas, my mom and them boys fight men. They ain't had nothing but boys, cousins, and brothers growing up. They fight like men. They kick ass, dog. Straight the fuck up. And my daughter's gonna kick ass. Straight up. What's going on, Tay-Bay?
Yes, peace, y'all. Peace to the chat. Peace to everyone that pulled up and is coming in. Listen, me being single don't have nothing to do with nothing. Me being a single mom has nothing to do with nothing. I don't control people. I don't make decisions for them. When people do what they want to do, I let them go and do it. And guess what I do? I go on and I continue to live my life as I've been doing. I have a very healthy, very well-mannered, respectful child. And nothing makes or breaks that. And she has a wonderful male role model in her life, and my father.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of you niggas need to really shut the fuck up. Y'all always want to go there. But a lot of times, what y'all don't realize is a lot of y'all have the problem. I contribute to that.
Don't let them niggas trigger you, sis. You know what you got going on.
Let's talk about it. Because you really got the game messed all the way up. I know he gonna do a video because you're gonna do the video.
Ain't you just graduate from college, Cherie?
Yes, I did.
Just get a degree, baby.
I did.
You a single mama with a degree, baby.
That's correct.
Oh, okay.
And going for more. And we'll never stop. None of that makes and going
for what? You going for more?
Yeah, absolutely. It never stops. So that's what it is about. Like, I'm so happy to be motivated to do what I'm doing. And I hope it motivates other women out there to do it.
All right. And you is. And you definitely is. That's a petty fact. Hey, Sharice, you got to get out of here. Listen, he rocking this motherfucking show. He's stepping on their neck. Shout out to the real. Y'all already know what's going on. Peace and blessings, y'all.
Peace and love. You already know. And Sister Cherie, my motherfucking cousin in the background listening, talking about, hey man, she ever been to South Carolina before? I was like, nah.
It's been a long time.
I tell her we getting up for our birthday. Since our birthday the same date, we gonna get up for our birthday. Either I'm gonna come there or either get you and I don't know if your twin's still around too, and get you and your twin to come on through.
Oh, my sister familiar with those areas up there. She went to school in North Carolina, so she familiar with the Carolinas. I know that wouldn't be an issue for her.
Oh, okay.
Boy, I've never talked any crap to you. No one ever talked any crap to you. And I will never cry, baby. I'm standing 10 toes. 10 toes, baby. Plenty of men like me, as you can see. Even you. And you're just mad that I would never look your way. ever like.
God, this nigga say no man wants you, Sharice.
That was
I can count in the chat how many men want you. What the fuck is this? This nigga. What the fuck?
He wish that was true. He wants me.
He don't want half of the motherfuckers that come through.
I got options. What? Plenty. And I don't have to prove that. I don't have to prove that. No, because we know that it's you. 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 I'm DC born and raised. DC born and raised. DC, I'm beautiful, baby. That's it. Beautiful, born and raised in America.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. With no makeup. You know what I'm talking about? Wake up fine. That's what I'm talking about, sis.
Period. My ancestry don't trace to the islands, but if it does, I'll let you know. That's what genealogy is all about. That's what genealogy is all about. When we go into our history and we find out and we figure out what,
is this something wrong with being single, bro?
I understand it. I don't know what's wrong.
Can't be single. What?
I believe in single for like a month.
That's the best life, though.
I've only been single for a month.
Listen, that's your business, though. That's your business, though. That's your business. That's your business. Yeah, this old fuck nigga be tagging us every fucking day, man. I don't know who the fuck he is, man. Some weirdo. Who, you know what? That Morris doctor and shit got his head fucked up. That same shit I be telling you about. These niggas be losing themselves. Word, cuz. That's what I'm saying. These motherfuckers don't be knowing who they be. For real, niggas got money, they roll up. This nigga crazy as fuck. Word. Oh, man.
Good things come to those.
I tell you what, dog. If you think I'm a crack smoker, let's put some money up, motherfucker. How about that? And let me show you how much money this goddamn crack smoker got. How about that? I'll buy you and your fucking bitch, nigga.
He typing in Rich and Neil Bay chat.
What's wrong with you?
But I can't see him typing over there. Now he already, I ain't even thinking about his little crackhead looking ass. He's talking about OTK. He the one with them B2Bs in the back. He need to go clean all that up. Seriously. And on that note, let me go here because we about to get into some information. How about, since you want to keep talking stuff in the chat, how about you learn something today?
Say I'm hustling and I'm grinding. I'm making moves with my money on my mind, and I can't fall short. No, always keep it thousand, slow mo. Say I'm hustling and I'm grinding. I'm making moves with my money on my mind, and I can't fall short. No, always keep it thousand, slow mo.
Listen, that's look at, hey, OTK.
I see.
You see the that's going on in Rich and Neil Bay's chat?
No, I ain't see that. But Aboriginal goofies, this nigga or she is crazy. Why would y'all have another man as y'all avatar? Well, y'all know y'all ain't gonna do shit to Hawk School. Y'all niggas scared of y'all. Come on, man. Let's be for real.
Because they're ghetto. They're ghetto. Ghetto and messy.
I don't give a fuck who the fuck it is and no more. I don't give a fuck if y'all not the same person. Birds that fly together die together. How about that? Period. They all get shot out the fucking air together.
Yeah, now hit the leak. You dodo bird. Hit the link.
Yeah,
Hit the
girly
link.
girl. Yeah, girly girl. You got an Aboriginal Goofies. You got a P&F. You got a Sean P. You got a Not a Coincidence. They always posting something with us tagged in it and sending us a bunch of fucking trans-African info. Like the fuck I want to know that shit. Yeah, hey, P&F, dog, I ain't talking about killing you. I said birds, nigga. I'm a hunter.
Fuck him.
If you want to play animal,
He ain't gonna hit the,
I'll
gonna
be
be
huckleberry. I hunt animals, homeboy. I don't hunt people. That's just no need to. There's no
and
need
both
to.
of them don't make a damn post because they both corny and whack. You know I ain't never done nothing to you. You in your feelings for what reason. You know it ain't got nothing to do with me. You know it don't.
But
You need to
a
sit
fake
your
GD.
rock head
You
ass
get that
down.
straight up, dog. If you've been in front of me before you could get the fake GD out your fucking mouth, I would have been to twist your fucking neck backwards. I put that on my grandmama, nigga. I swear on everything I love. And I don't love much. Word.
I ain't mad at no comments that y'all could ever make in life. Y'all are goofy. To even have a page like that, it just shows your character. You lack it.
Charlotte. You being Charlotte, I tell you what. Dog, don't tell me where you be at, because I'll come to your cookout. I just go ahead. Just go ahead and invite me to the cookout. I'll come to your cookout. How about that?
So yeah. It's crazy to me, OTK. Hold
I
on.
damn
Let's
they won't clip their ass, because I'm tired of them. I ain't even lying, dog. But I said I ain't gonna clip nobody no more. You know, because Not a Coincidence don't never be disrespectful personally. You know what I mean? So I kind of felt bad when they clipped him, you know, and they clipped my boy. They clipped my boy goddamn Root Words too, man. And I ain't like that neither, man, because Root Words, me and that motherfucker like Batman and Joker. You know what I mean? That's my dog, you know what I mean? But
Root alone. Yeah, Root, all right. I got no problem with.
But Root keep it personal on me. He'll say fuck me. He ain't gonna say fuck your mama, fuck your dead grandmama. See, these niggas here got a cookout date. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
Good word.
I love Root. He's amazing.
Yeah,
he's a good guy.
Root a long way, man. I fuck Root a long way.
And you know what I'm saying? When it's all said and done, I'm on this American Indian business. That's what y'all about to go home and cry about. Go home and cry about the fact that I'm not a Moor, bitch. Go cry about that. It never will be.
And then you know what? After Rich Neil Bay and Goddess K Glover L start breaking down the MSTA Moors, I you know what I mean? I kind of like them, the way they explain it and the way that they live their life and how they handle their life being in it. You know what I mean? Dog, the things that they do for the community and the youth in the community by itself. Anytime you ask any of these trans Africans what they do in their community, oh man, let's not get on the community stuff. Let's stick with the information. But damn, when we stick with the information, you know what I mean? Then they want to say, then they want to go to some other shit. Man, what's wrong with being 501c3, dog, if it's helping the community? That's y'all problem. Y'all act like 501c3 is a bad thing. It's not bad if you know how to use it. Get up on some damn real research. You need to take that fucking real research off your fucking head, dog.
Isn't the Moore Scientific Temple under that 501c3?
Yes, it is. And he's that. Yes, it is.
Okay, that's what I thought. All right.
Yes, it is. It was one of the first. They was on a 501c3 before that shit even was called that.
Mm-hmm. How you doing, RR Red Lives TV?
What's good with you, sis? How y'all doing?
Cookout, you know what I'm talking about? I love to get invited to cookouts. I'm a show. I'm gonna show up to cookouts.
Yeah, I just man, y'all be having some of the most dope conversations. I don't know who the dude is, so I'm not gonna speak on that. But what I will speak on is how I'm starting to see this year. We are halfway through the year, and yo, I'm starting to see us come together, and it's crazy. It's crazy, and I love it. And I'm starting to see that. You know what? When it comes to those fakies, those ones who want to try to stop the train, they make the train go faster. I swear to y'all, they just making it go faster. That's it.
Okay. All right. I felt like I was missing some of that.
What do you mean, sis?
I don't know if it sounded a little muffled a little bit or what. But anyway, all right, let me go ahead.
Yeah, what's
So
up?
if they,
I
Realize.
dropped my volume. Is that better?
Yeah, you good.
Okay.
What's up? Realize.
My
What's going
bad.
on?
My bad. I had to drop my volume. But what I was saying is like when it come to us, like we man, we coming together, y'all. I see it. 2024 is real. We all coming together. And it's crazy because, like I said, when it comes to those people, those Pan Africans and all those other folks who trying to tell us what we not, y'all, it's only making the train go faster. I keep telling them, get out the way, leave us alone. Because for real, this train is not going to be stopped. And all y'all getting in the way, trying to do something, try to say something, it's just making it go faster. So just get out the way, y'all. For real, leave us up. It's some people that just deserve a whole lot of leave alone, and we are them one. Just leave us alone.
all right, I guess bro, girly girl, hey boo.
Hello,
Hey,
everybody.
hold
Peace to
on,
the
hold on,
panel.
hold on. This ILCS, this Illinois shit, this Illinois compiled statute shit. Is y'all still up underneath the General Assembly government? Let's go.
Not using two phones and typing.
That's what I'm trying to tell you, man.
Peace. Ready,
Getting help. They
brother
was getting help
OTK,
and getting tax credit way before
brother
501c3 was out. Go
brother
ahead, brother.
OTK.
Yeah, babe. What's the? Oh, my bad. You
What
back?
he's speaking about? He's speaking about how you create your own nation and government. That's what he's speaking about. The
Right,
law. That's
right.
all. I
Okay.
mean, I see some of the things he's saying in the chat. He said my wife is a 501c. We don't have anything to do with a 501c. We actually teach against 501c. Okay. Uh, Again, this dude is looking for content, brothers and sisters. So you can't take him serious. Okay. At all. He's just saying anything. He don't represent the Moorish Science Temple of America. If so, ask him who's his grand sheik. If there's a grand sheik, I would like to speak with his grand sheik because we can bring charges up on him.
Mm.
Okay.
And but listen
So,
though, and now I
so
know he was lying about the 501c3 because once you take the 501c3, you got to stay out of political stuff when it
correct,
comes down to being in religion because the churches, the damn
correct.
AME church is up underneath the 501c3. They can tell
There
you
you
about
go.
religion, but they cannot tell you who to vote for.
There you go.
Let's go.
So, yeah, this dude here, he's just looking for content, brothers and sisters.
Oh
I
yeah,
can't.
I said it's okay. Hold on, babe. Let me correct myself. Yes, I did say. So what if you was taking a 501c3 if you're using it the right way? But it's more than one 501s, bro. It's ones that you can get and you can still talk your religious shit, but you just got to take donations. You ain't getting no grants or no fucking loans. So in other words, if somebody open up a non-profit organization around here called Goose Street's Nonprofit Organization, and they took up the 501c3. They don't give a damn about talking about politics, but they doing that to help the elderly inside their fucking community to get their roofs done, to make sure they electrical sockets are up to date, to make sure they got AC in the goddamn summertime. You mean to tell me you wouldn't take that? No, you absolutely right. Mine is all profit. I pay for all my own shit in my nonprofit organization. I got a real grassroots organization, bro. That's why I get nominated for awards, because nobody don't help OTK. That's why I can tell you who the fuck to vote for. That's why I help control who to vote for in the community. I get motherfuckers elected. Do your research on OTK, nigga. You feel me?
Peace. He said that my wife said this on A1's channel that she was a 501. She was speaking against the 501 because he asked her questions about 501, my brother. She did not say she was under a 501. She said also, if you're going to use it, don't use it for your nation. Don't use it for your nation. Use it for other things, not for your nation.
Ain't nobody lying. Hit the link. The only one that's lying is you.
So if he ain't gonna hit the link, he's building content. He's gonna chop it up, make him a couple of videos today, make him some videos down the line.
How do I put a flag on that? Can you put a flag on that?
Yeah, I got something. We're gonna get with you, sis.
You ain't
talking about him. Stop.
Hey, sis.
I'm talking.
What you need to do,
I
make
swear,
sure all of this stays documented.
It is.
You know what I mean? Because you gotta have your proof.
It's harassment.
You gotta have your proof of let me see how they say it. Your evidence. You gotta have your proof of evidence when charges get brought up against you. You feel me?
See, this is why I've been sharing with
your evidence.
OTK. This is why it's important for us to start understanding the law, so that when things like this happen, there are laws to protect you. Okay?
Right.
There's laws to protect you. And if you got any money behind them, you can get paid. Okay?
Yes.
Respectfully, you can.
Nah, dog. I'm not only a fake GD, but man, keep that out your fucking mouth. You're not even from the shop. And I know damn well you ain't get down with GD in no fucking Florida nowhere.
You don't say his name, you don't get no content though. That's what I'm saying, y'all.
Stop that.
Hear me out. If you don't say his name, and you don't talk about this motherfucker, he don't get no content.
That's right. That's right.
Stop giving him content. Listen to me, brother, please. I'm telling you, OTK.
No. I was talking about the cat, bro.
Oh, brother, I'm telling you, stop talking about this cat. That's why he getting the content, because he talked that mess, and then we talk about him.
Nothing wrong with helping out the needy, bro. That's what I do. I help out the unfortunate.
Bro, we are. I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about this old sucker. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about this sucker. You don't
but see, the thing
is,
though, they are right here. So I'm talking to them directly, since they don't want to hit the panel. They talk about me indirectly. That's the difference between me and them.
Oh, okay. So this some proof. Okay.
Yeah. So if they wasn't in the chat, I wouldn't even talk about them.
Hey, OTK, my bad, cause I'm a sit.
You good, bro?
Damn bad. You got it, bro. You got it, my
build up all the content he want. He can build up all the content he want. Rich Neil Bay. You watch what OTK do. You watch what OTK do after that. You feel me? I play chess. I play this talk. Hey, girly girl, how you doing?
Hello, TK. Hello to the panel. Hey, Cherie.
Tell your mama I said hi.
Peace, girly girl.
Where your mom at?
She's getting her hair done. She's getting her locks, not locks, but you know, her hair silked out.
Period.
Tell her I said hi.
I will do so. Crazy self.
Okay.
How's everyone doing this afternoon?
Hey, girly
wonderful.
girl, your mama red like you, girly girl. Your mama red bone too.
Yep. She's more
You need
yellow
to
than me.
stop. TK is
He
on the
is on
prowl.
the day. On the
No. I was just asking a question.
And
I gotta make girly girl laugh, cause dog, listen, me and girly girl was in a chat for damn near 2 years and I never heard her talk until I got my own show.
That's
So this
true.
year right here has been like girly girl come out year to me. I
did.
try to
Yeah, I
keep
used to
them.
just be in the
Hey,
chat.
bro, I
That's
try
true.
to keep them enthused to
That's
stay on.
dope.
Keep
That's
on,
dope.
man.
That's
That's
what's up.
all.
This is
hold
what I was
on for
gonna
a
tell
second,
y'all.
y'all. Hold on for a
Okay.
second. Hey, big dog, if you want, you can turn off your camera, big dog, if you want to. All right, go ahead, girly girl.
This is what I want to tell you. All of you guys that make content. I kind of started following this maybe about 2 years ago. I got on YouTube and I kind of type in the description box, like African Americans are really Indians, just stuff like that. And it was limited content. It wasn't really a lot that would come up. Now it's been an explosion of information about who we are and just really what's been done to us as a people. So every single thing that you see that these people are doing, it's in retaliation, and they're very, very nervous. It's almost like this tactic is borderline schizophrenic in nature, because they are just desperate. And every single thing that you guys are, that you're doing, you're bringing awareness and letting people know that, hey, this is who we are. This is what was stolen from us. And, just continue to do what y'all are doing, bringing our people awareness. And that's what's important.
Yes.
Thank you, sis. Thank you,
Yeah.
sis. Thank you. Hey, I ain't gonna lie. Last night, Sister Sharila's, I sat back and I think about that show last night that me and you did and the rest of the family. Dog, that was a classic video. From the water poisoning all the way to the ships.
Ooh, that's why I'm doing that.
To the ships, to the schooner ships of ancient times, and then you go ahead and drop in. That was a damn in baseball they would call that a grand slam, what you dropped last night. That hit the nail right on his head. And it was a finishing nail too. They can't even pull that out. You know what I'm talking about?
It really did. It was good, man. Good. It
And
was
then
shooting
right
some
back
real
here today.
daggers. I was like,
Right
dang,
back
I
here
ain't never
today,
really
you
heard
ready to
nobody speak like that.
Yeah, you ready to beat their ass up again today. Let's go. Go ahead, start it, sis, and goddamn it, I'ma back you up. Let's go.
All right. So what I initially was gonna start with was this, because I had saw this interesting piece. Like, what I realized is most of the information from like 05, like 06, all of those years, that a lot of that information really kind of went against the slave trade situation. So I just find it really interesting. So I mean, like I said, y'all agree or not, but this is what I found. Oops, hold up, y'all. I didn't mean to do that. There we go. Let me see if I can make it bigger so y'all can see it, because I was noticing that stuff don't be clear. Let me know if that's. I don't want to make it too big because I still need to be able to read. Hold up. All right. Can y'all see that?
Yeah, I can see
This
it.
is by. Okay, so this is called Out of Africa. Melville Herskovits and the Racial Politics of Knowledge by Jerry Gershenhorn, University of Nevada Press. Okay. And he's just going to talk a little bit about Herskovits' role in ultimately what has shaped some of our identity today, and how he contributed to that. So, like, no, I'm not asserting that he started the Out of Africa theory. I simply wrote connection because he does have a connection to it, and that's what this is. Okay. So hold up, y'all, real quick, because I need to get some water. Let me play Mama Chief, and then I'm gonna come right back and we're gonna get started.
Shout out to the Mama Chief. Yeah, you be quiet when Big Mama speak. What she gave us is a part of me. It flows through my arteries. Even on that journey, that love grows how the garden be. The first to teach us when we sick, the first to heal us. Mama's boy, yeah, you know, her pride and joy. Soul food, yeah, you know, I'm an enjoy. Calm you down just by the sound of her voice. There isn't another feeling inside when they cheering you on at your game and you feeling the pride. You and your siblings fighting, she gon' make you put them feelings aside. She can't lead you down the road, but she can give you the guide. Where you think I get that blissful look in my eyes? I need a side of ice cream with Bimars apple pie. You know for sure for Mama Chief, you know I'ma ride. Cause we all need our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all love our Mama Chiefs. The greatness, the patience, the foundation, the knowledge passed down so many generations, our motivation. I just wanna thank you for my creation. Cause we all love our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all need our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all ride for Mama Chief. The dedication, I seen your tears at my graduation. Now look, Ma, your boy that made it. You the reason I'm one of the greatest. Yeah, cause we all need our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all love our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all ride for Mama Chief. Now be quiet, let Big Mama speak.
Yes, yes. Peace and love to all the Aboriginal Indigenous Indians. Shout out to everyone. Shout out to the chat. Yeah, just shout out to my panel. Hey, OTK. Shout out to RR Realize TV, Brother Richard Neil Bay, Girly Girl, and Big Dog Philly OG, of course. Yes, wonderful heavy hitter. Yes, peace to y'all, man. Peace to y'all. And let's get this show back on track. And let's get focused on what we need to get focused on, which is the issue within our identity and what has, you know, some of the things that has contributed to what has transpired. You know what I'm saying? Enough energy on that. So, boom. Melville J. Herskovits is best known today for his book, The Myth of the Negro Past, which appeared in 1941, and argued that one could find among American Negroes, quote unquote, survivals or quote unquote retentions of their original African background. It was generally assumed at the time that all African cultural characteristics had been burnt away by the fire of slavery. And so Herskovits' thesis was controversial then, and it is controversial today, despite Jerry Gershomhorn's effort to assimilate it to more recent notions, such as the quote unquote Black power of the 1960s and the quote unquote multiculturalism of the 1990s. But Herskovits was certainly a major figure in his time, involved in significant controversies over the nature of American Black identity in the pre-war years and writing voluminously on Dahomey, now Benin, and various groups of diaspora Blacks in the New World. Herskovits was also the chief figure in establishing African studies as a legitimate field of scholarly inquiry in American universities in the post-war years. At Northwestern, which gave him his first regular academic post in 1927, and where he spent the rest of his career until his death in 1963, he created the first important center for African studies in the United States. He established the African Studies Association, and just a few months before his death, he gave a plenary address at the first International Congress of Africanists in Ghana. One wonders whether a white and Jewish anthropologist could fill such a role today. His scholarly career bridged two very different periods in the social sciences. An earlier era that we can scarcely envisage now, in which racist assumptions were dominant and respectable, and then the transformed academic world of today, in which Black scholars dominate the study of American Blacks and of Africa. One is plunged by this biography into a world that is fascinating and strange, in which there were very few Jewish scholars in American universities, in which it was assumed that anti-Semitism would block an academic career, and in which the fight against racism among scholars was a major task. Herskovits was born in 1895 in a small town in Ohio, into a family of Central European Jewish immigrants. Gershonhorn calls them assimilated and notes that the family celebrated both Jewish and Christian holidays. The Jew has everywhere taken on the color of the culture in which he lives, Herskovits wrote in 1927. And far from identifying himself with his own typical culture, whatever that may be of it, he usually tries to become as completely acculturated as possible to the culture in which he finds himself. The article in which observation appeared had been turned down by the Menorah Journal. We learned this from an earlier account of Herskovits' life and accomplishments by Walter Jackson and was published in V.F. Calverton's Radical Modern Quarterly. But Herskovits had not been fully divorced from his Jewishness. He attended Hebrew Union College in Cincinnati for a while with the thought of becoming a Reform rabbi. In World War I, he enlisted in the U.S. Army Medical Corps. He returned to the University of Chicago, and after the graduation, he moved to New York. He had become committed to the labor movement, to socialism, and to modernism in thought. In New York, he attended the newly established and progressive New School and the then Columbia University, where he wrote a master's thesis in political science defending persecuted trade unionists. Gershonhorn offers no reason why Herskovits then decided to become a student of Franz Boas, a dominant figure in American anthropology. Ruth Benedict had followed the same trajectory. From the New School to Boas's classes, Margaret Mead and A. Irving Hallowell were fellow students. Boas was perhaps the most influential anthropologist in the United States, and his students, A. L. Kroeber, Robert Louis, Edward Sapir, Alexander Goldweiser, Paul Radin, and many others were fanning out from Berkeley to Yale to shape American anthropology. I studied anthropology with Hallowell and linguistics with Zelig Harris, a student of Sapir's, so Boas' influence can be said to have descended also to me. Interesting. It was a glorious moment for anthropology. Boas, educated as a mathematician and scientist in Germany, left his native country. Some biographical accounts say it was because of anti-Semitism and established himself surprisingly at Columbia. The cultures and the languages of the varied American Indian tribes were then rapidly disappearing, and Boas saw it as a task to record the knowledge of these cultures and languages before they were gone. He dispatched his students to live and work among the surviving Indians, and he was in large measure responsible for shifting anthropology from a library study of travelers and missionaries reports to a discipline based on direct experience of the lives of pre-literate peoples. It was a time when money for his kind of research was scarce, when the only foundations that supported research were the Carnegie Corporation and the Rockefeller Foundation. But Boas worked tirelessly to find research money for his students, much of it from a private patron, the anthropologist Elsie Clues Parsons, and to establish them academically. This was no easy task, since so many of his students were Jewish and women, some both, and the American Academy was not friendly to either. Despite all these difficulties, there was a great work to be done in anthropology in the days before pre-literate and non-Western societies had been drastically transformed by contact with Western expansion, political, military, economic, and cultural. Another task to which Boas and his students were devoted was the fight against the racist orientations in the social sciences of the day, the ordering of races on the basis of their physical characteristics, and the assumption that this ordering based on inherent and unchanging biological qualities determined intelligence and culture. Did y'all hear that? And this is what's been going on.
Mm-hmm.
To which his
People don't want
students,
to hear it, and a lot of people don't want to say it. People don't want to hear it, and a lot of people don't want to say it. But it's the truth, and it's right there. It's right in your face. How can you sit there, read it, look at it, fact check it, and then still be like, nah, bro? A lot of y'all is some goofy, man. I'm sorry, but y'all some goofy ass dudes, bro.
man, When Herkovich began to study with Boas, the restrictive legislation that banned Asian immigration and sharply reduced immigration from Southern and Eastern Europe was coming into effect, and the Ku Klux Klan was a major force in American politics. Clark Whistler of the American Museum of Natural History, a major anthropologist of the time, and Robert Yerkes, the Yale psychologist who managed the Army's intelligence test in World War I, were members of the Eugenicist Galton Society, along with Madison Grant, author of the racist bestseller, The Passing of a Great Race. Whistler and Yerkes were also influential members of the Committee on Scientific Problems of Human Migrations of the National Research Council, established during the war to assist the government with scientific knowledge. The committee, Gresham writes, was formed in 1922 to finance anthropometric studies of race that will promote immigration restriction. It was this committee to which Boas had to look for research support for his students. Yeah, she's really anyway. Racist interpretation in social science loomed particularly large because the huge database of intelligence tests of young men drafted for World War I showed a regular order from the favored Nordics at the top to blacks at the bottom. And this was taken as direct evidence that race determined intelligence. To counter the argument for the racial inferiority of Southern and Eastern Europeans, Boas had earlier conducted a famous study of head shape, a principal measure at the time in differentiating what were considered different major races in Italian immigrants and their children, and showed that this measure, assumed to be fixed biologically from generation to generation, changed from parents to children in the American environment. Gershonhorn reports that many years later, another look at Boas's data revealed observer discrepancies. Perhaps head shape did not change as much as Boas thought, but no matter, at the time and for decades thereafter, this study was seen as a major setback for the racist social science. Boas and Herkovich, with him, believed that studies of the physical anthropology of the American Negro would undermine the racist assumption of Negro inferiority. They also believed that racist social sciences would support anthropometric studies. If that was where the money was, that was where they would go. Boas managed to secure financing for Herkovich for a 3-year study of American Blacks. In those distant days, before we knew anything about differentiating people by heredity using blood types, and before the discovery of DNA, physical measurement of the body shape and skin color was the favored scientific approach to determining affiliation to a racial stock. They looking at their body and what?
This is what
To do what?
began it. Yeah, they studied the shapes of the bones, the craniality, etc., to determine whether or not someone had African features. Where they get this whole phenotype thing from.
Well, would you put hair in there? Would you put the ether? The hair. Would y'all speak on that?
What you saying, honey? I'm sorry. You said you want to do what?
I said, would y'all speak on like the hair? You know what I'm saying? The ether. You know what I'm saying? Like
Mm-hmm.
how our hair grows up to the sun, like a flower or a tree. Could y'all speak on that? Because
See,
that's
my con-
that's something
The
I
only
can
thing that I know
look
about
at.
it is that supposedly, when there was earlier writings about the description of what hair was, is that hair grew straight up, and that um, anything that else was a sort of an offshoot from that. It was like a mutation. So hair that was flat was a mutation because it was more akin to the hair and fur of animals. That's the only thing I know about it.
Okay, that's dope. You know what I'm saying? So like what I know, thinking about what we speaking on, I yo, our hair is so important that it's almost a crime to wear your hair the way that you want to wear it. You want to lock it up, they got a problem. You want to braid it up, they got a problem. You have to be a square out here with these folks because when you grow your hair out, you can see exactly who you are. All you got to do is go and search, and you're going to see them same people, and you look just like them when you grow your hair out. And I'm telling you, just on some real stuff, when you speaking on this type of stuff, I believe that our hair is power. It's our ether.
Yeah,
Telling y'all,
they
I'm gonna
they
end right there.
keenly have
You
a
got it.
problem with it. They keenly have a problem with our hair. It seems to be a source of irritation to them most of the time. They want the kids to cut their hair. If they're playing sports, they always have a reason for us to do something to manipulate our hair. And then in turn, they want our hair. Only thing that's acceptable to them is that our hair looks more like their hair. So then that forces us to chemically alter our hair or to do something to it to make it resemble something that they're comfortable with, because anything else distinguishes us, and it sort of it enhances any of our features that make us Indian.
Absolutely.
So they have
Yep.
it's a
Yep.
problem with anything that distinctly separates us in that aspect. So hair, the way we wear our clothes, the way we speak. Sister Bethany was talking about that on her show about remembering when teachers used to correct us. Even our teachers that look like us, they would, they said, "I know
And
that's the way
sis,
that you
just
speak
think
at
about the
home."
way we walk.
Yeah, it's
Just the way
anything.
we walk.
It's not
Just the
I.
way we walk. Literally,
It's
is
Okay.
that
anything.
like
Yeah,
everything about us? Everybody loves, right? But they just don't love us, and I don't get it because
I don't either.
everything that we stand for, everything that we are, people love us, man. People love who we are. They want to be just like us, but damn it, they hate us. What is going on? I don't understand it.
Yeah. Sharice, real quick, I want you to finish, but let me ask you a question real quick. Do you feel like, and I know your hair is natural, mine is too, but do you feel like
Mhm.
white women, especially, they love our hair when it's in its wild, most natural state? That is when I get the most compliments from them. They want to touch it, and I'm looking at them like, no, you can't touch me or my hair, firstly, and secondly, what is this? Because if I'm at, like, I'm a nurse, but I wouldn't ever wear my hair sticking straight up, because it would be a problem, because I got a whole bunch of counterparts that don't look like me. So it's like, okay, I'm not trying to, not that I'm afraid of it. I don't feel like the beef. I don't feel like the looks. I don't feel like the stares. I don't feel like them asking me anything and me having a snap and go off on them. So to quell all of that, I just wear my hair. I'm gonna braid it up. I'm gonna do something else to it. I may silk it out
Is
because I just don't feel
oh,
like dealing with them. But Sharice, you
check
feel
this
like
out.
you get more of that they want to. It's almost like it's a magnet.
Yeah, with especially with locks now, especially when I don't have them twisted, I usually get the most compliments on my hair. Like just up and it's just up when it's just cooling, when it's in its, when they can see everything. I
Mm-hmm.
don't know. They just like it. I don't know. It's interesting to me, but in the
Yeah.
workplace, it's almost deemed inappropriate. It's like you can't be yourself.
Right.
And
That's
I
the
don't
thing.
care.
That's the offshoot of it.
Yeah, but I'm gonna wear two ponytails if I want to. Okay. I'm gonna put that joint all the way in the top, not all of that. Hey, listen, I ain't got time to play with people.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't play that. But but it's crazy. But that's how it is. Like mostly when it's not in its best shape is when not even just white people, all people sometimes it
All
seems like they
people, yeah.
best
But
that.
especially them, I get the most of it when it's wildest. They just want to, oh my God, I love your hair. And I'm just like,
Yeah.
girl, what?
Mm-hmm.
Can I
Yep.
touch it? Just
Yes. People love that
no.
natural.
Yeah.
They love it. Want to put their hands in
Check
it.
this. My locks, they down my back, right? I had a person ask me, "Is that real, mother sucker? What you real? Nigga,
I
it took me 8 years to grow this.
like
What do you mean?
these days. They getting the fake dreads and everything these days. So you can't call.
Mm-hmm.
That's probably why they asking, like, okay, sounds real.
I want to tell them, I said the guys, y'all's hair grows faster than our hair. Y'all's eyelashes, everything. I'm like, if
Yeah,
you ask me,
and our
I
nails
said their
too.
hair
You
is
know what's
real.
crazy? No, you know what's crazy is growing up, my mom and my sister, we we had a beef because my nails and my hair used to grow faster. You know
Yeah,
what I'm saying? So like like for real, y'all. Like
yeah.
our hair is different. We have hair. It's a difference. We ain't got no fur. Okay?
Mm-mm.
Okay, it's a difference. Our hair locks up because that's just what it do if you let it go. Period. We can do
Period.
whatever we want with our hair. Period. We can listen, yeah. Fuck with me on this. And y'all know I'm telling the truth. We can do whatever the fuck we want with our hair. Literally.
Literally.
That's why all of that looks so beautiful. They all look beautiful, man. You can get the cornrows, you can get the plaits. See, look, I'm sitting here naming shit that people wouldn't even know if you ain't part of the culture.
It's true.
Think about that, y'all. This is us. Man, they can't take this from us. And then they want to come in and be like, dreadlocks. What dread? What? We ain't dread shit over here. Our locks are beautiful. Ain't no dreadful nothing about this over here. You see
And
what
our
I'm
hair is
saying, y'all?
unique. I mean, it was like, in Africa, and the people in Africa, their hair is different than our hair. It just is. I'm not saying that their hair is any that's beautiful to them. They need to learn to appreciate it and to learn to appreciate whatever features they bring. But it's just not. We're not. It's not the same, and that's okay. If we're not having anything negative to say about it, it's just not us. And I can't help that other people like what we have to offer with our hair better than what they're going on with their own hair. But it is what it is.
Definitely is. All right.
I hear a lot of people talk a lot of mess. Man, it really irritates me because at the end of the day, man, we know we come from the soil, bro. Like it ain't no, you can't take that, man. Ain't nothing you can do with that. You can just be quiet and move out the way. But we come from the soil, bro. And you know, um, I'm not gonna believe what somebody can tell me. Oh, I'm gonna teach you something. You're not about to teach me shit that my grandma didn't tell me already. Because if you can, then maybe you might be a genius. But no, I'm not going for it. Yo, if there is something in the water, I don't know. But I'm telling y'all, this year already has been, and we only halfway through, has been something different. And telling y'all, it's about to it's about to go up. It's about to go up, and I'm waiting, and I'm happy for it, and I want it to happen because it's time.
That is insane. Crazy work. How you doing, Cake 11L?
Peace, 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 Sharice, peace, OTK, peace,
Yes.
Peace,
Willis
cake
Auntie.
T,
lover.
peace, girly girl. Yeah, it's a good conversation, definitely. Um, One thing you'll notice is, especially like when we were younger and we would have our hair done, everybody would kind of be like fascinated with our hair. Oh, can I touch it? Can I like that's their favorite thing? Can I touch it?
I don't know what that
You
touching
know?
business is. I'm like, no, you can touch my hair
Yeah,
because you
can I
touching
touch
me, and
it?
that's what they don't get. That my hair is an extension of me. My hair is me.
Mm-hmm.
You can't touch me, so you can't touch
Mm-hmm.
my hair.
Yeah.
And that's with everything about us. I was listening to an interview that Gwyneth Paltrow was doing, and she was saying that our women, we love everything about ourselves, and we have such a strong sisterhood. She said we even love uh, our fingernails, and she said she wished that the the pale women actually had that type of relationship with each other. Instead, they're taught to hate each other and be competitive against one another. But she said with us, it's totally different. So I'm just like, wow. You know,
Yeah.
they pay attention to every detail about us. You know, things that we just, you know, this is just a part of us. Like you said, it's an extension of who we are. You know, we're not paying that much detail and attention to it, but they see it and they marvel at it. You know,
Even with
even
Yeah.
family, sis.
to
Even
even
with
down to a sister. Well, one of them was on TikTok, and she was saying, man, when you know when Aboriginal woman say "I love you," it just does something else to them. I was just like, wow.
Really?
Yeah, she that like, and then all of them started getting on the thread and was like, yeah, when they say "I love you," is just so much warmth. It's so much like realness. It just soothes their soul, and I was just like, wow.
I heard a comedian say that. She said she was talking to everybody in the audience, but she talked especially to the pale people. She said, "Don't tell me that you don't get excited when a black woman compliments you."
Mm-hmm.
Because and they all started laughing, but they were shaking their head like yes. And I said, "Wow."
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
We a lot of times we don't understand the power, but I think that what she was trying to say was that hey, when we give a compliment, it's true, it's genuine. You really know you looking good. It's that level of acceptance that we've given them, and they
Mm-hmm.
truly embrace it. It's like oh my God, oh really you like it? You think this is? And it's like yeah, that and I said to myself, you know what, I really don't compliment them that much because a lot of what they're doing or they're saying, I don't necessarily find fascinating. Because I don't hate it, I'm listening, but you know what I'm saying. It's not. I usually am much more concerned about what my sisters are saying
Right.
and how
Right.
they feel about me. I guess so. I guess maybe the extension of that would they would feel the same way. They're more interested in what we're saying about them and how we feel about
Yeah, and they also get upset. Like if you're out, like sometimes I do. I just do just to gauge, you know, where I'm at. Sometimes I'll be in the store and it's just a lot of them, and you know maybe a couple us in there, and I will only speak to us, and I will not look at them on purpose. And it's like they go out their way to try to make you engage and look at them. It's just something really, really weird. It's crazy.
it. It is, yeah, it is.
Can I say something real quick?
Hmm.
Sure.
Sure, sure.
Energy does not die, it's transferred. So when people do things like that, you have to understand that you are vibrating on a whole different frequency, and they just want some of that energy. If they could just get some of it, they can live a little bit longer. I'm just, mm, maybe I shouldn't have said that. Your energy is everything to the world. You give energy to the sun. That's why the sun loves you so much. That's why the sun shine on you. That's why the sun gives you something that nothing else can give you, and that's carbon. That makes your carbon so much stronger, don't it? That's all I gotta say. I got it.
All right. Let me try to finish this shit up. It's a little lengthy. Okay. Herkovich measured blacks in Harlem at Howard University and elsewhere. He used no fewer than 30 different measurements, which today read like high comedy: nose height, nose width, nose depth, distance from crease to the tip of the nose, and so on. More helpfully, he also recorded genealogies from his subjects. what the initial hypothesis to be tested by all these measurements were is not really clear from Gershom's account. But Herskovits in the end concluded from his measurement and his genealogies that there were a great deal of mixture of white in the Negro population and a great deal of variation within the Negro population. He published his findings in The American Negro, a study in racial crossing in 1928, which we got on the next joint right there. And in a more technical account, the anthropometry, of the Negro in 1930. Did this undermine racism? Gershom's efforts to explain how it did verge on incoherence. If race was defined as a group with similar physical traits, and if a group that was proven to be of mixed racial origin demonstrated physical homogeneity, then racial categories defined in biological terms were rendered meaningless, or in the context of racist views of mulatto, infertility, or biological degeneracy. Herskovits' characterization of African Americans as a distinct or homogeneous population group or type of represented an anti-racist position. Herskovits' findings that most Black Americans had a mixed racial heritage and constituted a stable physical type, one with low physical variability, refuted the racist position, or again, any assumption of racial inferiority would be undermined because generalizations about a group of people with diverse heritage would lack validity. Well, it is not easy to think one's way back into the logic of arguments of another era, a logic that may not be either attractive or plausible to a later age. And Gershom is not very good at helping us do so. Otto Kleinberg and Margaret Mead, for whom Boas got money at the same time from the same committee to study Negro intelligence and Samoan adolescence, had rather better projects. We can still understand and make sense of what they discovered and why it could undermine racist assumptions of group inferiority. As the Boas students spread out for their research assignments, Herskovits was unable to sublet his friend Margaret Mead's apartment in Manhattan because the landlord did not rent to Jews. The publication of The American Negro, a study in racial crossing, did not convince racist social scientists that anything significant or substantive enough to undermine their position had been established. W.E.B. Du Bois was extravagant in his praise, but Carter Woodson, the eminent Black historian, attacked the use of anthropometry or physical measurements to distinguish the races. The very method, he contended, gave support to racism. Differences in progress, he wrote, are due to environment and opportunity. Boas and Herskovits would have agreed, but they had somewhat unthinkably followed a traditional approach that could not at the time undermine racist assumptions, which was their principal objective. They could prove that no race was pure, but this did not overthrow racism. Why did Herskovits move from this kind of work to the more fruitful study of the Black diaspora in the New World and its origins in Africa, and how he developed an increasingly conviction that African culture had in various ways shaped and been retained in American Negro life? Is not clear from Gershom's account. Gershom places this next and major phase of Herskovits' career in the context of the prevalent debate about American identity and how it was influenced by the huge immigrant waves that were coming to an end in the 1920s. The issue could be phrased in terms of the conflict between the desirability of assimilation or Americanization versus the maintenance of particularist group identity. Listen, hold up. So let's go back up here. It says, why Herskovits moved from this kind of work to the more fruitful study. Fruitful, meaning what? Fruitful study of the Black diaspora in the New World and his origins in Africa and how he developed an increasing conviction that African culture had in various ways shaped and had been retained in Negro life. So what do increasing a conviction? What do increasing conviction mean? Putting that in people's mind, right? Putting that in your spirit, right? Making
If
you
it
think
was
that that's true.
right, if it was
Oh,
fruitful, that
okay.
just meant that it was more.
It was money involved. There was some type of
Mhm.
benefit from it.
Yeah.
There was some type of benefit by putting that this ideology out here about us. Okay. So how many times we gonna keep saying it?
So I get so mad.
Huh?
I think about Tamir. I think about Tamir Rice. I
Mhm.
swear, sir. When I see stuff like this, man, look, I'm a man, yo, for real. Like, but it's so it when I see things like Tamir Rice, it hurts, man. It really does. And when I see stuff like this, it reminds me of stuff like that. You get what I'm talking about?
Yeah. And it's crazy
And
because the author
don't,
doing this don't even know
it
why
don't
he's
just
doing
so people ask us why are you this way? Why you act like this? Why you go off? Why? Because man, when are we going to be left the fuck alone? That's all we asking. Leave us the fuck alone. That's it.
That's it and that's all. That's it and that's all. Hold up, y'all. Real quick.
Say I'm hustling and I'm grinding. I'm making moves with my money on my mind, and I can't fall short. No, no, always keep it thousand, slow mo. Say I'm hustling and I'm grinding. I'm making moves with my money on my mind, and I can't fall short. No, no, always keep it thousand, slow mo.
OTK, where's you at? I thought he was going. Oh, okay. I'm about to say, I
Yeah,
thought you would have. Yeah.
it's your come on.
I'm
Talk
sending
your
you.
shit.
I'm back here researching and sending you some information. Check your email.
Okay.
What's going on, cousin?
Let me know.
What's happening?
What's
Hey,
up?
what's happening? What's happening, goddess? What's
Hey,
going on?
look, OG.
What's up,
Check
Riri?
this, OG.
Lies? Yo,
Let me
what's up?
let, let me highlight you for a minute. Hey man, keep stepping on a goddamn net. Look, bro. I'm so tired of these motherfuckers, bro. And when I listen to your channel, bro, I already know you not coming to play at all. I love, man. Keep stepping on the neck, bro. Real talk, and that comes from me for real.
Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you. I mean, even it's just becoming normal. Like you don't even mean to and don't try to, but they just have a habit of just putting their necks in the wrong damn place. So hey, I mean, I'm not gonna move. I'm not gonna change my course or my path for somebody who want to be stepped on. So hey, fuck it.
Yo, that's why I love my nigga, man.
Wild
Yeah,
ass,
bro.
wow.
That listen. That was a mic drop right there, bro. That was funny as shit. I love you, bro. Listen, we have to do this, man. We have to do this for us, man. It's about us. It's about our youngins. It's about our elders, man. This is about us, y'all.
Right.
Sometimes you just gotta pop out and show niggas. You feel what I'm talking about, y'all?
Yeah, yeah, man.
Okay.
But see, I don't like when
Your
they come
own
at
self.
the woman,
Sometimes you just gotta
that's
do
trying
what
to
you
bring
gotta
this info out. Don't mess with them.
do. Yeah, yeah. Some niggas, listen, some niggas just deserve a whole lot of leave alone. You know what I'm saying? But
Yeah,
man, look, y'all, listen, everybody can't go. That's a fact. But when we able to come up here and do this shit together
They not
and really
nice.
be able to talk and have a conversation and figure out what we can do next. See, the thing is, what we can do next is get the hell off this damn computer or whatever we on and talk to each other for real, and make some
facts,
shit happen in the city. You know what I'm saying? Where we come from, what you got going on in your own city. You're talking to the children, what you doing? You feel what I'm saying? So, um, for me, man, when I come up on these platforms, I want y'all to know that I know it's a lot of bullshit going on, dog. But guess what? Who gonna stand up to it? Who gonna stand up to it?
Like,
Is it gonna be us? Is it, who gonna do something? You feel what I'm saying? So I just want to be the one to say I want to stand up to this shit, and I love our babies and I love our elders, and we have to protect them. And that's all I gotta say.
yeah, man. Where I'm gonna tell you, man. I like when my sisters them bring this information, and they easy to listen to. You know what I mean? They're easy to listen to. They way more patient. So I'd be damned if I fight to help these sisters come up here to help build up they confidence to come up here and keep teaching and they keep doing what they do. I'd be damned if I let a incompetent, incompetent that will probably be a damn Munich in real life, uh, messing with these wild ass Indians. You know what I'm talking about? I'd be damned if I let them stop sisters from
so do.
no, no. Not my sisters. No, no, no. I'm not. And I think that's what hurts them. It hurts them when they see a woman coming into the information and coming into becoming one with herself and putting herself in the story. That is scary to them because now when they really see how much power and influence the woman had over the chieftain, that's what's gonna bring all this thing back right. You know what I mean? For instance, a lot of families in the South start splitting up once grandmama left and went on
Mm-hmm.
to her higher place. A lot of families struggled because they didn't have nobody to replace grandma, which you ain't gonna have nobody to replace grandma, but somebody to step up and still do the things that grandmama used to do, get the family together.
Facts.
See, we lost a major gap. And at the same time we was losing that gap, our men was getting incarcerated at high rates. Our woman was getting put into housing and say, no more daddy around. Now you get the daddy around, you might as well pay rent. See, a lot of stuff started happening, man. And it all put together. And now these idiots act like they can't see this, or like they wouldn't a product of this, or like their environment wasn't affected by this.
Got the nerve to be spewing certain rhetoric and acting like you didn't experience it at any capacity. It's wild.
Right, right. You are who you are, man. If that's who you want to be, then so be it. I would never tell you no otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, I think for them, a lot of times I listen to what they don't say, and since you seem to have the same host of characters that are in this predatory type, but a lot of times they don't ever really mention certain things. and then they do mention certain things that kind of align with their thinking and why they ended up feeling this way about it. Just like one of them said that he didn't know his grandmothers. He didn't know either. It was totally okay. Hey, I don't. Can, hello?
Hello.
Is it me you're looking for? Oh,
Yeah,
my
I'm sorry
bad.
because the phone started ringing. I'm sorry.
Okay. I was in.
Yeah, so wait.
God damn.
Okay,
How
what
long
about
that can only mean one thing?
oh Lord.
Sis, you got damn near 1,000 tabs open.
I know. That's on my little article.
Yeah, you gotta get out of all those tabs because all of them still running long as they open. Even though they might be on pause, they're still running. My bad. I don't know if it was me, but girly girl, you was breaking up. I don't know if it was me. If it's me, tell me. Then let me refresh my computer side.
All right, hold on. There's a couple of things. Okay, that was the video for yesterday. Stand slate. Okay, I'll just go back to that. We're just still on this Herkovits train right now. All right. Yes, peace and love to all the Aboriginal, Indigenous, Indians, y'all. And let me just make something clear too. Like this, is my last day this responding to any other foolery. Last day, and I'm Beyonce from here on out. Okay, Beyonce don't say a word, and that's what it's giving. You don't get nothing else. This is all you get. So enjoy it. Enjoy it.
All
right, sis.
Okay. The phone started ringing. I don't know, something went crazy. I don't know. Anyway. So what was I saying? Okay, so I'm listening to what they're not saying.
Tell them you busy right now with OTK.
I don't know who that was. It was so weird. It just was not even a number showed up. That was what was weird about it. Anyway, a lot of times they don't have a connect. I don't think that real connection that other people have with their families. I don't think that they have it, and I think that that's why it's easy for them to dismiss and to take on whatever they're taking on, whether they be working and this is something they're being paid to do or whatever, because at a certain point, this affects your real life. So if you're totally okay with calling your grandmother a liar or saying that none of this affects you and that nobody ever mentioned this to you or that you never heard this or that you really have connections to your Southern roots, it doesn't align with you coming back spewing all this hate towards us. It don't make any sense. So that's why I'm thinking it's either they don't have a real family or they're being paid to do this. Because other than that, they can't be that all of them together can't be that crazy. You know what I'm saying?
That's why I love them Chicago niggas, man. They have no problem telling you, man, we love our family in Mississippi or Arkansas. We love it. It's just our family that left and went up east. You know what I mean? That got cocky for some reason. You know what I mean? Like we better than y'all. Like,
but what? I have three cousins that were all born here and they moved to New York and they live there with their mother. But they live in Brooklyn. I don't know, but they love us. And like my grandmother died 12 years ago, and it was kind of almost like the family just sort of broke apart and everybody was doing their own thing. And then when my sister got married, she's the baby of the bunch. It brought everybody back together. And since then, we built this camaraderie and this community back up to our little family community back together, our little piece of it. And so it's just them. That's why I say I don't understand. It's not a New York thing. It's a them thing.
Right. You're absolutely correct, because our cousins, them that's from there, they still call home. They always want to come, dog. And they come. When they come, they bring in new shit down to be like, yo, y'all on this? and then they're gonna take new shit from down here back up there because they know they're not up there. But now, I mean, you're right, it's them. And you're right, they absolutely lost their connect with grandma. And it's easy for them to just forget about it.
Yeah, just to dismiss it.
Shouts out to Hawkeye, man, who still remember his country family, but he just loved New York. I don't blame him.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. I get it. Because home
Hawkeye
is
just
home.
love fucking New York. You know what I
Much
mean?
as
I
we
ain't
love
mad
South
at him.
Carolina, I love Texas. I love
I know them
Houston.
New
You
York
know,
Indians was no, so
you know what I'm saying? I get
I
it.
know
It's
they
home for
was
them,
back then.
but they just weird.
Woo, I know the New York Indians was something. Okay, I can only imagine what they was like.
Well, it's only one Empire State, but I'm gonna say this. Um, a lot of the hate really comes out of jealousy. So a lot of times when we're looking at our lives, we don't really see like the greatness that other people see in us. So because we don't see that, we don't see, a lot of us that's on here, we can go and talk about how close knit our families are and how close we are with, either grandmom or mothers and fathers and uncles and aunts and cousins. But a lot of people on here that's outside of this community, they can't say the same. And
Yeah.
so that causes a lot of vitriol and a lot of hate. A lot of people, you got to understand, like on the East Coast up north, a lot of us, our parents, um, they were on drugs real bad. So if our grandmothers didn't, take us and help raise us, or an older aunt or uncle or somebody like that in the family who was stable to be able to raise us, a lot of us ended up in foster care. And so a lot of us don't know who we really are. Like when we're talking about being able to go and just get our family's records, it's not easy for many
Oh,
to
I didn't
go
think
find
about that.
family records. It's not easy at all.
Oh no, it's not.
Do you
It's
think
not.
it's hard? It's harder for you think for people who are families migrated more towards the East Coast, because I mean I know there were Indians there already, but the ones who left from the South and migrated in that direction. You think that it's harder for them to
It's
find their records?
I would say it's harder for the ones who was caught up in the really the state system. So foster care, being adopted.
Right. There we go. That's what I was. Yeah, that's what I figured you were getting at, Peg
Okay.
Lavelle.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's harder for those to be able to find, who they are, who their family members are. When they do find them,
Oh, I got
it,
something good to this too.
it's
Go
it's
keep going,
always normally
ladies.
is, oh, we're happy that you found us, and then that's the end of it. You don't really build any true relationships out of it. It's and
Okay.
that's the really bad thing about what the drug era did
Hmm.
to our families, especially on the Northeast coast. It was horrific.
Oh, they
Yeah.
tore us down too, sis. Especially with that 20 for 1 rock. Oh, they tore us down. They tore us down out here, man, in the South.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, everybody felt it.
That East
Every
Coast got tore
Yeah,
down.
everybody felt. I want to say all of us felt it.
Yeah.
However, down south, you still had grandma still had her home. Granddad still lived there. So the grandchildren, even if our parents was, on drugs, the grandchildren still was raised by their grandparents.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. And you know what's
Hmm.
crazy about that too, sis, though? Let me tell you what they did to us. When they started threatening grandma and say, yo, Anybody get bust on your property selling drugs, we got the right to come on your property at any time, or we can take it from you. That's what they try to do. We was like, shit, I tell you what, this gate will be up. Let me see you come down this dirt road. This is all a paved road. Once it say dirt, that means it's privately owned, homeboy. You know, that's why I tell them, boy, police don't come down our road. They got to be called.
Yeah, real quick, Grand Rising, everybody. Big Dog.
What's up,
Philly
OG?
OG.
Big dog.
You know,
Philly OG.
I see, you know, they did the division tactic. You know, they hit the south with the Bible Belt, and they hit the north and the west with the indoctrination, the education. And they also hit, you know, the Georgia with the indoctrination. You know what I mean? That's what I see. And then by each state having its own laws and it's like its own country, that divided us also. But I see the main thing that divided us is Muslim, Christians, Moors, Baptists. You know, it took us from who we truly were. But that's all I wanted to say.
You
Much
know
love
what?
and respect to all of
You know
y'all.
what, Big Dog Philly OG? I can respect that. And the reason why I can respect that, because what if these people took on this as a sign to try to stay closer together, though? But then it turned out into being something different than what they thought. Could that be a possibility too?
Yes, sir. It could be a possibility, of course. I
Right.
ain't ruling out no possibilities.
Right. Exactly. Okay.
But that's all I wanted to say. Y'all been going in. I appreciate y'all. You know, Sharice, the other sister, you already know. Much love to y'all. Realize and you know, OTK, you know it's on, brothers. You know it's on, man.
All right, let me see if this is gonna play without messing up, child. Let's see.
In Los Angeles, and I got a text that said we need to talk, which is a little different for my family. Those were the other secrets that had been unfolding in my family over the decades. But when I walked in, they were very quiet, very serious. And I had about a month earlier signed up my family to do Skip Gates' show, Finding Your Roots. I had read the scandal was ending. He said, this is it. We can research your family. We can figure everything out. We were all so excited until his team delivered some DNA kits to my family. And I was thrilled. My dad started to have panic attacks and I didn't know why. I couldn't figure it out. So I asked Skip to talk to them. I said, you know, maybe he just needs to talk to another Black man of his generation. He might be thinking.
So, and how was this panic attack showing up with your dad?
He wasn't sleeping. He wasn't eating. He was irritable. And they kept saying that they were changing their mind about finding your roots. They weren't comfortable anymore. And I didn't connect it to the DNA kits. I just knew something shifted and I didn't know what. So I asked Skip to speak to them. When Skip got on the phone with them, he said that my mom sort of threw out a hypothetical. And she said, let's say, perhaps, for example, that maybe Gary was born of a sperm donor. Would that show up in the DNA testing? And Skip said, yes.
Yeah, it
would.
Yeah.
And they said, well, we're not going to do the show. Thank you so much. And he said, whoa. Wait. And Skip really, God bless him, convinced my parents to tell me. He said, in my experience, when people don't know this and they find out when their parents are gone, there's no opportunity for healing. There's no opportunity to reconcile, to make peace, there's more unknowns and more difficulty emotionally. And so that's what happened. I walked into the apartment where my parents were and they sat me down and my mom said, I know that it took us a long time to have you because that was part of the narrative of how I came to be. She said, but we used a sperm donor, basically.
And your immediate reaction, I think your immediate response to your dad was incredible. Will you share what you said with him?
Yeah. My immediate reaction was actually excitement and curiosity, but I also could read the room and I knew that they were feeling really distraught and afraid. When I looked at my dad, he seemed terrified that me learning that he wasn't my biological father was going to mean that he wasn't my dad. And I knew that that wasn't the case. I knew that my dad is always going to be my dad because I have tremendous parents, despite the fact that in that moment I knew that they had kept this truth from me for decades, for my whole life. I said to my dad, I guess I realized sitting across from him that up until that moment, every time I had said, I love you to my father, it had been on the condition of a lie. It had been, there must have been some part of him that thought, she loves me because she doesn't know.
Yeah.
She loves me because she thinks I am her dad.
Yeah.
And maybe if she finds out.
Water. I know you're going to say it. I'm going to start bawling. But anyway.
So I said, Dad, you are going to have a chance now to know what it feels like to be loved unconditionally. And that has been the experience, you know, that I have been able to, my dad.
But my overall, my reason for playing that was what Kate Lover Ill said. You know, like not only is some of our people got to deal with like, being adopted and things like that, they have to deal with finding out that some of them might have been born of a sperm donor, a lot of different things, and that can really change the dynamics. You know, when we're talking about finding out who we are, right?
Right.
And for some of us, and I thought that was really fascinating. What you guys think?
Yeah, and I think that maybe that's by and large a large part of why they totally negate when any of us say, hey, there's DNA, yes, and DNA can connect you. That is that's what the test is designed to do, is to connect you to somebody else. But connecting you to a landmass, or saying, or connecting you to a gigantic group of people, is not able to do that. That's just the test. It just isn't able to do that. And from my standpoint, I'm thinking about, any testing that we do on patients, the test is designed to do one thing or maybe two things, but to try to make it go outside of that scope, it's unfair to the test, and it's unfair to the people that are conducting the test, because you just simply can't do it. It just simply isn't, you're unable to do it. And I think that by and large, they want so badly maybe to have a connection with something, that then they say, okay, hey, listen, this DNA thing, see, this is what they're saying. They're saying that this test connects us to Africa. And see, why aren't you going to, it connects you to somebody else, doesn't it? We can do this too. And it's just like, no. But there may be a desperation there that we are not seeing, because they, you know what I'm saying? They don't have a connection anywhere else. And they're grasping at straws.
Yep. That's all it's been. Straight bullshit. And it's not right. And like what they've just done.
No. Their behavior is vicious. Don't get me wrong. I'm not feeling bad for them on that aspect. They still hateful. But I do feel bad if they can't connect with their family because something is preventing it, like, they were adopted. And so, what was a good deed, and somebody taking them in and loving them, has now sort of been a bittersweet ending for them.
It's facts. Like, and I think that that's what that DNA test does. It doesn't, like you said, it doesn't connect us back. And I've shown the video time and time again. So it's never going to connect us to Africa, no matter how hard everyone tries. And I think what the biggest thing for me is why does the African have to take over? Like, why is that the end all be all of our existence? And why are they trying to subjugate it to that? That's the part that's really that's what I'm mind blown by. Just when we see consistent evidence of records being changed, of identities being changed, of how many times they change, there's no way that no one can put two and two together to understand how fucked up it is. But go ahead.
Think about this on some, like, If you don't call us African, they cannot connect our they cannot connect to our greatness. We are great people. That's a fact. Nobody can take that from us. Now, if they don't say African American, if they don't call us those words, nobody can connect to us, and then we don't connect to nothing that's great. The thing about it is that we are a great people. That's a fact. And the only reason for these people trying to connect themselves to us is because if they don't, there is nothing that they have ever done that is great. Don't worry, I'll wait. I'm like Cat Williams. Don't worry, I'll wait. Tell
Yeah,
me what you
that's
have done
true.
that's great. You know what I'm saying? So I understand like where they come from, but at the same time, but don't try to play us like that. Like, see, the thing is, right? A lot of people try to claim that warrior status. The thing is, though, like, yeah, you know, don't do that. Please don't do that because we really cut like that. This is where we come from. This is what we do.
And not only that, I often ask them, remember yesterday, Sharice, I was telling that guy, I kept saying, hey, we created this lane, like I wanted, if we weren't already, we were already great. You came into greatness. You and your family came into greatness.
Yep.
You know, we were, we were already an established people. And the only reason that, you were able to come in and do any of what you were able to do is because this greatness that our people had already laid down. You don't have
Yep.
any roots here. I do. Generation upon generation upon generation of it.
We taught it. We taught it to them. That's how
Yes,
they knew it.
and so
Yes.
I'm like, invention upon invention upon invention. You can see our culture everywhere. Everybody wants to be us. Who don't want to be us?
Yeah.
You can turn on that. You can turn on any Japanese, Korean, Asian YouTube channel and see them dancing like us. They trying to curl their hair up like us. They, I mean, just it's anything about our culture has permeated everything because it's wonderful. The food, and we love each other and love each other's company, and we don't even have to go outside of that to be and to exist happily. They got a problem with that as well. So I don't. That's what gets me about the whole thing is that they don't see it and they want to give it to somebody else consistently. And they'll say, "Oh, it was Africa, Africa, Africa," and I'm like, "But they're still in the Stone Ages. You can't create this greatness out of that. You can't."
I'm telling you, it's crazy work what was done. Like just the mind being manipulated. I think that was like the biggest thing. Like even in the video that I showed on OTK channel, the same thing. Just a mind thing where they want people to believe a certain narrative. Like even the image that they put out there in the 1700s, which they kept saying is a image that is pretty much false. Because when you put out these pictures and things like that, what they're not doing on the back end is thinking about the human side of things. And what they ended up doing was going to a more type of statistical route. He said that. And I found that extremely fascinating because that's exactly what happened. They stopped thinking about who could possibly survive this journey. 90 days, time zone changes, route, direction. How are you getting there? Who's leading the way? All of these things. So,
You know, they didn't even speak the language, man. And then people talk about names. It's like people didn't even speak the language. Y'all understand that? I I swear, much love to Empress Hobart, man. My auntie Fire and Ice, man, because yo,
Oh
they
yeah,
didn't even know
she's
the
lethal with it.
language when they got here.
Mm-hmm.
And y'all talking about we got their names and they didn't even know the language. Man, come on, man. They didn't even know the language, bro. They had to learn their names, bro. They got listen. Can you tell me any person outside of the Americas that got our names? Just name one. And name me one person that came in here and still had their name or took our name. because we ain't take no name from nobody. This is our name. This is who we are. And y'all want to sit up and say and act like we just, man, come on, bro. Johnson, Jackson, all that stuff, man, that's us, man. The Millers, man, that's us. That's us. They took our names, bro. These people couldn't even read or speak our language when they got here. Stop the crap.
Shit, I heard somebody
So
say that Johnson was just John's son.
Yeah.
That's what I heard. That's just John's son. But anyway, keep going.
I mean,
nah,
it's just
sis.
so many
You know
things.
what's
Yeah.
crazy is all I wanted to say is that because it irritates me how people say, "Well, you took their names." Well, you show me any Caucasian people anywhere outside of this damn country that have names like us. Don't worry, I will wait because they are none. They stole our names. This is our shit, and I'm gonna fall back because I'm telling y'all, man, I'm with all the smoke. This our shit.
Period. This our shit. Oh, he ain't never lied.
I
He
just
ain't
want
never
to know
lied.
why. I just want to know how they can think that we exist. I mean, that we came out of whatever they have over there. I don't understand. I don't because you would have to do the civilization or lack thereof, I should say. It would be the same, and they have pockets of civilization, and they're totally opposite of who we are. I mean, that nothing about them is the same as us besides that skin color. That's it, and it's not even really the same.
Exactly. And that's what I was saying too. That's not really the same.
You know what? You talking about skit? Look, hey, y'all, listen. I don't want to toot our own horn, but look, can a brother get real? Man, listen, y'all. Man, ain't nobody red like us, man.
Mm-mm.
Red? What? The copper color? You feel me? Who the red bones? Who? Let me ask y'all.
Red
Who?
bone, yellow bone,
What,
all of it.
what
Mm-hmm.
other people? What other people have a red bone in their damn classification? We call each other, man. We even call each other nickname Red. What's up, Red? Come on, man. We the red bones, man. Look at your hair in the sun and see if it don't look glistening and it shine like copper. We different. We different. I'm so sick of these man. Listen, I'm trying to be nice to these people, but I'm so tired of playing these games with them. Y'all need to fall back, small back, because for real, man, this train is coming, y'all. Yeah, I know everybody on this panel know exactly what the fuck I'm talking about.
Yep.
Y'all better get the fuck out the way. This beautiful, this skin, you know what I'm saying? The way we age, the way that we do our thing, the way that we swag on a motherfucker, the way that we can coordinate from top to bottom, our hat gonna match our shoes type shit. Y'all better leave us the fuck alone, dog. I'm telling y'all. And I'm being nice saying it this way. I'm serious, man. Leave us alone because I'm telling y'all, we know who we are. And we ain't nobody else but the Amaru. We know who we are. And I'm gonna let that go right there.
OTK, you got some commentary? A girly girl.
Yes.
Did you see Shar's question on the screen?
Yes, unfortunately, I did. I am. I often tell
That's
this
all.
story about what we were being called, and the story that I tell people always is the story of me, my sister, my mom, and my dad. All of us born same county, same city, same state. In a 33-year period, all four of us have something different listed on our birth certificates. Now we all the same family. My mom and dad are colored. I'm Negro. My sister is black. Now we all the same family, and she and I are their offspring. We got the same mom and daddy. So to ask us what we were being called back in the day, I don't think they knew what we were being called back in the day. There's no reason for anybody, especially people in the same family, all four of us, they have different classifications on our birth certificates, and we're literally from the same place. My mom and dad were born in the same hospital. One March, one December. My sister was born in the same hospital in 1988. She's Black on her birth certificate, though.
Hey, well,
That's
sis, you know
craziness.
what? My great great grandmother was born in 1907. Her brother was born in 1901, and they were classified as Indian.
See? But the Negro is the Indian
Fact.
by what is
But
it?
they
By
but they changed us to Negroes, and once they got to change us to Negroes, then they was like, all right, we got these niggas because we already didn't change them, and now they gonna be okay. Look, y'all, come on, man. Do y'all not see the fucking game? That's why I get mad at these damn Pan Africans. Like, bro, y'all don't see the game in this shit. Like, you a grown ass man. Look, y'all, if you a grown ass man or a grown ass woman, and you can't see the bullshit behind all of this shit, man, I don't even want to talk to you, man. I don't much want to even think about having a conversation with you. This shit is stupid, y'all. We know who the fuck we is, a bunch of wild ass Indians. Tell me I'm lying. Somebody stop me when I'm lying.
Hey, I ain't stopped you yet.
That's real shit, y'all. We gotta listen, y'all. It's gonna take a village to raise up these children. For real. It's gonna take a village of all of us. Because listen, it's past us. We have to go at these children and let them know who the fuck they are and give them some backbone and give them a lot of them is unguided missiles, y'all. And I got that from DJ Cut. A lot of them is unguided missiles, y'all. For real. And you know what's crazy? Is when I go out in my neighborhood and I talk to these young ones, right? They tell me, man, y'all forgot about us. Y'all don't care about us, man. I'm telling y'all, go out and talk to these babies, talk to these children. They need us. And I'm telling y'all, once it go down like that, it's over with. It's over with. It's over with. I'm telling you, it's over with. They ready. They ready. And so are we. The a little bit older than them. You know what I'm saying? 38 to 28. You know what I'm saying? Like, and then down to the 18. They ready, y'all. But we just gotta be there and do it for the right reasons. I'm telling y'all they ready. And so are we. And I just want our OGs to know it's gonna happen in your time. I give you my word right now. You gonna see it. You gonna see it. I give you my word on that. Because it's time. And we not playing with that. All this old disrespect shit that you see on the interweb, dog, we waiting on the chance to see that shit in real life. Now I'm not taking it there like that, but I'm taking it there. I'm telling y'all, we are waiting to see one of you uh thumb thugs, you thumb thugs out in real life, man. Y'all better stop playing with us. We don't play no games like that. Leave us alone. I said it before. Leave us alone. If you don't, it's gonna be a lot of problems on a lot of people's hands. And I turn it back over to you, sis.
So Shasson continues to put in the chat about Negro and Black. Negro and Black do not mean African. And when I was growing up, we had Negro History Week. And then at some point, I think when I was in junior high, it became Black History Month. And when I went to college in the 90s, HBCU, they started with the African stuff. And like, if you go to HBCU, typically they will have like well, when I was there, it was Black History, and so you could take Black American literature like for your English, and I did. I took it, and we did the book that we considered for the both semesters was the anthology of Malcolm X, and we even and my teacher she said, we're not doing roots. She says, I don't think that we need to revisit that. She was like, and there's been some controversy about its validity. She was like, so we won't be considering that, but we will be considering, we will be doing Malcolm X. And so, they started to push that African stuff. You start seeing the dashiki and the kente cloth and stuff like that. But for the most part, and I never took to it. It was never anything that, but when you're in HBCU, you're kind of surrounded by this whole Black thing and African thing. But
was that
we
around
didn't,
91?
yeah, but we weren't, Negro and Black does not mean African. It just doesn't. And it wasn't anything that we really began to hear in like abundance into the 90s. And this was after Jesse Jackson proposed this thing, and I was still in high school when he did it. And even then, nobody talked about it. We weren't saying like, oh my God, we glad that we're at, they finally, identifying us as Africans. We just kind of look at it like, okay. And some people had really harsh things to say about it, and others were just kind of like, okay, if that's what they're telling us, that's what they're telling us. But my grandmother is telling me we're not African.
I believe that was around 91, if I'm not mistaken. Like, they came out with the curriculum. You know what I'm saying? It kind of started in '89, but then like around '91 is when they started making up the curriculum and they started teaching it in our schools. Because I remember, I'm an '80s baby. I remember when they started teaching that in our schools. It was around '91, like literally, y'all. It was around '91 when they really started teaching it. It became a curriculum in our schools. They started teaching us this shit.
Well, I even asked my
Y'all
sister,
go
she's a
do
millennial. She said that I asked her last night, I said, did they teach you that you guys were African in high school? In school. And she and I went to the same schools. She went all these years later. And she was like, they never taught us that. I said, what about slavery? She said, we had brief, snippets of it. She was like, but there was never, they never came out and said, y'all are from Africa. She said that stuff I learned that like on television. And then I asked her, because she has a pendant of Africa that one of her Nigerian friends gave her. I said, but you have this pendant of Africa around your neck. She said, yeah. She said, because it's solid gold. She was like, if one of my Nigerian friends gave it to me. She said, but she didn't give it to me because she's saying we both African. I said, oh,
right,
okay.
right.
I said, y'all
Look,
discussed it?
right?
She said, yeah. She said, we discussed it, but it wasn't anything like she's saying, sis, I'm giving this to you because you're my African
Y'all, with
sister.
our children, they understand it. They really do. They get it. Like, we ain't the same. Just how we got it. Look, y'all, come on now. We was all children at one time. Let's be real. We understood the difference. We knew that we wasn't them. Y'all, come on, man. Don't be no fool. Listen, not a coincidence. All you damn capers, dog. Stop playing. We knew we wasn't them, bro. We knew it. Come on, man. Don't be stupid right now, bro. We knew we wasn't them. Even when we walked out of our house and we looked at them and we went home and was like, Mom, yeah, I seen another black person today, but they don't like they called us them, and my mom was like, no, you're not them. My grandma was like, oh hell no. My grandma was ready to go to war. You not no hell no. You ain't come off no boat. So I'm saying, y'all, let's just look at this shit logically. Literally, you can look at them and tell them is not us. Why do y'all? And I'm talking to not a coincidence. Yeah, I'm gonna say your name again, bro. Cause you, bro, you the nicest one, but you be up here just acting a fool. And I'm saying, bro, you know you not them. You know damn well you ain't nothing about you like nothing. Literally. There's nothing about you that's like them. They not like us. We know that, bro. And that's why I love that brother made that album. Cause guess what? I bang it out. They are not like us. No one is like us. Because we stand alone, bro. Everybody's gonna be just like us because we stand alone, bro. Y'all brothers better, man, listen. Everybody can't go. And if your ass is stuck on that other side when it come time for ass whooping time, all right, I'm done. I'm done. But when it's ass whooping time, don't find yourself on the wrong.
Yeah, I want to add also that I'm an 80s baby. I'm a millennial. So growing up, being called a African booty scratcher was fighting words.
Yeah.
Nothing
Right.
like we wasn't proud about anything African. That wasn't even a part of our culture. It wasn't
What I'm
until
saying, these
you
people,
got older where you're in college, you're older now, so that programming really manifests heavily once you were in college. Outside of that, you would, I mean, in the generations before me, my mother, their generation, she said that they will fight you if you was called black. Somebody called you black.
There we go.
Those are splitting words.
Yeah, my grandmother said that.
I told that fool chaotic truth that on OTK channel
yeah,
last night. I said, yeah,
that's a
using the
fact.
N word, yeah, word, son. Trust me, you can say violent,
Look,
whatever you want to say. You can love to do that.
if
Love to
you
label
call somebody,
bitches violent. Yeah, call me an N
hell
word
with
and
it.
see what happens.
Call me
Which
black, yeah,
N
boy,
word, Sharif?
or boy.
Negro
What
or
about
the
boy?
other one,
What
the one
about
we don't
when
like?
they used to call us boy?
Mm-hmm. All right, give me 1 second. Okay, Shawson, what is your contention? We're not going to spend a lot of time arguing with you. So I
I
just
don't
want to know.
really, I don't really got no contention. I just wanted to get clarity on the question I asked earlier. Nowhere did I say that Negro or black meant African. Um, the problem is we have terms in this country in the states that were applied, like Straight Smoke always say, applied terminology, and you can't manipulate those terms. You can't add your own idea of what they are. I asked you what did people commonly call themselves because um these terms apply to certain people. They may not mean it, but they apply to certain people. So when
Yes, sir.
y'all like to say, like, I always point out the census and who's classified under what. Indian has always had its own category, and black and
I
Negro
don't care if we
were
have.
always in the same category. Then they eventually become African American in that same category. Um, what I'm saying is this idea that black people were just these original Indians. It would reflect if, again, I'm sure, girly girl, you probably was born in the 70s or the 80s. I was born in the 90s. And I'm sure people that was born in the 60s, 50s, and going back, Indian was never the top common phrase for our people calling themselves. You do have people. I will say that you will always have black people acknowledge. I got Indian in my blood. I'm sure that's always been a thing. But the actual title of a common phrase when you would ask somebody has always either been black or Negro, or maybe even colored, because color applied to our people and Indians technically. I don't believe an Indian would say they was colored because they're very prideful. They've always fought to be their tribal names. So to me, like I said, if we were always Indian, there would be a era where that reflects. Oh, we Indians, and there's no era like that. You can ask your parents, you can ask your mom, your grandmother. They're never gonna tell you that the
That's a lie.
average black
That's a lie. That's a
person
lie. That's
was.
a lie. That's a
Can I
lie. My
finish my
great
statement, brother?
grandparents,
Can I
my
finish my
great
statement, brother?
grandparents, them in the 18,
I
1900s.
promise
Can
you,
I
OG,
finish
That
my
was a
statement,
common
brother?
thing. That was a
I'm
common
a,
thing.
I'm gonna ask
Can I finish my statement,
OG.
brother? I'm not gonna cut you off,
I
OTK.
promise you, I got you. Let's
Let's
just.
get
Oh,
longer.
I promise you, I got
No,
you.
I'm
Yeah.
not getting long with it. I'm just I'm
Go ahead.
I'm just saying, this y'all panel. I'm not gonna be long.
You
What I'm
hungry
saying is
as
OTK.
a
Hold on, OTK.
Just bring
OTK.
plane is what I'm saying. So
Yeah, I
we can
got
get it.
you. OTK. Like I know that the common phrase for people like us was never "I'm Indian." You was born in the 70s, I'm sure.
Say that again. Say that again.
The common term amongst the masses was never "I'm Indian." You know that's not true. Now
In
you probably had some people
in the 70s
in
when
the
I was
70s. Black
born.
people was running around in South
Hold on.
Carolina. The average. Hold on. Hear my question.
Yes,
We're
yes,
gonna see if
yes.
we're gonna see if you real.
You had the older people still claiming that.
Listen, OTK. Listen to
But
what I'm
we was
saying, OTK.
indoctrinated from school. See,
O,
my mom and them era is where the indoctrination from school took place.
OTK. Hold on.
Yes,
You jumping,
exactly.
OTK?
Let's cool. Come on, Shy, be for real now.
Because you keep cutting
My
me
great
off, brother. Let
grandmother
me
didn't
ask the
care about no
question first,
school like
brother.
that, dog.
OTK. What I'm
On some real shit right now, bro.
Okay.
OTK. All I
I'm gonna let OG. I'm telling you, bro. You don't want none of this smoke, bro. You tripping, bro. What the hell are you talking about, man?
so again, I'm
For real,
gonna
cuz.
ask
You really
OTK
don't, hold
again.
on, wait a minute, hold on,
OTK.
cuz. Hold on. I didn't let you
Y'all
talk.
cut
I
me
let you
off,
talk,
brother.
didn't I?
I
No,
didn't cut you off when you was
I
talking,
let you
brother.
talk, didn't I? Let me
No,
talk
but you
as a
no, you
man.
cut me off.
We
I
had
let you
a
talk.
conversation. We had,
I
hold
didn't
on.
cut you
We
off,
having a
brother.
conversation.
Yeah, but
You
let
know
me
what?
land,
You
brother, because
got it.
I'm not gonna cut you off. What I'm
You got
saying
it.
is
Go ahead.
you got
You got
people,
it. Because I like
people
when y'all niggas, but y'all
Okay,
telling
cool,
y'all
but I'm
damn
not coming
self.
up
Keep
here with
talking. Go
no negative energy towards you, brother. I'm not coming up here with that. What I'm saying is we have to be honest about these terms. You see how I'm not saying, you see how I said, I could have said I never heard nobody say they was Indian. I literally said I like the black people saying, yo, I got Indian in my blood was very common.
Why are you
I
saying
could
all
lie and
this, man?
say I
Finish
I
your
could lie
point,
and
man.
say that's not the case.
No, get to your
When
point. I really want you to get to your point. Because
I
you
can if
tripping,
you
bro.
keep talking,
And
brother.
I'm
What
not
I'm
going to sit
saying
up here
is
and keep on listening to you on some
you
bullshit,
don't
bro.
have
I
to,
can't
brother.
do it, bro. I'm
Okay,
telling you right
I'm really
now, bro.
not
Get
talking
to
to you.
your
I was
point.
talking to Sharice and Girly Girl, and
Please
now I'm
get to
talking to
your point,
OTK,
brother.
brother.
Please,
What I'm
please,
saying is
brother.
OTK,
Please.
you a 70s baby. My mom's a 70s baby.
Okay.
In the 70s,
Shasan, just
black.
ask the question, please. Can you just so that they
Well, I
can
asked you
so
already,
everybody.
Girly Girl, and you already proved my point. OTK, in the
Well, then hold
70s,
on. Well, then if that's your question, then let me answer it. Let me answer it.
I
Let me
saw
answer
your
it.
answer.
Okay, but that's what
Yep.
I'm trying
Go
to
ahead.
tell you. I'm trying to explain to you that there's a reason why all of our races were changed in such a short period of time. Yes, my great grandmother was an Indian, but she didn't self enumerate. So on all the paperwork, once they left Virginia, then she was no longer an Indian. Her dad was no longer an Indian. They moved to Texas. Then everybody that came after them, including my grandmother, was no longer an Indian. Everybody listed them as black. So her
Have
mom's an
you, brother,
Indian.
ever
Hold
heard of
up.
wild Indian?
Her mother and her grandfather were both Indians, and their race got changed, reclassified when they moved to another state. When they moved out of the protection of Virginia, they were changed. So then, at that point, does that make me not an Indian because somebody else changed their race? We gotta stop being an Indian because somebody else said they weren't one. Because they looked at them and said, "What's your color?" What's the color that I'm looking at? I'm looking at black skin, so that's what I'm gonna write. And that became their race. I didn't stop being an Indian because somebody else reclassified them. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's why I'm telling you that we were all reclassified in 33 years. In less than 50 years, you got 3 racial classifications. That doesn't make any sense. That's all I'm saying.
Well, one,
Unless they
again, I'm
was
not
trying to
saying.
hide who
Well, one, again, I'm not
unless
taking
they
away
were really
nobody's.
trying to hide who we are.
I'm not
That's the
taking
only
away
reason
nobody's Indian heritage,
happened.
Girly
When you
Girl. You know
sit
I'm
up here
not
and
that
talk all
person.
that crazy, but for real, the only reason why you try to reclassify people is because you don't want them to know who they really are. Period. Point motherfucking blank. Go ahead.
I was saying that I wasn't really, I'm not taking away your Indian girly girl. And even if your great grandmother was moved to a different place and on paper they changed it, she still would identify as I'm not saying what people was changed to on paper. I'm saying what the people was saying themselves. Because even if you change my identity on paper, I'm still gonna call myself what I want to call myself.
Hey, Shasan.
So
They were doing that. They were
Shasan.
still
oh my
calling
Shasan.
God,
themselves Indians.
No,
Hold
Shasan,
bro.
up.
let
Wait a
me
minute.
ask you
Go
this
ahead,
real
bro.
We're
I
having a
can't land.
conversation.
No,
I can't finish my statement. Go ahead.
you good. I understand what you're saying. But let me ask you this. And I see what angle you're trying to go. you're trying to specifically see that name Indian. But let me ask you this. If Africans are around a group of Africans, would they individually call themselves African or would they call themselves by names?
Can I respond peacefully?
I just need a quick response real quick and then I'll give you the second part of my question.
They're gonna call themselves by their tribe, but here's
Why
the
they try?
thing with
Okay,
that.
all right, stop right there. Stop right there. So now when you're steady saying nobody was going around claiming Indian, why would they have to go around other Indians claiming Indian? They would just say, I'm Cherokee, I'm
They,
Chickasaw,
but
I'm Choctaw, I'm Edawan, I'm Siouan, I'm Petey, I'm from the Edisto. You wouldn't have to go around and say that you Indian because people will already know who you are.
correct. But here's another.
Okay,
All right, correct. So
okay,
look,
all right.
look.
So that angle
I
that
got
you're
you. Wait,
trying to
let me
pull
ask you a
pretty
question
much.
now.
Hold on, wait,
You asked me a question. Can I ask you a question?
wait. And I want to say something real quick. I'm gonna interject real quick, and to emphasize the fact that they were calling themselves Indians. My great grandfather, when they came to Texas, he told his mother, he says, "I'm going back to Oklahoma on my land." He said, "Because I don't like how I'm being treated in Texas. I want to be treated like an Indian." So and so that's why he left Texas and went to Oklahoma, where he had acreage, where him and all his siblings got parcels of land. He got 160 acres and so did they, all each. And so they left because of that. So you're asking us why they weren't calling themselves Indians. They were. It's what everybody else is classifying them as.
Right. I mean, just by calling
I'm
yourself
not
by your
asking that.
tribe,
I'm not
just by
asking that,
announcing
girly girl.
what chieftain you are, you're already saying, I'm indigenous, I'm an Indian. Just by saying what tribe you are. You know why? Because damn sure ain't nobody know no fucking African tribe. And let me
Can I
stop
ask you a
using
question now,
tribes so
OTK?
much and let me use chieftains. Let me use chieftains and
Can I ask you? Can I ask you a question now, OTK? You
ahead.
said you from South Carolina, and you said you grew up in Chicago, and I would expect that to be the 70s and the 80s, right? So here's the thing, just like you just said, people would be saying their specific tribes. They wouldn't say they was Indian. When you grew up in Chicago, was those black people running around saying that they were if they were asked what they were, they just would not. Everybody in Chicago at that particular time was telling you an Indian tribe, or was they saying they was black?
Man, thanks, Uncle.
You heard my question?
Oh, nah, my uncle had called me, man. Indian business way more important. What happened now?
Oh, okay. I said you grew up in the 70s and the 80s. You said that nobody people would say they was from a tribe, they were Edawan, you know what I'm saying, Cherokee, whatever, right? When you was growing up in Chicago and you asked a black person what they was, you telling me that all of those people that the majority of the people that you met in Chicago that was what we call black people was telling you an Indian tribe and not saying they was black people?
Oh, to tell you the truth, dog, that wasn't a big thing in Chicago because them people know who they was. My
No, I'm
grandmama
asking
said
you, what did they refer to themselves as?
that she was an Indian from Arkansas.
You said
My
what?
granddaddy said he was
I'm
an
not
Indian from Mississippi.
That's what I'm saying. So people was just so the black people in Chicago in the 70s, the common phrase that they
I
would.
wasn't there in the 70s, bro. I went there in the 80s.
You went there in the 80s. All right. So when you went
84,
there,
same year Mike Jordan went there, and the year before the Bears won the Super Bowl, 84.
all right. So when you would ask the average black person what they was, they telling you an Indian tribe and not black.
Nobody wouldn't ask them what they was.
Yeah,
That's what I'm
No.
telling you.
So
Chicago different, bro.
what I'm telling you. All right. Look, I was born in the 90s. The phrase I heard commonly amongst people like me and you was black people.
Right,
That's
because
the
you were
terms I
in the
heard.
90s. Okay, all right. Listen, shot
Girl,
son.
wait, pause.
Hold
Wait,
on,
pause.
shot son.
Girly girl said she
I
heard
might
Negro.
can agree with that, shot son, because Check it
Wait,
out. Let me
girly
tell
girl
you for
said she's
instance.
all the way in Texas,
Check it
and the
out, bro.
common
Listen.
phrase
In
was
the
Negro.
70s. In the 70s.
In the
Yes.
Check.
70s, right? She said the common phrase that she heard was Negro. What was the common phrase that you heard,
Nah,
Oshi?
in the
Specific.
70s, we probably nah. What common word?
I
In the
said
what?
black in the 90s. Girly girl said Negro. What was the common term that you heard amongst the masses of people like us when you was growing up?
I heard black, but I always heard those whispers of Indian,
Oh,
baby.
no,
Yeah.
I said that, Sharice. Remember what I said, Sharice?
Oh,
I said
colored.
black.
I would hear colored.
Up, and this is the point here. Hold. This is my channel. Chill out.
Yeah,
Listen.
colored.
Here's the point. When they say that shit, and even my father, his birth certificate, he told me his shit say Negro. Look,
What year was
these
you
are
born, Sharice?
terminology. 60.
Shit, my people's them
60.
shit say. My people's them shit on the military records, dog. That motherfucker don't got no race. That bitch got complexion.
Mm-hmm.
1800s complexion. It didn't have no race.
It had complexion and it had citizenship. And then they
It
put
had
U.S. and then
complexion.
they asked them were they Indian. And then they would check yes.
Word.
And a
Girly
lot of
girl,
times,
girly girl
And see,
understood the
I
question
ain't
that
one
I
of
was
I ain't
asking.
one
I
of
don't
the
think you
ones that lie
I don't
about it.
think you
I ain't one
understand
of
the
the
question
ones
that
that
I'm
lie
asking,
about it.
OTK.
Look right here. This is a military field record, 1800s, and you can see. Hold up, where the complexion at? It says complexion right there. Hold up, day of such and such. Damn, I'm looking from another camera. My bad. Hold up, is it up farther? Boom. It says colored complexion, colored, black eyes, or whatever color or black. You see what I'm saying? It don't say it didn't even have no race. And this is his military officer writing this. Didn't even have no race.
yeah, that's the shit that they put on us. That's the problem.
And we weren't racially mixed. It wasn't like you're going to be walking up on somebody saying, okay, hey, what nationality are you or what race are you? Because everybody is like me. I keep trying to tell people I am steeped in people that look like me. I didn't go to school with white folks until, oh my God, maybe high school. And it was 7 or 8 of them. My entire class of people look like me.
Nine.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, me and girly girl kind of got the same story. I didn't go to school with many. I didn't go. I didn't go to school with white kids until I got to high school myself.
I didn't go to school with them. And I mean, it was the same 7 or 8
Hey,
kids that I
son,
have
you know what's
always known.
crazy? You know what's crazy? Me and my cousin Darvis just was talking about this shit. Like when I was in Chicago, all motherfucking people that look like us, bro. When I came back home to South Carolina, well, because of the military base, is like 3 minutes away from us. They built the military base on some of my family, them land and shit like that, because our cemetery over there that they wouldn't let us find. We fighting to try to get access to that cemetery since they closed the base down, and it's just it's a nuclear weapons school now. It's like a college. So dog, listen, I grew up with a bunch of Asians that was joining the military and shit. Man, you had what they would call the poor white trash. That's who was around my area. And now they became sergeants and fucking sheriffs and all that because they grew up with the motherfucker who we around today. So like that all black shit or whatever they want to call it, all color shit. I didn't see that shit till I went to Chicago, bro.
Yeah,
Now
yeah.
we
Somebody just recently asked me about racism in my city in
dominate,
Jersey
but that
City.
shit was crazy though. Like they said so much shit about the South, about how the South was so racist and all of that shit right there. But shit, we couldn't have been that much fucking racist if this motherfucker been diverse like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't in my city. I didn't grow up in the era of like racism. Somebody just asked me about that. By the time I was born, it was the area that I lived in was predominantly black and like Spanish, and it wasn't really too many white people around here. So, but I have heard stories about like the 50s, the 60s. You know what I'm saying? Before they started, we had white flight. Y'all heard of white flight, right? That's like when like white people started moving to like suburbs and stuff like that out
Yeah,
of the
but we
what
don't really
we
we
call
don't really
inner
have
city.
that in the South.
Oh,
These
Yeah,
people
yeah,
leave,
I
come and
know.
stay. Yeah.
that's the name.
See, like where I'm from, you
See, it
can't
was
go to a side of town and say, "Hey, that's the Irish side of town," or that's the Asian side of town. You can't do that down here. Like if you find a spot like that where you can say, "Oh, all the Spanish over there, or all the Irish over there, all the Asians over there," man, I'll give you 500.
No, we have that. We are segregated.
Yeah, we
Still to
ain't,
this
and
day.
that's crazy, right? South
Yep.
Carolina now, supposedly the slave capital of the world. Ain't segregate? I mean, ain't segregated? Make that
I'm gonna
make
tell you
sense.
something. I'm gonna tell you something real, OTK. Every time
And
I've been to South Carolina,
it gotta make this make sense though, Shah son. The most famous major slave state is not segregated.
it's not segregated.
Yeah, it's not split off, bro, like that. The same people, same places
I
where
mean,
you will
I don't really know.
you will see races like us too, bro. We got money too down here.
Yeah, I was
It
about
ain't,
to say like every time
it
I've
ain't
been
no
to,
way that they
ev-
can separate. They could
I was
they
I was about to say
coming
like
into our shit though, but you know, it's all good. Go ahead, Sean. My
I was
bad.
saying like I've only been to two areas in South Carolina. Like I said, like my family from Berkeley County and my best friend family they from Marion that side, and those the only two places that I've ever like frequented. Saying, and I've never seen many
Berkeley
white people.
County is the biggest county in South Carolina, bro.
Now I know that. No, what I'm saying is
So you know
every time.
Berkeley County can damn near mean Myrtle Beach to Columbia.
Look. What I'm saying is every time I visited South Carolina, I've spent time down there. I've never really seen too many white people like in the areas that I've been in. Like you know what I'm saying. Like I don't know if those particular areas are just happen to be predominantly black, but I just never seen a lot of white people.
Now, you know what areas you see in Shah son? I know what you're talking about. You're talking about areas where the man never came at. That's why I keep telling people it's places in South Carolina where these so-called colonizers never touched. So that's why I asked them, how the fuck can all South Carolina be colonized when this place is the white man or no other motherfucker foreigner ever touched? And you just admitted it just now. Because that community that your people's them in, a motherfucking foreigner never probably set foot there. And if they did, they probably still in now, and it's probably only a handful of them. And they cool with everybody else. And they probably got kids by somebody over there. That's how they get to come in. I'm telling you,
You
dog.
ever experienced racism in South Carolina?
Like you know, inner racism, like you know what I mean, you might find a group of white boys that didn't like black people or something like that because they might have came from other states that had that shit, but they get their ass beat up.
Yeah, I never
You know what I mean?
experienced
Yeah,
it.
so
I never
I didn't experience no racism like that. No.
my first time seeing racism was in Virginia, in Richmond, and I heard that
I
Richmond is
experience more racism now than I ever did growing up. And it's from all the immigrants and migrants that's coming. Not the ones that supposed to be here, not the ones who got the right to be here. It's the new ones who don't know how to act.
I'm
Because
sorry.
they ain't get the message yet. Go ahead.
They look like some straight up. I'm serious. I'm scared, Mo. They out here looking like they got guns and they look scary. I'm not gonna lie.
yo. I'm gonna tell y'all something, right? I was popping shit on Cuddy channel one day saying like, yo, migrants, the issue, like my city ain't really got no we don't really got a migrant issue in this part of Jersey. But the other day I was coming home from work and I seen a whole family. When I tell y'all like they was like moving bags by the bus terminal, like it was like two women and like three kids, and they looked like they had moved. I said, oh shit,
Shit.
like
Talk
where
too
they going?
fast. Yep.
Yeah, I
And
was
listen,
thinking
these
like where the fuck they
motherfuckers
go?
say they
But
was letting
I'm gonna give you a
5,000
secret
people
though.
cross the border every day. They say they closed it down to 2,500 until they got it underneath control.
All right,
5,000
so
people a day, bro.
Look, I'm gonna tell y'all this. I'm gonna tell y'all something about my particular. I'm gonna tell y'all something about my particular city. Like Jersey City is like right through the tunnel in New York. All right. So what the migrants do, right?
Necesito
Up
la troca, yo necesito una más cerveza por nada. Órale.
upper New Jersey, like the city like north of us, is like Spanish hub. Like this, it's like three cities after us that's like Spanish hub. So when they come here, they try to get there. West New York, Union City, all of these places are like super Spanish. So that's why my particular city is really like a migrant hub because they know where to go. You know what I'm saying? It's not a lot of black people or white people in those cities that I just mentioned. So, you know, those always been kind of like Spanish hubs, whether they Ecuadorian. The further you go up Jersey, it get more Spanish. So, you know, they run to those places. It always been like that. So that's why we not really seeing it like that. You know what I'm saying? It's definitely a problem, but you know.
Hey, Big Chief. Yeah, you absolutely correct. But you know what? That's another thing too. Down here in South Carolina, where the parts that I am, those, those Africans, man, that come across here, these motherfuckers will literally embrace you because they trying to find out what you got going on, how you that successful, people that look like them, any other place they go, I guess, you know, because I don't know where they be taking them at. But they look at you like, yo, big bro, such and such. Now, the ones that come through from the Ivory Coast that speak French, them the ones that don't fuck with us. Because they getting the memo. Like, do not fuck with those people right there. Stay away from those type of people right there. Yeah, that's crazy. So that just goes to show you, man, different states has different cultures, it has different situations going on because each states make their own law. When we're dealing with state law, your state controls that. Federal law is something totally different. Just like marijuana is legal federally, but shit, marijuana is not legal in South Carolina unless it's medical or you got a grower's license. You know what I'm saying? And that way they trying to get you in corporation and get you right. So when they do legalize it, they already got their own farms picked out so they can keep the dispensaries full. It's coming though. It's coming. It's coming. Go ahead, Sharice. My bad, sis. I'm sorry.
Oh no, y'all good. Y'all good. I was
Sharice, you know about them DC blacks. I don't know why you up here trying to act like they ain't. Nah, I'm messing with you.
like, boy,
Up
DC
here acting like them brothers down there claiming Indian. And you know them DC blacks is proud.
man, shit. Guess what? You be surprised how many of them know they Indian.
Nah, a lot of them got Indian because you know they from a lot of them from Virginia, so they gotta have that in their blood. Like I tell people, like it's common for black people to have that Indian in their blood. You know what I'm saying? Like I wouldn't doubt that.
African got to take over though, Shasta.
You said what?
Why? I said, why do the African got to be the dominant gene? Like, why
Well,
is
to
that?
me,
Is
like,
it?
all right, let's be real about these terms and stuff like that. To me, the African really, because I've never remember I said in the chat, I'm not saying African has ever been the top. That's never been the term. Like, I don't recall no era where black people was running around saying we African. I could be wrong, but that might be somewhere maybe early 17. I don't know. I've never heard it. You get what I'm saying? But the only thing close to African that I would hear is African American. I'm a 90s baby. So African American and black is the terms that I've heard. Negro too. I've heard Negro, you know what I'm saying? But those are the only three terms I've heard. I don't think that it has to override. Again, if you because I'm not against black people identifying as Indian, because a lot of people do. Like if they want to identify as Indian, it's no crime in that. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying I don't know why black people didn't choose to have that. Like the same way we be like we black. How I'm saying right now, black people. I should be saying Indian people. That's what I'm saying. I don't
You
know
know,
why that's never been the common phrase.
as well. And they were identifying these people. I don't. Why is that so hard for you to accept? Like that.
Wait,
That
identifying who? What you mean? I didn't hear you. I didn't hear your whole statement.
the census enumerators are going around and they're changing documents and they're crossing things out. They're putting in place what they want to put in place. Is that not reclassification?
No, I get that part, but what I'm saying is no matter what I change on paper, that's like me right now. I could put down um Cynthia on paper as much as I want. You still gonna call yourself Sharice. Like that's what you know what I'm saying? Like I can call you what I want to call you, but that's not gonna make you call yourself that. So that's what I'm saying. Even when did black people say, all right, fuck it, I'm a Negro, fuck it, I'm a black person, pardon my language. Like I don't think our people just accepted that.
They didn't, and we've shown a lot of documentation to prove that people weren't just accepting this terminology, but people were lumped into two categories. I think that I feel like I've shared this a lot of times when we're talking about two caste societies, black and white, trying to create racial parity, things like that. These things were going on. These eugenicist movements, Shaw. I don't understand. I don't. I just don't know why you're missing that part there
Wait,
about.
what I'm saying is the pushback. What the people we refer to as Indians, right? They started allowing that term to be on paper, like in the 1700s with treaties. So even if they was calling themselves, we know that they was calling themselves by their tribal names, like OTK said. They accepted the Indian thing, the maneuver. I get that, right? So they're already being called this term prior to the census. They don't get put on the census until 1860, but they're already being allowing these colonizers to call them Indians. What I'm saying is if black people, if everybody felt like they was Indians, and like y'all feel like these other Indians are not the real Indians, there would have been some pushback. When we have these black power movements, there would have been some pushback from the people. Listen, we in because you could have been calling yourself an Indian from the 1700s. I don't have no reason to call myself black if I know I'm from an Indian tribe. I don't have to use that ever. I don't have to use that rhetoric. It's not synonymous. Black and Indian are not synonymous in the states. In the states, when we looking at American paperwork, they're two different things. The logic there. So I don't have to call myself black. I'm Cherokee. I'm Chickasaw. I'm Lenape. I don't gotta claim. I don't.
But remember, they left they left the protection of the state that they were Indians. They came to Texas, and then that's why my great grandfather said, "I'm going to Oklahoma," because in Oklahoma he's an Indian. He's not going to get that. He's not going to be able to. No one's going to afford him that in Texas in the 1850s, in the 1860s. No one's going to afford him that, and he didn't like it, and that's why he left and went to Oklahoma. He says, "I'm gonna live on my land," and then. At this point, when you're here, now you own land. You own land in Texas. You are being enumerated. You're voting. That means that all those rights you have given that up. If you stay on, if you're on land and you're voting, that means that you are a part of the system that they have in place. You're not going to be afforded those protection under your Indian nation because you've left that. So that's
Yeah. But girly girl, here's the problem. If it was such a crime to be an Indian or you couldn't claim it, they wouldn't enumerate these people and acknowledge them on paper. There's no crime there. Like so.
What do you mean enumerate them?
Wait, what I'm saying is this from 1870. There's all types of Indians, people on these census labeled as Indians. So if it was such a crime, if by your logic they don't want nobody claiming to be Indian or it's just this big thing to not be Indian, they wouldn't acknowledge it at all. They're acknowledging Indians in every state. So if you wanted to say if he if he wanted to say he was an Indian, that's why you said he wasn't being treated like an Indian. Being treated like an Indian and having the privileges of your land and being called that is two different things. That's could be an Indian. Left. No, because he's not getting the privileges of being an Indian. Not that he was not being called an Indian.
He said he wasn't being treated like an Indian, is what he told his mother. And
yeah, I get that. But what I'm saying is if a numerator saw him or they asked him what he was, he could say he was an Indian. How do we know this? Because there's all types of Indians that pop up.
He was listed as a mulatto
in every state.
He could say he was an Indian, but the enumerator is like, oh, whatever.
No. What I'm saying is listen to the logic. People are trying to project this logic that okay, I can't be an Indian, so I guess I gotta say I'm black. That's not the case. That's just false. Because they're not stopping people from being identified as Indian on paper.
Yes,
There's
they
tons of
are.
them on the census.
Yes, they are.
No, they're
They
not.
are.
No, they're not. That's a
Okay,
lie.
so
If that's the case, why is Indians on the census in 1870?
Okay, hold up. If they're enumerating them and they're saying, "Hey, I'm going to put what you are," you don't have a choice in it. They came by the house and they said, "Okay, who lives here?" And the woman at the other house is standing there. The man in the house is standing there, and they're listing off all the children and they're listing off everybody. They're not asking them anything. They're saying, "What did you see?" They black. They're Negroes. Or they're mulattoes. Because sometime in the house you'll have mulattoes and you'll have black people. Or Negroes. You have them all in the same house.
So girly girl.
Yes,
So girly
I
girl.
had that in my family.
I got you. I believe you. I'm not in states where there's no reservation. The Indians that didn't leave South Carolina, they didn't leave the Southeast. In 1870, they're in regular areas. Why are they putting them as why are they enumerating them as Indians? What makes them say, okay, cool, I'll put you down as what because your logic is you can't be an Indian. It's a crime to be an Indian. I can't say it out loud. I can't tell nobody. So what's making them put all these Indians on the census in 1870 in multiple states? I'm confused. If it's a crime, it's a crime. If I don't like nobody claiming Indian,
I'm looking at you and your skin is dark.
Indians.
You're not an Indian. You're not an Indian. Your skin is dark. I'm putting down what I see. I see black. I see
so
dark
like
skin.
so the people wait.
I don't care that you're
so
telling
all
me
the people
Cherokee.
that's
I don't give a shit
Indians.
about that. You black.
Wait, so all the people that's Indians in 1870 that pop up in damn near every state, you're saying that they're light skinned?
In my case, it was true. In my case, that's what happened. They were light skinned people, very light,
predominantly
with them real light eyes.
So wait, so wait. Let me say this. Let real quick.
Hold on.
No, hold on. I'm building with it real quick. Are you saying? Wait.
Hold on, bro. You just asked the question. Hold on.
I'm responding to girly girl, brother.
Hold on. I know, but I mean, she cleared it up. She said in her line, in her tree, yes, that's what was written down. Okay, I can attest to that because my complexion, Indian, will be one that the census take a look at. And if my Indian brown-skinned mother is not home, they're going to look at the son or either the neighbor and then make their own judgment. Is that correct? Yes or no?
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. Listen.
All right.
You know, so that's a big wait.
So now
wait, hold on, brother. Let me get my question out. You got 1,000 questions. Let me ask you a question.
During the time of
No, you telling me to hold on. Let me ask a question, brother. You got 1,000 questions for me, and then when I ask one, you try to run it, act like you can't hear me.
I'm trying to understand where you're coming from. Yo. I'm trying to understand where you're coming from.
I'm about to tell you. Let me say what I'm saying. Bro, I don't want to drift off this Indian thing real quick, brother. We could get to the census. That's nothing.
Listen, this is about what you're talking about, bro. Is this during the time of the 5 civilized tribes? That's all I want to know. Yes or no?
So you didn't hear the question that I asked.
No, I'm asking you. I just got back. So
okay, cool. So let me repeat it. I got you. So I told girly girl, right? Because again, her logic is these people, it's a crime to be Indian. You can't be Indian. They're not allowing you to say you Indian. If that's the case, why in 1870 are there multiple Indians that pop up in multiple states? If it's a crime to be classified as an Indian, you wouldn't see it. You would just see black and white people.
Son, what year did you say?
In 1870, you start seeing a lot of Indians on the census.
What year did a lot of Indians? Yeah, you started seeing that because that's when they actually initiated that as an identity.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, Sharice. She's saying that it's a crime. Like they're on the census in 1870.
Is this federal census or state?
Federal, brother. So
All
when
right, man. I told y'all need to clarify when y'all be talking about these census.
because I don't acknowledge state census. I don't acknowledge them, brother.
What?
Oh, but you have
What?
to though.
Oh
No, I
my
don't.
God.
Oh, you
my
have to
God.
acknowledge the state
Don't you know
census.
sometimes the federal don't even come around? They go off of the state census.
Yes, you have to. You have to
And you
acknowledge
and
it,
I'm gonna tell
especially
you
in
this, bro,
Texas.
because I helped do this.
Yeah, you got to acknowledge it, that state census, especially in Texas.
I don't acknowledge it because one, I don't see much difference with them. That's one. Two, even the state census are like those. When you look at certain places that like have like an Indian territory, they have like the Indian scroll like census or like the rolls. It's still the same thing. Those people that's Indian on there would be Indian on a regular census. So it's not saying much. It's really no difference there. And if you got a person, here's the thing, right? If you got a person, Sharice, remember you showed that source where the I think what was scratched out in Delaware? Was it Negro scratched out or Indian, Sharice?
Indian was scratched out,
Indian was
and
scratched out, right? And somebody put what they put the Negro.
they put NEG for Negro.
They right on top of it, right? Here's the thing with that, Sharice. How do we know that those people that they scratching out are full-blooded Indians? That's a rhetorical question. We don't really know. That's what they identifying as. That's why I gave you the example. Remember the other day I was giving you the example of my nephew. My nephew is half black and half Filipino. If he chooses to identify as black, and that's what you see on paper, does that mean he's not Philippine? You wouldn't know because you don't know him. You just looking at a name. So those people that scratched out that got Indian on there, and then it's putting Negro. We don't really know if they Negro or Indian or both. We don't know.
Can you fill out this paperwork yourself today?
What? Fill out what?
Can you fill out your own census paper today?
Yes, you can. A lot of people don't do it. I've looked it up already. Yes, you can.
Could you
Yes,
fill
you
out your
can.
own in the federal government if you wasn't in the federal government job or the military?
Wait, you said what?
Could you fill out what you wanted on the federal census at that time you're talking about if you're not in the military or if you don't have a government job? Can an ordinary person fill out all their homework, all these shit that you can do now? Can they do that back then? Let's go.
Well, again, I reference what I could show and prove. When you look at the census instructions, it literally tells you that they had to ask. You guys are projecting this idea that they're putting whatever they want. Now, again, my logic.
No, bro, that's what they
Listen,
said.
bro, can I answer, please? I'm not cutting y'all off. I can hear y'all
No, but
questions.
hold
Just
on.
let
We
me
can't
answer,
let
please.
you, but we can't let you lie.
But you keep cutting me off, brother. I'm not lying
because
about
I got to
nothing.
stop you, but dog, you're not gonna let nobody lie on you, bro, in the streets. Stop it.
Yeah, but can you not cut me off, brother, so we can understand each other so you don't have to misquote me? Thank you. What I'm telling you is that y'all saying that they're just doing lookership and they put in whatever they want. To me, that's hard to believe because I look at census a lot all the time, and people have 3 and 4 kids. If they're doing lookership, how are they guessing at a time? Mind you, a lot of these census predate birth certificates. They predate birth certificates and they predate social security cards. How is these enumerators guessing your child's name? OTK, you might have 5 kids. How is this lookership person guessing all your kids' name? That's what are they, psychics?
They weren't guessing the children's names.
How are they guessing their age, their occupation? That's lookership.
Listen to me. Hold on. When you look at those census records, that's why OTK told you that you have to look at the state's census records as well. If the enumerators were not allowed on people's properties, like a lot of them were not, they would have to go to the state census, and that's how they got people's names, the names of the children, the age of the children. A lot of times you'll see them say about whatever year it was because they
what paperwork what paperwork was they using? You said they go into the states. How did the state get this paperwork of these people's names? That means people gave it to them, right?
Hey, Sister Cherise, do you got
no,
that?
make this make sense. How could
Do you got
somebody
that
get your
paper
name
that
without you
showed
giving it to them?
Did I send you
On
that paper
paper.
that paper that's written?
I live at this address,
That showed
but
the
my
census
husband
takers was
with
writing
his
what they
gun
wanted
is not
to.
gonna let you on our property. So you go to the state census and you find out our names, the names of our children, and
Yes,
these
that
are my
means
children.
that means you had to have filled out some type of form to identify
I didn't fill
yourself.
out shit because they the same thing that they did. The state
No,
did
your
when they
mother filled out your birth certificate. Your
All right,
mother
hey,
filled out
Shy
your
Son.
parents filled out your birth
Okay,
certificate.
Hey,
hold on a second.
Shy Son, check this out. If we the ones that's doing the writing and they're not doing the writing for us back then,
Who
why is
told
my
you this?
family?
OTK? You making up
I
shit,
keep
brother.
telling y'all
Hold on,
about these
hold on,
birth records.
hold
I keep
on.
telling y'all
This
about these
goes to
birth
show you
records.
that they
The
was
nurse
doing the
filled it
writing,
out.
bro. My family name has been misspelled on different census.
Yes, I'm agreeing with you, OTK. But
Say
how
this.
did they get the name? How are they doing looking shit but got all the people that's living in that household
No,
name?
because
How?
Because the
They was
state
talking
census
to
Who
us
broke
gave
it
it
too.
to them? Where
down.
did they get it from?
They
from
was
the
talking
state.
to us too.
I
At the
know that,
same
Juice.
time, they
I
was
know
talking
that, Juice.
to us
They're saying that the
and
mother
writing
told them
down
that.
Because
whatever
Juice,
Native
they
I
want
agree
to
with
do
you.
sometimes.
American.
Juice,
Sometimes
I
they'll write
highly
the
agree
truth.
with you, Juice.
Yeah, sometimes they'll write the
I am
truth, and
Nanico.
sometimes they'll write what they want to
And
write also. You know what I'm
have
saying?
They misspelled our names. They
Because
That's a
they
misspelled
was
the
fact. They
asking
children's
a different
definitely
names.
misspelled a lot of names. That's a
Okay,
fact.
look,
and,
They
look.
and if
put
you're
the wrong
standing in
age.
front of me, they put the wrong place of birth for our parents and the grandparents. You know, a whole lot of shit because they
Oh,
were
I've
not
never
allowed on the
seen that. I've
property.
never seen the wrong birthplace. All my people records say
Oh
this.
no. I have grandparents who from census to census, their parents' place of birth is somewhere different.
Check
One
this
time it
out.
was Georgia, one time it was Virginia, the next time it was South Carolina. I'm like, well, where the hell was their mom and daddy from?
Check
I
this
didn't
out.
realize that they weren't telling them, they were writing whatever they wanted to write.
Yeah, and
No,
Charlie
that
could
could
be
have been a
spelled
fam.
four
No,
different
that could
ways.
have been a family member telling them that don't know.
No, because the whole page would have that the parents were from Georgia. You would have 5 or 6 or 7 different homes with children and parents in them, and you go down and you look at every single parent that every single one of their parents were born in Georgia. I said, everybody, mom and daddy from Georgia. This is crazy, and they living here in Texas.
A lot of those people in Texas from Georgia, girly girl, you know that. A lot of them came from
But you
Georgia.
telling me that every single person, we're right next door to Louisiana,
No,
especially here in Houston.
girly girl. It depends. Here's the thing, girly girl. It depends on when these particular
No,
you hold on, girly girl. You have to factor in the times of migration and the generation of people. I just
I'm
recently
here.
learned.
I'm here.
Hold on, girly girl. I just recently learned that a lot of people in Texas, just like you just said, I would expect that a lot of people in Texas is like Louisiana, Oklahoma. There's a lot of people originally from Georgia there.
From
Yes,
Carolina, bro.
my
The
family is one of
Carolinas
them.
too. Yes, the
No,
Carolinas
no,
too. There's a lot of people in the Carolinas.
listen. When you read something that say Georgia, they're talking about people before Georgia was Georgia also.
There you go.
All that was the Carolinas, bro. Alabama, parts of Louisiana. That's why you will see people got family from the Carolinas, Tennessee, all of that, dog. We all got similar ties.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I have
Carolina
families from
broke up now
counties
into
that don't even
3
exist
fucking
anymore.
states.
I got a set of great grandparents that was born in South Carolina but moved to Mississippi. You know.
Right, but the thing is, though, they could be in
That sound
modern
like
day
Trail of Tears,
Alabama,
Juice.
like Juice. They can be in modern day like Florida now. You know what I mean? Or modern day Georgia.
Yeah.
But back
Yeah.
then, when they first migrated as tribe, as chieftains, shit, that could have been in the 1700s. Shit, that could have still been Carolina too.
Yeah. They was
You
born
know
in
what I'm
the
saying?
1822 and 1830.
Oh yeah.
And
Shit,
then remember,
that was
guys,
that was right before the Seminole Wars.
and remember, like when they would relocate, they would all move in the same area. They would all be
Yes.
living amongst each other. So when the
Yeah.
census taker is going down, they're saying, okay, well, all of these people are the same. So all of them are from Georgia. All their parents were born in
Right.
Georgia.
Right.
And it's
You
not
got like
until they actually speak
So
to them
so
they find
no
out, oh,
incest. No
yeah,
fucking incest.
y'all.
That's
no
how they
incest.
kept the tribes going. That's why
they
you will
could.
see these little mini tribes popping up
Yeah.
because a chieftain daughter and a chieftain nephew, if he didn't never have no sons, a chieftain nephew, they got together and they married and they started a tribe, an individual tribe. So that's how I see it. Every time I study American history, dog, that's how I find it. American Indian history. I never
My
see
great
no incest.
my great grandfather is a good example that he was married 4 times. Every single time he married a woman from his tribe, but by this time everybody's moved everywhere. So he got my great grandmother, then he's got his next wife, she's a Nansemond Indian, but she was from Georgia. The third wife, Nansemond Indian, she was from Virginia. The fourth wife, Nansemond Indian, she was from, I think, Georgia as well. So do you see what I'm saying? They were still going and bringing wives from the tribe, I mean, from the chiefdoms, but they had to go, we were spread all over at that point. But to keep it from being incestuous or you marrying a cousin, you had to go outside, but you still wanted to stay within the means of your tribe. And especially that one because he was color struck. He didn't want anybody dark in the family. So he made sure that he married those Indians.
Hey, where was y'all at, girly girl? Your grandparents? What state?
Originally they were in Virginia.
Oh, right on, right on.
Yeah.
Virginia was also parts of Carolina was also running into Virginia because North Carolina came out of Virginia and Carolina.
Shout out to Elizabeth City,
Tennessee, all of that shit. That shit, man. Sis, I'll send you the map real quick. But go ahead, sis. Let's go ahead into your build. Sis, your mic right now.
Yeah, can y'all hear me?
Yeah,
can y'all hear me?
Like a motherfucker. Yeah, you was breaking up bad, sis. But yeah, go ahead now. We can hear you now.
All right, her little soliloquy irritated me, but overall, she gave some good points. So her little monologue and shit, but she kind of breaks it down the same way we do. But like I said,
hey, everybody, please mute up y'all mics. Somebody got something open in the background. Just mute up y'all mic while she play this, y'all. Please.
Yeah, like we're just gonna go through something real quick. It's not gonna take real long. It's just like a few things that I want to point out in what she says. When we're talking about this identity thing and this issue surrounding it. Oh shit! What in God's name is that?
And determining that these individuals could not possibly be Indian or Nanakook, and so therefore they must be Negro because that's what those were the options for the racial categorization. Okay, and so we have the census categories as a way in which the government is keeping track of racial identities. And so here I've listed for comparison some examples of the racial categories present in the 1880 census as well as in the 1930 census. And please know that these are not all the categories that are available at these times. I am just highlighting the ones that are going to be relevant to this presentation. So in 1880, you could also identify as white and Chinese. About my own identity are not fixed, and they're often driven today, and they don't often are looking for and find Native American heritage. Oftentimes, this is based on oral histories that are passed from their family members and their relatives, and part of this work is to reclaim some of that identity and these different parts of their heritage that were violently stripped from them and continue to be erased from them. But so many of these individuals, they identify primarily as Black, and they're looking to understand some of their historical identities, and so they don't have any direct connections to any Native American communities today, and they don't have tribal membership. And this history is further compounded by this problem of the historical record itself and being very inaccurate and scattered and difficult for many members of this country who are not white to be able to trace these documents due to that indifference of the government to keep accurate records for their non-white citizens. So for me, my dual identity involves the fact that I am both a Black woman and a Nanakook woman. I belong to a living tribal community. So I am not just a Black woman who has Native American ancestry. I am Nanakook and I am Black. And so today I'm going to talk a little bit about the Nanakook tribe and the history that they have had to fight to maintain their Native American identity and their sovereignty as a tribe. These racial categories, as you'll see, are not fixed, and they're often driven by these different political motives. So the first half of my presentation, I'll be talking a little bit about the historical tracings of racial identity, particularly as they refer to the Nanakoke tribe. There are many other communities that may have some overlapping experiences and some that are entirely different. So today I'm going to give you just a brief snapshot of this history. And then later I'm going to be talking a little bit more about my own personal experience.
See, her little personal, that little soliloquy irritated me.
So in 1705, we have the definition of a mulatto in Virginia being defined as the child of an Indian and the child, grandchild, or great-grandchild of a Negro. And they'll be taken as a mulatto. And so we often consider commonly that mulatto, a term that we don't use today, but one that was used commonly in this time period, as referring to only those who are mixed with Black and white ancestry. However, we can also see that mulatto was a term that was also used to describe people who had Indian or Native American ancestry and Black mixed ancestry. Also commonly, it was also a term that got used to describe people who had mixed white and Indian ancestry, particularly if that person.
Do you hear how many things a mulatto is, y'all?
Yeah, a few different ones.
Do y'all?
Hey, Charlize.
Man, come on. Yes.
My great grandfather on my mom's side, he was a mulatto from Virginia. He was born in Virginia and he lived in Mississippi. You know, he came from Virginia to Mississippi, and he was a mulatto. I got a picture of him. I'm gonna show y'all.
It's crazy work what you just said. That's why I said people got
Man,
had
shout
discernment.
out to the mulattoes, man. Shout out to the brass ankles, man. The mulatto family of South Carolina. That's my grandmama, man. My daddy mama. Let's go.
And you guys know on the 1860 slave schedule, all the mulattoes was labeled as fugitive. I don't know why though, but every single mulatto was labeled as a fugitive.
I think
Oh, hey,
did he
Sharice,
do a bit
remember
on
when we
that?
was going through the slave court documents? That makes sense. Because when they were mulatto or they got classified as mulatto, they was able to get put back into indentured servitude.
Oh, because of their
Sometimes
skin tone,
mulatto
huh?
saved them. Yeah, sometimes
Cause
mulatto
they,
saved their ass. But
yeah, cause my
Indian always saved them.
hmm yeah. My father said that's why some people was getting with the lighter skinned people because it'd make it easier for their life and shit during those
See,
times, you know?
and let me put that let me put the
Yeah,
thing on this too.
yeah.
At first, when they was calling us the American Indians, we was the Native American Indians. When we found out that they was using it the wrong way and we felt that that was derogatory, we replaced Native and started using American Indian or either Aboriginal Indian. And then that's when Native came back up with these Native Americans. They never call themselves Native American Indians. They only say Native Americans because they know they wasn't the first here. Let's go.
Wait, who know they wasn't the first here?
The Native Americans. They
Oh
will
yeah,
tell you,
yeah,
dog,
yeah,
that they
yeah, yeah.
wasn't
They
the
know.
first here. They
Yeah,
know
yeah,
that.
they know. They know that for sure.
Right, right,
That's why they be looking at us like that when you see them in person, you know.
right, right. But see, if
Like
y'all
you,
look up the definition of native, a native will tell you somebody who's from that land. That's the same as indigenous to me. I'm just saying, that's me. That's the same as indigenous to me. If I come from this soil that my feet walk on, and my bloodline upon bloodline upon bloodline upon bloodline only is in this soil, shit, I'm a fucking native to this soil, baby. Or I'm indigenous to the soil. Or I'm aboriginal to the soil. It don't
yeah,
matter. I know what native mean when somebody using it. in our way. And I know what Native means when we're talking about Native American, because they
Yeah.
don't got the Indian at the end. Let's go.
Brown skin. Uh, and so we can see that we can already start to see how this, how this word and how different identifications of race, start to be, complicated.
Hey sis,
And
you
so
gotta
we have
mute your mic sis, when you playing the video too.
keeping. Huh?
Mute your mic up while you playing the video.
Every time I mute the mic up, they can't hear it when the video playing.
No, if they can't hear it when you mute your mic up, then when you're sharing it, when you go to present screen, you gotta click it on share audio.
Okay.
Yeah, but then you still got, listen, when you playing these videos, sis, you cannot have all of those things opened up. It's gonna keep skipping like that on us. It might be playing lovely on your end, but it's gonna be choppy on our end.
Okay.
All right.
See, now how we going through open over
Juice, what's going on with you, man? Damn, Shy Son came and got ran off quick, girly girl. God damn.
I didn't do nothing.
There you go. I ain't did nothing.
Going to get
My bad.
I ain't did nothing. Hey, make sure you go to that quality too, Sharice, and lower that quality down too, just to make sure, right there at the settings, make the lower that quality down too, just to make sure you can go ahead and get on through nice and lovely, just until we get somebody to Straight Smoke come through and upgrade our shit for us. All right, let's go, sis.
Let me see.
Of racial identities. And so here I've listed for comparison some examples of the racial categories present in the 1880 census, as well as in the
Sis, turn it up and mute your mic, sis.
And please know that these are not all the categories. Just highlighting the ones that are going to be relevant to this presentation. So in 1880, you could also identify as white and Chinese. And then in 1930, there were several different categories as well that got added. But the important thing that I want to note here is that in 1880, the categories for Black and mulatto are separate. And then there's a separate category for Indian. Whereas when we get to 1930, you have just a singular Negro category and an Indian category. And so those people who were considered mulatto on the 1880 census and are now being classified as Negro in 1930. So as we can see, there are, these racial categories shift. And so the people throughout time will be classified as something different. So Indian people who were living in Delaware were often classified as mulatto, recognizing, based on the government recognizing that they were no longer a military threat and they weren't in the same situation politically and socially as many of the tribal nations out west that the US government was still actively engaging with, either in battles or treaties at this point. So you have many Nanacook people who are generally considered to be mulatto or colored or some other ambiguous non-white racial term during this time period. And so the Nanacook Indian tribe mainly would, keep to themselves in their own communities, but in the 1880s, they decided that they wanted to set up their own schools to educate their children. So after the Civil War, you have segregated school districts and you have schools for white children and schools for Black children. And these schools for the Black children were underfunded and very underserved at this time. And so for the Nanacook families, they saw an opportunity to create a separate space for their own children in the hopes that they could
It says,
I'm gonna let huh?
yeah, just please hit that square button for us and blow this up. Is it supposed to be showing the document right now? There you
Yeah.
go. Oh, that shit blurry as hell. Oh, that's because you got it on that lower level. Damn.
Give your children a better education. So after the Civil War, you
You got an echo because you got your mic open too, sis. It's all good. Let them go get the video themselves. Shit, they don't need to read the paper. Fuck.
Indian tribe mainly would, keep to themselves in their own communities. But in the 1880s, they decided that they wanted to set up their own schools to educate their children. So after the Civil War, you have segregated school districts, and you have schools for white children and schools for Black children, and school and opportunities for school, and that was
It actually still
stands today, and today it is the
Hold up, I'm trying to get a good look at that document. Usually
opportunity to create
read it before, but it didn't look that blurry.
Oh, it's blurry, sis, because you cut down. Go to your settings. Go back to your settings. That's why you lower the quality level. Yes. Yes. That's why it's blurry, sis. Yep.
Yeah.
All right. Let's go. I got you. I got you.
The actual document. I was like, wait a fucking minute. Let me turn this shit down. See this shit kicking back. All right. So let me see.
If you want to make it bigger, sis, just click on solo screen on this part of your screen in the chat, like how you see us at the bottom. Go click on it, and you can. There you go. There you go. Let's go.
Okay. It says, being enacted by the Senate and House of Representatives of the state of Delaware and is in General Assembly. Ooh, it still look a little blurry though. Let me see.
Yeah, it is.
Each branch of the legislature concurring that
You want to just look this up, sis? You want me to just look this article, this thing up, and then just send it to you? Yeah. What is it? Chapter.
I was gonna try, but look it up. 559 of the free. Let's just say. It was a
chapter
law. Hold on, she's gonna explain.
569 of free. Is that a Baroy?
So the Black children were funded space for their own children, that they would not be able to place them in the white schools, but also hoping to have better opportunities for their children to get a higher quality of schooling than they were going to receive in these Black schools. And so they work together to create.
Oh man, sis. Oh, sis on computer acting crazy. Mic check 1 2. Goddess Clay Gubba L, brother Juice, sister Girly Girl. Y'all still in here with me? Mic check
I'm
1
here.
2. Realize TV, you still in here with us, my brother?
Did it take everybody out?
Yeah, I think they clipped her. Well, she went down, man. That she got too many things open.
Oh, okay.
And be having too many things open, man. She going through that same thing that I went through for like a week till I
Yeah,
went
you in
through.
the yeah. I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm gonna tell you too, what it is that when you start doing YouTube shows and you saving them, they take up plenty space.
Yeah.
So once you done reach the max of your computer, you're gonna either have to get more space or something like that, or either you're gonna have to start deleting, or
Yeah,
either
get a
send
separate
it
hard drive,
somewhere,
a separate
or
drive
either
and store
take it,
them.
get you a thumb drive and go ahead and just download everything to a thumb drive. So yeah, that's what she's experiencing right now. I know it.
Poor Sharice.
Like the computer I got, sis. Uh oh.
Mm-hmm.
The computer. Okay, she back. The computer I got, the motherfucker ain't got no ROM.
So what do you?
I can literally grab my screen and my keyboard, and that's my computer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, everything built into the damn screen.
So does everything go to the cloud?
Huh?
Where does everything go? Like if you want to
No,
save your stuff.
all the memory and everything is in the computer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but that's why I don't have that much memory because it doesn't have a tower.
Oh, okay.
See, that's
All
where
right.
they get you at. Now you still gotta buy a tower to make more space. Okay, there go sis. She back now. Let's go.
And so you have here that they are recognizing that these are, a particular class. It doesn't specifically say Indian at this time. It will, it was recognizing that these individuals, they're not white, they're not Black, but they're a certain class of colored people.
What happened? Oh man. Yeah, they doing her something bad. That's crazy. This is crazy. Mm. Boop, 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 boop. Damn, I can't even play nothing for my sis on this side. Ah, man, I can't even do nothing. Man, girly girl, I hope your day been going good. Juice, I hope your day been going good, my brother.
Hey,
Real.
Juice joined us. Hey, how you doing?
Yeah, Juice in there. That's why he was asking you about your peopleism
Oh, okay. That
from
was
the
him.
MI
Okay.
crooked letter I, crooked
Hmm.
letter I, humpback I.
I have not been able to. I just was noticing like that's how come I know that like people all moved to the same area because like I don't have any Louisiana on any of my trees. And I'm thinking I don't it's like North Carolina, Georgia, and South Carolina. That's it. And Texas. Everybody came from those three places to Texas.
Yeah, shot son. This the first time you and girly girl ain't argued. That's because y'all doing better. That's because your conversion has started. You just don't know. But you really ain't converting. You just coming back to your South Carolina Indian family.
I'm convinced it hates me.
So you can't. It ain't no way. No, he don't hate you. He don't hate you. You already hear your boy King Cass say, dog. He'll flip out quick on the Pan Africans for you.
What reason?
Hey, King Cass, hey man, hey, look, I'm shooting my shot, man. I love you, girl. I
started with his ass.
Yeah. Hey, Tay-Bay, I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm really, no, they might not be saying the name Indian, but I guarantee you, your people live in South Carolina. That's in Berkeley County. They bloodline Indians. I guarantee you, they can't find a fucking African.
Yeah, I have Berkeley County in my
Let's
tree.
bet on that,
You
shot,
already
son.
know.
In the 20s, right. Yeah, and listen though, my mama wasn't running around saying that neither, because she been done started going to school, and the AME church been done come around telling us that African shit. See, don't forget about the church, Sha. That was the first schools. You know?
What it appears to me is that it was a convert. They were trying hard to convert us and to have us to go with this whole African narrative, and we were resistant. So they was like, well, screw it. We just gonna make them Africans on paper.
But the crazy shit is, it's not one African song in the AME motherfucking church hymnal book.
I never knew that the A stood for African.
And you gotta sound like
Michael
Michael Jackson just now, girly girl.
I just found that out. I was like, wait a minute, what? It stands for African? I'm like,
Yeah,
okay.
and listen, and the only African day that them boys practice is Kwanzaa. And they don't even do that no more.
Because Kwanzaa, what was Kwanzaa made up like in the late 90s?
Oh, the dude who created Kwanzaa was up with him.
I remember him.
The dude who created that African Kwanzaa. Now, people in Charleston might still celebrate it, but I guarantee you, them ones that celebrate it and they organizations, it's a reason why they doing that. All right.
Yeah, because I mean, I remember here in Houston, we had people
trust
vehemently put down Kwanzaa. We, like in our, I guess our conscious community, like in the really part of Houston that's supposed to be just like, the talented 10th, Black, they have like a little cultural center and they do the Kwanzaa thing. But we have a lot of like prominent Black ministers that, it went against their ideology. So they talked about Kwanzaa and they was like, that we don't know nothing about Kwanzaa. We're not celebrating Kwanzaa. So, because you remember, I don't know if you remember Pastor Caldwell, he was Bush Jr. That was his pastor. I think he ended up going to prison, but he was the main one talking about Kwanzaa and putting Kwanzaa down and whatever. So people really it didn't take hold here. So I hardly ever hear anything else about it.
No, bro. You can't tell me about no museum, bro. You can't tell me about no museum. No. For one, our museum is called the International African American Museum. What's an international African? A trans African.
All of them.
What?
Everywhere.
No, it's not about the documents, y'all, son. I say, I bet you on your family, your family bloodline. I guarantee you, your family bloodline, if they from Berkeley County and they originate in Berkeley County, I guarantee you they tie into one of these goddamn tribes around here. These chieftains.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm talking about before the 5 civilized tribe, because a lot of us didn't even fuck with that. That's why we stayed and we still on our land now.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Hello,
okay,
yeah, I want to.
all right. He said he's not gonna deny it. He said he's not gonna deny it. All right, bet. Let's go. Go ahead, sis. I'm sorry. I apologize. Go ahead.
We're gonna get to his. Do your thing. Nah, y'all good. Nah, y'all be holding the damn shit. My damn shit wanna kick me out. So anyway, let's keep it rocking. First of all, let me just acknowledge everybody in the chat. Why are you laughing?
You just got exasperated. You were like,
Peace and love to
"Baby, you trying to
everybody.
kick me out."
I ain't lying. What is this you using? You using Bing? Is
I don't
this
know which one.
is this software Bing, or is this just straight up Google?
This is Google.
Okay, I bet.
I ain't got time for this
Okay,
shit.
yeah. Okay, so
Hold on, I'm gonna let you in a minute. I'm gonna finish this out and then we can let you up here. I don't know what your source is, but I don't know. I guess you wanted to get beat up. I don't know.
Who helps to pass these different laws in Virginia that get applied in other states, including Delaware.
And remember you said that fucking shit was applied in other states? She just said it was.
And so starting to redefine.
Hey sis, mute your mic up because we hearing the double echo, and turn it down just a little bit because you done reboot your computer. That bitch on 1,000. Yup. And mute your mic up because we hearing the echo. Go ahead.
What categories mean. And so now we have both colored people or Black people at this time being determined as having, if anyone has any drop of Black blood, they are considered Black. Prior to this, it was anyone having 1/16th and Black ancestry would be considered Black. Plecker worked to change that to say anyone having any type of trace of Black ancestry would then be considered Black. And there's also a code for Indian blood, and they have noted that if anyone has 1/16th or more Indian blood, they are also deemed Indian, but they can only be deemed Indian if they do not have any Black blood or any Negro blood at this time. And so it's further trying to separate these identities from each other. And it's also interesting to point out here that there was what they refer to as the Pocahontas exception for, Plecker was very interested in maintaining this alleged purity of the white race. And so, however, in Virginia, there were many wealthy white people in this place who claimed to be descendants of Pocahontas and John Rolfe. And so, and they were proud of that heritage, but they didn't want to sacrifice any of their white privilege. And so an exception was added in that they could have, that they could still be considered white if they had 1/64th or less Indian blood. And so you can see how race is being, these racial categories are being driven by these different political motives and trying to define who is white, who is Black, and who is Indian during this time. And so in Delaware, we have another racial category sort of being applied to Nanakoke and Indian people in the state. And you have this name Moor, which has a lot of different sort of ambiguous origins as to how these people in the community got titled with this name. But you have here in 1935, them recognizing that the people who have been sort of commonly called Moors, you have here that they are now identifying that these Moors are Indians. And so this information is telling you that these categories, because Moor was often considered to be tracing someone to have Black ancestry. And in this case, now we have Indian students who they're identifying.
One thing that she ain't saying is African ancestry. She just keeps saying Black ancestry. And I can see how she's wording this very strategically, but at the same time, it's terminology. It just goes back to it. And y'all heard what she said. So
Yeah, I heard it.
like how these terms are being applied to people and why. You don't know where it came from. That's basically what you just sat here and said. So anyway.
Identifying that they do have Black ancestry, but they're also identifying that they are Indians and that they are able to have their own separate schools. And so here's a picture of one of the early classes of students from the Nanticoke school. And as you can see, there's sort of a variety of facial features in these children. Some of them have lighter skin, some of them have darker skin. And a lot of the ways in which people thought about what Indians look like at the time are based on these different, Hollywood stereotypes. And so people did not immediately want to recognize these people and the people from these communities as being Indian because they didn't match that phenotype that people commonly thought about. And then on the 1930 census, we have, you can see here, it's a little hard to read, so I'll take you through it. You have right here, you have this racial category, and you have these members of the Nanticoke community writing in IN for Indian. And then you can see it crossed out and replaced with NEG for Negro. And then if you move further to the right, you see these right categories are asking where their place of birth is. And so you have the individuals identifying their tribal identity, that they're Nanticoke tribe, and that also being crossed out and replaced with state of Delaware as being their place of birth. And so during this time period and up until the 1960s, individuals didn't fill out the census for themselves. There were census takers that went around and documented this. And so they and on the 1930 census, we have, you can see here, it's a little hard to read, so I'll take you through it. You have right here, you have this racial category, and you have these members of the Nanticoke community writing in IN for Indian. And then you can see it crossed out and replaced with NEG for Negro. And then if you move further to the right, you see these right categories are asking where their place of birth is. And so you have the individuals identifying their tribal identity, that they're Nanticoke tribe, and that also being crossed out and replaced with state of Delaware as being their place of birth. And so during this time period and up until the 1960s, individuals didn't fill out the census for themselves. There were census takers that went around and documented this.
Wait.
So
What did she say?
they would
Census documentators or something?
Yep, that they went around and documented this. That's why I went back, so y'all can hear her say that again. That they didn't normally fill out census for themselves. She even said it.
That's what we were saying earlier, yeah.
Let's put out. Okay, that's all I want to know.
We ain't about to, look.
The 30 census, we have you can see here, it's a little hard to read, so I'll take you through it. You have right here, you have this racial category, and you have these members of the Nanticoke community writing in IN for Indian. And then you can see it crossed out and replaced with NEG for Negro. And then if you move further to the right, you see these right categories are asking where their place of birth is. And so you have the individuals identifying their tribal identity, that they're Nanticoke tribe, and that also being crossed out and replaced with state of Delaware as being their place of birth. And so during this time period and up until the 1960s, individuals didn't fill out the census for themselves. There were census takers that went around and documented this. And so they would So you'd have the census takers, they would go into these communities, they would document what the individual said. In this case, they would tell them that they were Indian and they were part of the Nanacoke tribe. However, when it got back to the Bureau and you have the supervisors reviewing these, they ended up editing them and determining that, these individuals could not possibly be Indian or Nanacoke, and so therefore they must be Negro, because that's what those were the options for the racial categorizations on the census.
All right, so what y'all think about what she said about that? Yes, my sister can go ahead, Steve.
Well, she's still confused on the whole, that in order for it to be that the Negro is separate from the Indian when they're one and the same, and that the Indian isn't some, this straight hair, fake Pocahontas image that has been projected. The crying Indian standing by the river, all of that. That's I just want to know. The biggest thing that I always wanted to know is why, if American Indians were here and present, and these Asian-looking people, why whenever you had a part to play on anything, television show, anyway, you never got an American Indian to play it. It was always played by an actor dressed up to look like supposedly an American Indian. You never could find one, and no American Indian restaurants, ain't none of that. I mean, I'm just trying to figure all this out. If they were if they are the originators of this, why is not more of their heritage seen and known about? It's not. At any rate, yeah, she's still confused about that part, but I appreciated her giving an effort to try to talk about it and making it known that, hey, look, that many of these people that are being categorized as Negro are in fact Indians.
Yep, she said that. She said most of these people are being called Black or African American today. She said they don't have any ties to any ancestral tribes or anything, like any tribes today. Those were her words. Today.
Exactly.
But you know who? Yeah, she knows too. She just, when you do that stuff, you gotta be careful. That shit on Howard County government website. I mean, they're YouTube, so you gotta be careful. Certain, the way she brought it to light in that way, I think it's, it can help people better understand what really occurred. Because not only did that occur in Delaware, that happened in Virginia, and that it happened in so many other places as well. These large groups of brown people being reclassified. Come on now, it ain't no mistake of the real truth. And it's sad, that we got to keep fighting for this heritage, for who we are in this land, what our ancestors did in this land. That's why I was just keep telling people, man, just look into your story, keep looking into it, keep looking
into your story.
That can get you back to the landmass. You know what I'm saying? And can't nobody debunk that. Period. So, somebody else want to hop on in. I'm going to land right there. Somebody want to hop in.
That's a good talking point. That particular situation in Delaware should reach with like Sockham and those people. My theory on why they was changing it, again in that particular area, I don't know what was going on with the Moore thing, but I gotta really brush up on that, because I think that played a part too in them trying to manipulate people's identity at that time. Also, then with the Nanachoke, it was said that they mixed with white people and black people. So I think Virginia being I don't want to wildly racist, when they was trying to be federally recognized, they were being like the state was being ignorant, basically saying, because remember the Walter Plecker thing. His idea is if you mix with a nigga or you mix with somebody black, you black. So though they were like originally like they're indigenous people, Virginia looking at it like, well, y'all got black members, so y'all black, being ignorant. Mind you, all of them ain't black. A lot of them are full-blooded Indians. But
that's
I just think
right there.
That's the problem. The Negro is the Indian.
Yeah, that's the issue here. They're trying to.
Well, if you got a tribe, that's the thing. If you got a tribe like them, the Lumbee, the Narragansett, if you these is tribes that's known to have a bunch of mixed different members. They got white members, they got black members. They've been mixing since like the 1600s.
Yeah, but they can't
So
be Indian unless they have the Negro inside of their blood. That's the
no,
thing.
no, no, that's not true. That's not true. They
That is
Indian.
true.
That's not true. That's not true.
You
What
mean
I'm
you mean
telling
the
you
straight
is,
hair Asian people?
wait. Let's break this down. If a black person got a white parent and a black parent, aren't they technically both?
The Indian?
No, listen to
Is
what I'm
who?
saying. Listen to what I'm
No, who
saying.
is the Indian though? You got to
Wait,
identify
we're
that
not talking
person
about
first.
Indians right now. We're not talking about Indians right. Forget.
But we
All
have
right,
to.
listen. Wait, girly girl, because this is where we just being honest. If a black child, my nephew, my sister is black, his father is Philippine. Isn't he both technically?
But the
He's both,
Negro
right?
makes him an Indian.
No. Listen to what I'm saying. He's two things,
No.
right or wrong.
By which terms?
His father is Philippine. He's not a black man,
Right.
and his mother is black. He's two things, right?
Mm-hmm.
Hold on. What's the mother?
All right.
What's the mother
Wait.
again?
Who's the mother?
You said what?
What's the mother?
What's the mother?
No. What I'm trying to explain to y'all is
No,
that he's.
hold on. I'm asking for a
I'm
reason.
black.
What's
My sister
mother's
is black,
race?
and his
No,
father is Philippine. Technically, he's two
the
things, right?
father's okay. The father's Philippine and the mother is black.
Yeah. So my nephew is technically two things, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's two things, right? So what I'm telling y'all is, what you just said, girly, the Negro blood makes them an Indian. No, that's not true.
That is true.
Listen to me. If that Indian had a baby by a white person, that child is technically white and Indian. Because you just said my nephew is black and Philippine because he has two different parents,
You want the black person to be African. That's
no,
why.
I'm not saying you. No, you're not. I'm not talking
Then what are
about
they
African
then? Then
right
what
now,
are they?
girly girl.
Then what are they?
Girly girl, I'm not
Then what
saying
are
nothing
they?
about African. I'm
But
establishing
what
this
are they?
idea.
Shashan, what are they?
Girly girl,
What
listen to me.
What
Listen, I'm
are
not
those
talking
people?
about Africa. I'm talking about mixing
Okay, then
right
I need
now.
you to identify what they are then. They just not some mystery
I'm
race
telling.
that just
Listen
popped
to
up.
me.
What
Wait.
are they?
Listen, you jumping the gun. If you just agreed that
No,
my
I'm getting to
nephew
the
is two
point.
things, listen to me, please. I'm saying it slow. If my nephew is both black and Philippine, your logic, you just said Negro blood makes a person an Indian. I'm telling you that's not the case because technically, if that white child has a white parent and an Indian parent, they're technically both. He's
Okay,
Indian
but then what
and
am
he's
I
white.
then? Since I don't have both, so I got two Negro parents. What am I?
You said what?
I got two Negro parents. What am I?
No, you don't have two Negro parents.
And
You
Yes,
listen,
I
was
do.
always Indian. You got two Indian parents.
technically, you're going off of chromosomes, and you're using science to say technically we are both.
So
But
okay, you don't believe
But
people
hold
are
up,
mixed?
but
So
hold
let me
up
get
though,
this
but hold
clear.
up.
So there's no such
We
thing as mixed
believe you
people.
are who your mom are.
No, I
That's
know
what we
who.
roll
Listen,
with. We don't
OTK.
believe that. We roll with that. You are who your mom are.
So you not who your
Mom
father is?
carried me. Mom
Wait, so you not who
carried
your
me.
father
I'm
is?
more of my mom than my father. My father shot a sperm. One. My
So you
mom
not who?
had multiple eggs and she carried me, bro.
All
I'm
right.
more
So
of
if
my
your
mom
wait,
than my father, dog. I am who my mama is.
so what
That's
I'm
how I roll.
okay.
That's how
Then who
an
is the
Indian
Indian
roll.
then, Shashan?
Okay.
If you're saying that the Negro is, what are the Indians? What are the Indians then? Who's the Indian?
That's the Negroid if the daddy was Filipino.
No, listen.
Who's the Indian? I need you to
Who's
tell
the
me who do
Indian?
you
Wait,
think the
I'm not.
Indian
I'm
is?
not. Wait. Slow down, girly girl. I'm just trying to establish something with you that people are mixing. If they're mixing in real time, like I said, a person now, like mulattoes, they can claim to be black or white. I know people that have Chinese, have black. They may tell you they black one day, they may tell you they Chinese one day. You get what I'm
Okay, but
saying? That's
what's
what
a black person? What are they then?
what you mean? What are they? As far as what?
What
Their
are they?
ancestry? What as far as their ancestry?
Yes.
Go ahead,
I
put
don't
your
want to
foot
say
in
the
your
trigger
mouth.
word.
because that's where you're losing us. You
No, I'm
want the
not losing.
Negro and the white and the Indian to be three
No,
separate
listen,
people.
girly girl, I'm
Hey,
not
hold
losing
on.
you. Here's
Does
the problem. Let me
Negro
say
or
this.
black mean African to you?
Wait, let me say this to you, OTK, because I said this before you came back. Here's the problem. Here's the
I'm
problem.
trying to understand where you're
I
coming
got
from.
you. I got you. We're doing two different things. I'm going by what these terms actually mean on paper. You're saying you guys are creating what you feel like is what they mean. Y'all saying so meaning
I think
when
that that's the reverse.
no,
Yeah,
it's not.
bro.
I think that
No, I could prove it. Because
Yeah,
again,
bro.
because you're
no,
telling us
Yeah,
what
listen
we
to my
are.
man.
statement. Listen to
Yeah, I
my
think that's the
statement.
reverse.
It's two of
Yeah.
y'all talking. It's two of y'all talking. Let me explain. Again, if we're going by identification papers, the only term that has both black people and Indian in it is colored. That's the only term. If we look
No,
at a census,
what
I
happened
got
now?
y'all. Let
Say
me
that
land
again
because this is
now.
the
Say,
problem.
oh,
This
whoa.
is the
Say that
problem. You don't
again
want to
real
let.
quick. Say that again. Say that again.
I
The
said the
only
only
person.
two terms that ties black people and Indians together, where they're both under, is colored. That's the only title.
So you saying Negro and black didn't incorporate us?
You said what?
So you saying Negro and black was never used to the Indian?
Listen to me. Let me finish my statement. I want you to hear me clearly.
Oh, what the man?
I got
Oh
you.
my fucking
I
God,
let
man!
you.
Because you don't have to. We just need you.
Yeah,
We
you don't
heard
have to
I'm
go
you.
trying
this
to answer
We
you. Two
far.
of
heard
y'all
you.
talking is one of me. I can't talk over both of y'all.
Oh
Can
my
you let me
God.
land,
That's because
please?
you want to
I'm
be.
You
listening
talking
to
longer
y'all. I'm
than
not
both
cutting
us
y'all off.
together.
It's two of y'all cutting me off. I'm not cutting y'all off. Every time y'all talk, I'm silent. Please let me
It's a
land. When we're
conversation.
talking about, listen, OTK, when we're talking about identification on paper, when it comes to identifying people in American state records, the terms Negro and Black are separate from Indian. This is why I keep referencing the
Not color.
census.
Okay. Well, answer me.
Color is
Color.
not Black and Negro. It's not.
Okay, because my mama and daddy are both colored on their birth certificate.
Yes, and they could be
1950.
Indians. That's what I'm telling you. They could be
Okay,
Indians.
but then
That's
I'm
what you
Negro
just
on mine.
said. Hold up.
I'm Negro
Hold
on
up. You
mine.
just said an
I
Indian
just
can't
told you
be a black
33
or a
years.
colored. That's what I'm
Same city,
confused,
state,
man.
and county. We're all different.
I don't know
And
why
my
you
sister is way
classified as a
later than I
Negro.
am.
I don't know why you was classified as a Negro. I don't know who put that on your form. I don't know.
The state of Texas.
Yeah, but here's the thing, girly girl. Wait,
And
let
they
me say this.
Texans too.
Wait,
And they
girly
pappies and
girl.
mammies is Texans.
Wait, girly girl. What did I just say was the two
You
terms
just
that's
said an
listen to
Indian
me,
could
OTK.
not be a Negro or a black.
Wait, what you say?
You said an Indian could not be an Indian or a black.
When they're identifying people on paper, when you see a census or you see a birth certificate or you see
On
anything of
paper.
that nature and it says
Uh-huh.
colored, that
Uh-huh.
colored person could be Indian or black. Why? Because what did Walter listen to me? What did
Okay.
Walter
Okay.
Pleckett
Go ahead. Go ahead. Okay.
what did Walter Pleckett do that y'all always reference? I'm using y'all favorite thing. Walter Pleckett said
No. Okay. You just said one. You said colored. An Indian can be classified as colored on paperwork.
Indian
Now,
if
all
you see
right.
color,
Correct,
listen.
right? Hold up. That's what you
Listen to
said,
me,
right?
OTK.
Correct.
Listen to me, OTK.
God damn.
If you see color, I'm gonna say it clear. If you see colored, that person could be an Indian or a Negro.
An Indian
Understand?
or a Negro. Okay.
Yes.
Now,
The term
can a Negro also be an Indian?
a Negro. Yes, yes, they can be.
What the fuck? All right, man. Go ahead, Sister Sharice. Go ahead, Sister Sharice.
Watch this. Can I?
No,
Watch this, OTK?
man.
Wait,
I'm good, Joe. I'm good, Joe.
all
I'm
right, so
good.
I'll talk to Sharice then. Let me get my point out.
I'm good. Now, Sister Sharice
Wait.
she about to hold on. Let her
Wait.
drop this real quick. Hold up, bro. You're deflecting. Let her finish building
No, I'm not
first.
deflecting. You're not letting me land. Let me respond to
Hey,
you real
listen,
quick.
this is about to land your plane. This is about to give
No,
you
it's
a
not,
runway.
brother. You're not saying anything because I just asked you if my nephew was two things and you agreed. So now you trying to backtrack.
No, I
If my
did
nephew
not
was two
agree.
things,
No, I did
because
not
you
agree.
just said, can a Negro be an
I
Indian?
said from
And I said yes.
science. I said you're using science. Science
I'm
said
not.
you're
So
half
you
of
don't
your
believe in
mom
mixed people.
and
Wait,
you're
so you don't
half of
believe in
your
mixed people.
pops.
So in your
But
mind,
I
so in
said
your mind, there's
my
no such thing as
belief.
mulattoes. In your mind.
Oh my God.
No, I'm
man.
trying to understand your logic. If a person got a black person in
Damn,
black
if you
parent and a white
listen,
parent, they're
if
not
you
mixed.
listen, the same way how you tell me listen. If you listen, then you can
I'm
understand.
asking you a
I
simple
make
question. If a person has a
no,
black
hold up,
person,
hold
a
up.
black
You
parent
can't
and a
ask
white
me a
parent, are
different
they mixed?
man.
Yes
Listen,
or no?
man. Hey, listen, bro. Calm down, for real. Slow down,
Because you
man.
ducking questions and you cutting me
Man,
off.
listen. You asked me one question, I answered that. Then you asked me another question on top of
You
that.
ask me 20 questions every time you cut me off. I can't even land a point.
All right. Anyway,
asking you a
Sharice,
simple question.
Sharice,
You keep
mute
talking
up
about
everybody
science.
on the panel and go ahead and do what you do. Go ahead. It's your show, baby. I'm sorry for taking over your show, baby. Go ahead.
I'm not taking over nobody's show. I'm just asking you a simple
No,
question.
I said I'm sorry for me
I'm
taking
not
over
coming
her
at you,
show.
brother.
I'm talking about me taking over her show. I was apologizing for myself, not you. Go ahead, sis.
You don't want to answer none of my questions, but it's all right. Go ahead, Sharice.
We can
You
talk about it, man. No, man, I don't want to interrupt her show. She was doing something when you left.
I hear you.
Yeah, I ain't going nowhere.
Now
I
I'm
ain't going
interrupting.
nowhere.
Every time I get ready to ask a question, I'm interrupting. Right.
Bro, you just talked to goddamn girly girl for 15 minutes.
Hey,
Then you
Sharice, go
talk
ahead.
to me
Show this,
for another 7 minutes.
source.
Come on, dog. You
Please.
damn near been talking for 30 minutes,
Yeah,
my nigga.
I know. Yeah, you complaining. I don't even know why I'm
No,
talking
I
to
ain't
you. You don't
complaining.
got no information. Go ahead, Sharice.
I ain't complaining, man. I don't complain, man.
Woosah.
Don't
Let's
worry about
woosah. Everybody woosah.
I don't make excuses, man. I'm a
You
real
complaining
ass.
right now. Ask
Sharice.
source. Why you keep rambling?
I make waves, man. I don't make excuses, bro. I make waves. I don't make excuses.
I got you. Hold on.
Thank you, Sharice. I'm trying to hear Sharice.
It's my favorite song.
Say I'm hustling and I'm grinding. I'm making moves with my money on my mind, and I can't fall short. No, always keep it 1,000. Slow mo. Say I'm hustling and I'm grinding. I'm making moves with my money on my mind, and I can't fall short. No, always keep it 1,000. Slow mo.
Chop it out, I see your point.
Oh, why you leave, Shaw? Anyway.
Doesn't make any sense. It just kind of popped off. It doesn't. I don't know. I was being nice.
Girly girl, man.
Let's go, man. Yeah, but I'm sorry, sis. I didn't want to deflect that conversation. You know, he steady questioning, giving girly girl 1,000 questions, but she can't even get one question out. Stop that. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Let's get into this goddamn information, man.
But that's why I pulled up this source, because all this talk about
the first one you pulled up was a killer too.
Thank you.
You know what I mean? But come on, man. You know, I got this definitely. You know, I got South Carolina history where they was giving the woman, free woman of color or freedmen. You know what, man? Let me stop. Let's go, sis.
All right, here we go. So obviously, the tendency, like I kept telling him before, the tendency to create a two-caste society often clashed with the reality of a territory, which included many different types of people of all colors and different degrees of intermixture of European, American, African, and Asian. So here, to me, what they are saying is that the reality is that it was many different types of people here. It was people that had different colors. It was different people here who had different degrees of intermixture. That's what he's saying. He's saying it was people who were different colors, and it was also people who intermixed with all of these things here, with the European, the American, the African, and the Asian. Okay. Native American people, whether of unmixed ancestry or mixed with other stocks, were at times affected by the tendency to create a purely white, black social system, especially when living away from a reservation or the ancestral homeland. So what that's saying is, in essence, what they were trying to do is strictly separate people according to skin color. Dark over here, light over there. Okay? Especially when you didn't live on a reservation. And who didn't live on a reservation? Who was away from the homeland, ancestral homeland, in terms of reservations? Us. We weren't on those reservations. So who else is going to be affected by these things, right? So let's keep moving. Because I think Witchcon was trying to misrepresent this source by Jack D. Forbes. Yes, it is titled Africans and Native Americans. It's not talking about Africans, though. It's talking about the terms used to describe Negro and mulatto. This is not that. This is not the same thing. So anyway, in the British slave colonies of North America along the Atlantic coast, many persons of American ancestry were at times classified as blacks, Negroes, mulattoes, or people of color. And these terms were, of course, used for people of African ancestry. The manner in which Americans and part Americans were sometimes classified as mulattoes and people of color from New England to South Carolina and in the Spanish Empire are explored elsewhere. The purpose here is to illustrate how the term Negro has also been applied to people of American descent.
Now, Shasan, come defend this fucking article. Come defend this. Just stop right there real quick. And dog, fuck your personal shit. Fuck your subjective thought. Come defend this right here, which wasn't taught in schools. You're defending something that was taught. Come defend what she just said just now.
Okay. So I got you.
Let's go.
Can I please land my point without being interrupted, or do you need to go?
Man? Listen, answer this question.
I got you, brother. I just want to be able to speak without being interrupted, brother. So I'm asking you, can I have that privilege? Thank you. Again, this goes back to what I was just asking you about people having one parent and another parent. If you claiming, you see these terms, right? It says, you scroll down. Where was the one where you said that it said they were of African descent? That was the one. That was the paragraph above.
Of many different types of people and colors in all different degrees. Oh, you want to go down some more?
Where was the paragraph you had?
No, he talking about that one where they say many people of American ancestry
no, it was saying
were times classified as black, Negroes, mulattoes, or free people of color. And these terms were, of course, used for people of African ancestry.
Yes.
So they let you know that they was calling American people of American ancestry names that they were normally using for African ancestry. That's what it's saying. It don't say nothing else but that.
Can I speak now? Here's the problem. Here's the problem we're having. Because I'm going to just cut to the chase. You guys are under this assumption that none of these people are of African descent. You guys are under this assumption that Africans didn't come here or that the numbers were low.
Hey, listen, the shit right there saying American ancestry. They're not saying of African ancestry, dog.
This is why disrespect.
We would have said African and American ancestry. Now you're going off your personal belief. Put your personal belief to side,
bro. Why are you cutting me off, though, brother?
Damn.
I asked you, can I speak? I'm being respectful to you. Can I get the same respect back, brother?
Man, listen, man, you're not sticking to the information, though.
No, I am.
You're giving us your personal thoughts.
You're being rude and cutting me off for no reason. I'm not cutting you off. This is how disrespect happened. We just had this conversation. You want to respect, you got to give it, brother.
Listen, man, on some real shit, Shot. On some real shit, bro. I really don't got no respect.
I'm giving you the same respect that I'm asking for.
You really done crossed the line, dog. I'm respecting my sister channel, bro.
No, I am. So why do you keep cutting me off every time I speak, brother?
Why? If I'm
Man,
giving you
because I
respect
asked
when
you
you
to
speak,
stick to what the
stop
sources
cutting
say,
me off
bro.
though. I'm asking you kindly. Can I speak without being cut off? It's that simple.
But you can't interject
I'm
your own
saying,
thoughts.
I'm
man,
not interjecting when y'all speak
But why are you angry at us?
because
Why are
he
you
keep
angry at us?
cutting me off, and I'm asking him
That's not a
respectfully,
reason to
can
get
I speak?
angry. It really
And then he's
isn't.
the same person that's gonna turn
so
around and
shot
call me
son,
disrespectful.
Do you
shot
Stop
son.
cutting me
do
When
off,
you
yo.
have
you
friends in
asked me the
town?
question, while I was
Stop
answering your
cutting me
one
off, brother.
question, did you
Please.
cut me off with another question?
No, I didn't cut you off. I
Hold
didn't
on,
cut you off.
earlier.
I'm
Hold
letting
on,
you speak.
earlier.
I even asked you, could I speak?
Hold on, bro.
This is
When
some
you asked
bipolar
me a
schizophrenic
question,
Because
I
behavior
was
with this one.
answering the
you're
Stop
cutting
it.
me
question
off while I'm speaking, and
earlier.
I'm being respectful to you, brother. This is the problem. You don't know how
I
to
don't
listen.
care
You don't
about
know how
that,
to
man.
exuberate
I
the
don't give a.
respect that
I
you
really
want.
don't care about that, bro. I'm
Me
respecting my
neither. So
sis
stop
channel,
cutting me
bro.
off, brother. We having a
Sharice.
regular conversation. I'm not gonna
Man,
ask
come
you
on.
again. I'm
All
asking
You
right.
you, can I
probably gonna
speak?
have to just mute him and go on with your
No,
bill
girly
because
girl, he's cutting me off while I speak. I'm not cutting
but
him
you
off.
have to stop the anger. If
Damn,
you want
y'all,
a
he about
It
to
ain't
conversation with us,
turn
about
you're gonna have to
angry.
calm
It's
down.
about
Calm
respect
down.
that
he
he's
about to
asking
turn
for.
green.
But you're gonna have to calm down.
He about to
Listen,
turn
girly girl, I'm not
he
gonna
about
keep
I'm
to
listening
turn
to
asking
you,
him,
but you
green.
can't
can I
yell at us.
speak? And then he's cutting me off.
Land your
Man,
Every
plane,
time you speak,
speak.
girly girl, I
so
respond.
nobody
I'm
can
listening
have
to
a
y'all.
dialogue
Why I
with
can't
you?
get that same respect?
Hold
So
on, hold on,
nobody
Speak.
can have a dialogue with you?
hold
Let
up.
me land my point, brother.
I was about to land
Please.
your
I'm
plane,
asking you,
and I want to
please.
read this next part. Oh, oh, oh. All right.
Did he leave?
Watch this. Go ahead, Sharice. Go ahead.
Oh Jesus.
Okay, so what do you want to land your plane or not? Because I'm gonna read
I
if you
didn't
don't.
even get into my plane without him
Go
speaking.
ahead. Okay, go ahead. You have the floor.
Again, you guys are under this idea that these people that they're saying of African descent are not of African descent. That's the first problem. The source that I shared in the back is telling you that Africans was brought to Berkeley County and Goose Creek. He ain't gonna tell y'all that. He's gonna talk like ain't no Africans come there,
Where
but
he
he's
at?
in denial.
Where he
You
at?
don't have no
Name him.
documents saying otherwise.
Name him.
You're adding your
Name
own
him.
conjuncture.
All you got to do is name him. All you
You're
got to do is
adding your
name him.
own.
That's all you got
Listen,
to do
brother,
is name
the
him.
same thing you saying I'm doing, you're doing. You're adding your own made up story that no Africans was
Bro,
brought here.
all
James Moore
y'all
went to
got to
Goose
do is
Creek with
prove one
Africans.
African
You
that
ain't gonna
came over
tell
here.
people that because you don't know.
Why you can't find him, shot son?
Who
South
can't find
Carolina
them? You
has some of
can't
the
find
most
them.
extensive
You
records.
can't find them because you don't do no research. You don't know
No,
what the fuck
no.
you talking
How the
about.
fuck
We're
you
not
You get
looking
on
for
this
them. No, we're
platform, you
Hold
only
up.
run
looking
your
for
Do
mouth
you
our
and
want me
talk
to
feelings
and
that
say
we
make up
no.
an
want from.
African in
I
my
got a source
bloodline?
for everything I
Oh my
say.
God.
Yo, you
That's
You
what
want
are
I
me
not
think
to
he
make?
wants you to
making these
do.
made up
Oh
claims
my
that it wasn't
fucking
no
god!
Africans there. You
This
don't
nigga
got no
say I
source for
can't
that.
find him
You
in my
just get on here and
research.
run your
Like,
mouth.
damn,
That's
he
why you
want
keep
me to
Some
cutting me
make
off.
Ubuntu, some I don't know hell.
African.
All you do is get on here and lie about South Carolina. That's all you do because you don't know
I
the
All right,
history of
guarantee
it.
okay.
you.
That's enough.
For
That's
one,
enough.
I
That's enough.
don't. For one, I
Yeah,
don't
yeah, yeah,
speak
yeah.
No,
about
you're a
the whole
liar.
South
That's what you do.
Carolina.
You lie because you don't know what you're
I
talking
don't
about.
speak about the whole South Carolina. I
No,
speak
what I'm
about Goose
saying is
Creek and
you keep
Charleston,
lying and
South
saying there wasn't
Carolina,
no Africans
because
buried
that's
there.
where I'm at.
There were tons of them in Berkeley County
Well,
specifically.
where they at,
And Goose
shot
Creek.
son? Name a
In Goose Creek.
motherfucker.
There was a plantation in Goose Creek. You ain't gonna tell the people this because you don't know.
Motherfucker.
You
Oh,
don't know.
do you know what plantations
You
are?
don't know. You don't
Do
know
you
the
know what
place. You don't
plantations
even
are,
know
you
the
dumb
plantation that was
fuck?
in your city that you from.
Hey,
Because you
cut
don't
this
know.
motherfucker out, man. Cut this motherfucker out. He making me
Yeah,
get
I bet
outside my
you that's what
character,
you
man.
want because I'm
Shut up,
teaching. You
man,
can't
your
teach
bitch
this.
ass. I've been
You
doing good
can't.
with your fuck ass, man.
You can't.
And I tell him don't cut you. Get the fuck on now.
TK. Oh shit.
Cocksucker, man.
Woo, that is
Okay,
woo.
it's cool.
Man,
It's
FWA
cool. It's cool.
just came out, baby. Okay.
damn. He said
The
he talking
Indian
about
got
people in
wild.
Berkeley County, but he can't show one. It's plenty of them. There's plantations there. Oh, you stupid fuck. Do you know what these plantations was?
They were
No,
born. That's
because you're
it.
not here. Duh. Come on, man. Get the fuck on through. Name an African. And I know you're not talking about the little couple of Africans that your boy James Moore said he brought from Barbados.
Hold on, Sharice, just real quick.
The Lord
Because since he
proprietors.
said he was addressing me, hold on, since he said he was addressing me. My family from Berkeley County left Berkeley County and came to Texas. My grandfather, I guess he was my owner of a plantation, 300 acres. And I think the assumption is, and what they have constantly repeated, is that we can't find our families beyond a certain point. So when we're finding our families in Berkeley County, South Carolina, or any of these southern states, and then we're able to go beyond that and find more relatives, and none of these people are African, and none of these people are slaves, but the assumption is, well, those are not your family, those are slave owners, those are white people, or you're not able to find your family at all. And that's simply not true. That's why we're saying without a doubt that these people are not African, because they were here. We can find them. We have records of them. That's why we're saying, hey, what are these Black people that you're finding? Because you're saying they're African, and we're telling you no, that that's not true, that they were already here. That means that they were the Indian. It doesn't matter that they were labeled Negro. Somebody came along and did that.
The more people I find, the farthest I can trace these motherfuckers back is to the islands. These people who they calling Africans, I traced some of these motherfuckers back to the islands. Not no fucking Africa. They was calling them motherfuckers African, dog. Because they got Africanized. That's what they was taking place on these fucking islands. They was teaching them how to act another way. They was teaching them how to act like Africans. We steady saying colonizing, Europeanized. Nah, they was Africanizing these motherfuckers, dog. While they was getting Americanized, they was fucking Africanizing the fucking islands. And watch when I bring this new shit out. I'm telling you, I'm waiting. I'm waiting for a heavy hitter. That's why I ain't bring the shit out yet. I'm waiting for a fucking heavy hitter, because that's why I'm really gonna make my mark. And this trans-African shit is gonna be dead all the way. I'm telling you. I put that on my grandmama. Good word.
Period. All right, Shaw son, listen. You want to calm your ass down. You ain't gonna be getting my brother upset. The fuck? Everybody's gonna relax up here. Everybody.
Ooh, let's have a Zen moment. Let's just,
Don't make me
I'm
sound
out
of my
dummies. I can't relax myself. I gotta get a wine cooler, maybe.
make me sound of my 2-minute relaxed break music on y'all asses.
I apologize for that, but again, I just was trying to, get my statement out. And I when we talking, I like to allow to hear y'all whole statement before I respond. It's just a form of respect that I have. I'm not trying to cut nobody off and then ask a question in between your statement. So that's all I'm saying. The other day we had a conversation on his panel about respect. I'm giving him that respect. I'm giving all of y'all that. I want to hear y'all. But you gotta give the receive, brother. I'm not trying to ruin her panel or even yell and scream. Let me get my point over, whether you agree or not. You could address me. It's y'all panel. I'm gonna let y'all speak. Now, all I was saying was this idea that you saying, James Moore only brought a few Africans with him. Those people that he had in Brazil, this is something that you're not being honest about. Those black people that was in Brazil, in Barbados, they were bringing African slaves there to the Caribbeans. The Abbo say this all the time. Bethy say it all the time. For you to sit up here and act like now all of a sudden they not Africans, there's no African slaves there. Like, come on, you being disingenuous. Oh, he only bought a few.
Everybody from Barbados is an African now. Fuck the indigenous people that was there.
I did
so
not
how do you know? So how do you know the difference between a Barbadian and an African?
There you go, not listening. Because I didn't say everybody in Barbados was African.
Well, how you gonna say everybody is African? That's what you just said.
No, I did not. I said those black people, those black slaves there were of African descent. I didn't say everybody in Brazil, brother.
So the Barbadians that were slaves, they wasn't black?
Bro, you can't hear. You got it, Sharif.
Was the original people there, was they black?
Ahead, bro. There's no talking to OTK. He hear what he want to hear.
Because you bringing in a whole nother fucking race saying that the African came there and brought black to the Caribs.
I didn't
That's
say
what
that
you're saying
either.
right now.
Go, not listening. I didn't say Africans brought black to the Caribs. I didn't say that. You gotta just point me to create an argument, but you can't listen. You can't hear.
Right.
So since you can't hear, it's nothing for us to talk about. Go ahead, Sharice.
Okay. He said don't act like they didn't bring
what you want.
Those black slaves there was of African descent. That's what he said in Barbados. Correct, y'all? Is that not what he said?
I definitely said that.
Huh?
I definitely said that. You want to look it up?
Okay, then. So
You want
now,
to look it up?
were the
I didn't say
original people
everybody.
in
You said I said everybody there was Africans. That's
No,
what you
no,
said. I didn't
no,
say
no. I'm gonna tell you why I say
Just
this.
our relative.
Watch.
Just our
So,
relative.
are the original people of Barbados, are they considered black?
Are they considered black? The original
Yeah.
people? The
Yeah.
Arawaks and stuff like that?
Nah, bro. We talk about Barbados. We're not talking about the Arawaks and
Who are the
over there
original people of Barbados?
in the
What do
Dominican
they
Republic,
mean?
not the Dominican Republic, Haiti
Watch
and all
this.
that.
Watch this.
Those were
What
mostly
are
the
the original
Arawaks.
people of Barbados called?
What happened?
What are the original people of Barbados called?
Oh shit, that's them. Caribs. They always
They was
Caribs.
called Caribs?
They always Caribs.
Okay.
That's why the shit is called the Carib Islands.
Does
the
Carib mean
Caribbean.
black?
Hey, listen, that ain't the question for me, bro.
It don't mean
Fuck
black,
what I
right?
think. What I'm
It don't
asking
mean black,
you,
right?
was the people of Barbados, was they considered black? Thank you. Because now, if the people of Barbados considered black, and you saying the black slaves in Barbados are African, how do you distinguish who is who? Let's go.
Can you scroll down to that thing you had highlighted just now? We're going to answer this question. Can you scroll down? Where it said red Caribs? Can you go back to that?
Yeah, hold on. I'm trying to start from right here because then it'll encapsulate everything. But let's see, because I can go. If you're trying to make a point, I can go right here. You want to read that? What you want to try to relate that to your point? Hello? Where you go? Okay. So anyway.
Go on. Miss Reese Boo.
Yes, baby.
Go on with your bill, girl.
All right.
Enumerate us, enlighten us.
Okay.
That question is too heavy, man. He put his own self inside that box.
Reese, go back down. It says black Caribs or free Negroes, red Caribs or Indians. Why aren't the black Caribs called Indians, brother? Can you explain that?
Whoa. Both of them are indigenous.
Hold up.
Both of them are indigenous Caribs. One just darker than the other. That's all that's saying. Quit mixing it up, dog, like we don't know how to read or we don't know how to comprehend. Stop that fuckery. They're just telling you it's a black Carib and it's a red Carib. Let's go.
Let's just read it real quick. So, an example from the West Indies is especially illuminating.
And it's saying or. My bad, sis. Damn, I'm on fire. My bad.
It's all right. In 1764, William Young was sent to St. Vincent as a part of the British occupation of that island. Living on St. Vincent were about 3,000 black Caribs or free Negroes, about 100 red Caribs or Indians, and some 4,000 French and their slaves, according to Young. The British found it difficult to control the Caribs, and wars were fought with them in 1771 to 1772, and again during 1795 to 1796. During the latter crisis, Young wrote an extremely anti-Carib tract designed to prove that the Caribs should be removed from St. Vincent, that they were eventually defeated, and some 5,000 were shipped to an island near the coast of Honduras. Young was so anxious to prove that so-called black Caribs were not true Aborigines, but were in fact Negro colonists, free Negroes, or Negro usurpers. This was important to him because he wanted to show he had no bona fide land rights or Aboriginal title. For our purposes, the interesting point admitted by Young is that the so-called blacks or Negroes were occasionally of tawny and mixed complexion because of American ancestry, and that their customs, personal names, and language were those of the native Caribs. Still further, Young admitted that he had repeatedly intermarried with American women. he consistently refers to them as Negroes nonetheless. Young also relayed a great deal of
No, let her keep reading. Let her keep reading.
Damn, nah, nigga, let that sink in real
Let her
quick.
keep reading. You about to shoot
read.
your own head off. Go ahead, keep
Dog,
reading.
don't shoot my head off. You just heard what they said. He was trying to prove them to be somebody who they ain't. It just said that. Once it said that, that let you know the rest of his fucking thoughts.
Can you keep reading, Sharice,
He
please?
tried. He wanted to show.
No, Sharice, can you keep reading that second paragraph? You just said.
Right.
Can you go back and
to
finish
make sure that
paragraph?
they didn't have no land rights. So by him calling them African, he took away their land rights. Let's go.
Right there, Sharice.
He consistently referred. So Young also relayed a great deal of hearsay information about how the Black Caribs had originated, which is without foundation for analysis here. The important point is this, that a people thoroughly American in identity, culture, and language were called Black and Negro solely because of being mixed with
being mixed. You finished yourself. You finished.
It doesn't make you a full African, Shasta.
You're finished, OTK.
That's where you're missing
make you
it.
African
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
You're finished.
whoa,
You're finished,
whoa,
brother.
whoa,
You're finished.
whoa, whoa.
You're
Whoa.
finished.
Don't keep acting
like telling you who the Black
Look what it says.
Do
Hold
not
on,
make me
sis.
put this source in the
Look
back
what it
chat.
says. Shut up, man. Mute your fucking mic. Young also relayed a great deal of hearsay information.
So why are you sharing the source?
About how the Black Caribs had originated. It's hearsay. The same shit you're doing.
Look,
your
wait,
liquor
wait.
shit and your hearsay. Damn. What the what
Watch
hearsay
Watch
mean?
this.
What does
Watch
hearsay
this,
mean?
If it's hearsay,
What does relay
if it's hearsay, why you sharing the
fucking
source? If it's
He's
hearsay,
telling
why you sharing the source?
Hold on, that's not.
If it's
He
hearsay,
said
why you
this
sharing the source
tendency
if you don't believe what he
continues.
say?
Hearsay info.
Be quiet. Be quiet. He not finished, y'all. This
He
tendency
not.
continues incidentally among white scholars who, even today, refuse to accept the Caribs' avowed feelings of Indianness. So we have people who are saying, they are putting this label. They're saying because there is some so-called African there, whatever that even means, it is. It's like 2%.
It was African slaves there. That's the part. Remember?
It was 2%. And it was people here. And it was people here. And that's what you're missing.
Was the African slaves there? Yes or no?
It was people here.
Was there African slaves there? Yes or no?
A very small percentage.
A very small percentage. And this article is telling you that these people,
right?
What are we arguing?
Am I correct on that?
Listen, no, you're not correct on the
I'm not
numbers.
correct on the small percentage of Africans.
No, you're not. You're completely wrong. You're completely wrong. But
all
that's
right,
not neither here nor there. If there's Africans there and the indigenous people there, what are we arguing?
It doesn't make us a full African because some of them mix with some of our people. Do you understand?
So wait.
Do you understand
that? Sharice, here's my point. Again,
that shit don't have no foundation. Do you know what no foundation means, Sister Sharice? It means it doesn't have no ass, no backing. It's not solid. It's not credible. He's talking from his point of fucking view.
It was hearsay here.
And you know what? If this shit was all agreeing with what we said, they would have threw this up in our face and said, "Oh, they're listening to hearsay information."
How do you determine what's what's real and what's not out of his words? How do you determine?
The same way you determine a black person and a fucking indigenous Carib.
Yeah, he said the red ones was Indians.
Nah,
the black
the
ones.
same way you
say the
can
black
do it.
ones was Indians. You missed that part.
Come on, cuz. Quit playing with me. Let's go, sis.
Oh, you did. But here's the thing,
quit playing with me, man. Quit playing with me. I ain't say nothing. I ain't even talking to you no more, man. I'm talking to her right now. I want to finish hearing this.
OTK.
I want to finish hearing this.
OTK.
Let's talk about this.
I got a question.
Hey, Sharilis.
Okay, I got a
L got a question. My bad, goddess.
No, you okay. All right, Nisa, I got a question. So OTK, I was doing some research on the Reef family.
What you said? Reed?
Reef, Dereef.
Dereef. Uh-huh.
Dereef. You know what I'm talking about?
I'm writing that down now.
So
No.
is
Go ahead.
Richard Edward Dereef.
Richard Andrew. Okay, go ahead.
He was born in South. He was born in Charleston. Are you familiar with the Cato family?
Cato?
Mm-hmm.
No. All the Catos I know, that's their first names. No. I'm not familiar with them.
So okay, so
Are these from
Richard,
the islands? They from the islands?
they're from South Carolina.
No, I'm saying no. South Carolina got plenty of islands, baby.
Yeah. No. They're from Charleston.
Yeah. But see, parts of the islands are considered Charleston too, like James
Okay.
Island, John's Island, all that's considered Charleston too.
Okay, so it
Hmm.
says that where I read it, they actually own a part of the wharf down there.
Oh, she broke up.
You know, like where they built the new museum,
Oh, you talking about the wharf?
International.
Yeah, you talking about
Mm-hmm.
yeah. So your people's them tied in with the Gatsons.
Yeah, Gadsden's Wharf. So it's
Right.
before it was the Gadsden's Wharf. They're saying that
It was
the
Aquarium Wall.
reefs. Okay,
Hmm.
they're
It was
saying that
Aquarium
the
Wall, and also was Gatson Park because they got a
okay.
big open grass field. That's a memorial like area for the Gatson family. Nice, pretty green area, man. Right across from that, and that's why they changed it from Aquarium Wharf to Gatson's Wharf now. But yes, okay. Now you say the Reef. Now you just gave me an older name. Okay, go ahead, sis.
Okay.
Continue on. Yes,
All right. So,
ma'am.
are you familiar with the Brown Fellowship Society?
Not the Fellowship Society, but I'm very familiar with the Brown family.
Okay. All right. So he helped to form Richard Edward DeReef helped to form the Brown Fellowship Society. So it says that him and his brother owned slaves, right? They owned slaves, but these were so-called Negroes. Says that they owned slaves and they were some of the largest slave holders of quote unquote color. Also, along with his cousin John Kane.
Mm.
So they had a court case back in 1823, and it was to persuade the magistrate to exempt them from the state free Negro tax. You're familiar with the state free Negro tax
Uh-huh.
in South Carolina because they were Native American descendants.
Did they do? They got a county?
Charleston. What's Charleston County?
Yeah, it's count, but do they got like okay? So you got Charleston County, and then you got like little areas, like you have 10 Mile.
Mm-hmm.
That's in Charleston. You got like 7 Mile. You know what I mean, like that. But these are like baby cities
Mm-hmm.
per se. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
They're like what you would call a town. So it's a town within a damn. So it's Charleston County and it's Charleston City. You got North Charleston and then you got Charleston City.
Okay.
It's kind of hard to explain.
No, I understand.
The way we got out, the way that they do that coding, and they do this
Mm-hmm.
this crazy zoning and stuff like that they do, man. They got this thing all broke up and distributed, man. You know what I mean?
So, are you familiar with Octavius Cato?
No.
Well, Octavius Cato was one of he was a part of the Reef family as well. He actually had a lodge. Um, but yeah, that it was saying
So
that
now these families right here that you're talking about,
Mhm.
you know why I haven't heard of them?
Why is that?
Because they probably got family ties into Indian families.
Mm-hmm.
But I guarantee you, once you said lodge, you're talking about Freemasonry.
Mm-hmm.
And we know when they came in through Charleston, they came as Moristos, Sephardics, but
Mm-hmm.
they came all up underneath Christianity and got a
Mm-hmm.
foothold in Charleston. I was just telling sisters last night. And when they did that, they brought that Judaism, and then that's when they branched off. They gained wealth and power like that through the church.
Right.
So this is how they came in. They came in French, the Huguenots, all of them. They was coming in hot, and that would make sense. This will be the same time that you will see the Lord Proprietors,
Mm-hmm.
uh, the Goose Street Men, the Charlestonians or the Carolinians. Uh, you will also see damn, what was that other little roll group? But they was Republicans, but they was like black Republicans. The radicals.
Mm-hmm.
This was before like Reconstruction era and all of that. So black aristocrats and all of that. This is all during that same period, and that's crazy because they now moved the capital from Charleston to Columbia. So this is the time where all these people was just doing what they wanted to do. Uh, so these people got to be tied in with Ellison,
Okay.
April Ellison, uh, the old Cotton Gin dude. He had the most. He was the biggest black slave owner of South Carolina.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And then his family line branched off into the Johnsons, but they was in Georgia. Anthony Johnson, Anthony Johnson in Georgia. All of those are some of two of the biggest black slave owners. Also the Stevensons, yeah, the Stevens or Stevensons. Now you bringing all these black slave owners back in my head now.
Yeah, it says that he was one of the richest black men in Charleston. He had a wharf at the end of Chapel Street and was in the
He's
wooden
downtown.
business.
Yes, he's downtown. Chapel Street is downtown.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Yeah.
Man, when I do this video on Charleston and I show y'all that is damn near 3 churches on every street. That's why they call it Holy
Wow.
City. Gambling would never come here because the church. That's why I tell them that Hebrew Israelite, the Masons, man, listen, it's only room for the Christians, the Catholics, and the Jehovah Witness.
Mm.
That's it. Everybody else gonna get ran up out of here
Because of the church. They got it on lock.
because of
Oh
the
yeah,
church.
it's a true Bible. It's truly part of the Bible Belt. Yep, Texas either.
Yeah.
They
Now you
only
can
gonna
go to
let
Myrtle
so much
Beach.
of it come.
You could go to Myrtle Beach and jump on a boat and go right off the coast or the battery. You could go right off the coast of the battery, and now you in imported waters, international waters. You can gamble and do everything.
Mm-hmm.
But boy, you come into Charleston with that now harbor. You military Coast Guard right there. The Coast Guard right there on downtown. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah, I found a newspaper article too. It says the prevalent views, state documents, congressional debates, and lecture courses bearing upon the general subject render it difficult of the belief that the proclamation by Mr. Lincoln reduced many colored people of the South, and especially in the city of Charleston, from a state of influence and competence to a condition of need, if not poverty. And this is what happened to a lot of us after, what they call the Civil War.
Mm-hmm.
So I
Yes,
always
yes.
think that the majority of the Civil War was civil cases about property rights,
Uh-huh.
and the
So
property was the slaves.
who's that? Who's that? Oh, hey, Sister Sharice. Wouldn't that be you? Ain't you last night you just played the video with a dude daddy was suing back for his property and cattle and stuff during the war?
Yeah.
Free
You want to see
people.
that? Yeah, the one with
So
the
that's
whole out there in his yeah.
yeah,
And people were doing a lot of suing.
a lot of suing. That backs up what Kate Glover L is saying.
Okay, a lot of damn suing. Please believe these folks weren't playing. They swear people couldn't read and write and all of this stuff. That's bogus. And like I want to get back right here to this thing because people take one little being mixed with something and run with it. Like I always tell people when these people are writing about our history, they're always trying to connect it back to some type of African whatever. But these people have avowed feelings of Indianness. That's not avowed feelings of Africanness.
Right.
I'm just confused.
But that's what I was wanting him to admit to is that he he won't admit that he only thinks that people with brown skin are African.
African, clearly. But that's clearly what it
is. I'm like, who is the black person? Who's the brown person? Who's the Negro? He won't say nothing.
Nothing. He want to stop right there. When I just read in the beginning that it was Africans, Asians, Americans, and Europeans. But this African is just our primary identity. That's our primary ancestry. Are you crazy? Is brown people not in America? Were they not free?
No,
were there not us? Are we not here?
Gotta be African. Gotta be African.
Trying to tell you.
And then when we say things like, okay, well, hey, we can trace our ancestry beyond this point, then and we're saying that hey, these people are still here. They were never slaves. And then you've got to some kind of way work in the person that's brown. So they say, well, no, that's a lie. You're not finding your records back that far because, if you were, then you would find the slave. And it's like, no. I've got my records beyond that point, and nobody's a slave. Nobody's from Africa. Everybody has an origin point. And it's and they were landowners. They were here. They were living. I'm not saying that it's 100% American. I've got a lot of European ancestry as well, but by and large, it was just the people that were already here. Sorry.
Hey, have y'all ever heard me deny Africans being here?
No, I don't.
You just asked that.
Thank you.
Where they at?
But I do. I do.
19.
I do.
But I'm just saying, I'm just saying, prove it.
Yeah, they didn't even, they didn't really start coming over here like that until after the turn of the century.
Right.
Everybody was not no African. And they keep trying to make it seem like that because of its skin color.
I just remember back in the day, like in the 70s, you would see one African person. You would meet them, you know what I'm saying? Like you would know they were African. But everybody else, nobody else was African. And they you know what I'm saying? It was one lonely African person. Not even a family.
Look at this part though. In 1670, the population of the Virginia colony was said to be 40,000, including 2,000 quote unquote black slaves. Evidence indicates that there could not have been that many Africans there, and also that there were a great many American slaves or servants. Thus, the total of quote unquote blacks must have included a many good Americans. So people need to understand evidence indicate that there could not have been that many Africans there in 1670. And those blacks are Americans that they are talking about.
Man, Charleston was just founded in 1670 by them, for one. And Charleston supposed to be the place where the most came in at. It wasn't no goddamn Africans in no fucking 1670 now. Not in no goddamn slave trade or no prisoners of war for per se. Because ain't nothing but goddamn war was going on during this time. Pequot, Powhatan, you got the Powhatan, the Pequot, the fucking King Philip's War, the Yamasee War, the Seminole War, and a bunch of Queen Anne's War. A bunch of goddamn wars was going on, boy. Let me stop, man. Let me stop. It's so many things that kills the narrative. You see what I'm saying? Like, how can all this be going on when this is going on? Let's go.
In 1698, 3 fugitive Negroes, quote unquote, were reported in North Carolina, of whom one was an American. Similarly, a list of quote unquote Negroes imported into Virginia 1710 to 1718 by sea includes at least 69 quote unquote Indians, mostly from the Carolinas. Likewise, lists of quote unquote Negroes brought into New York from 1715 to 1736 include many slaves of probable or stated American ancestry from Campeche, Jamaica, Honduras, the Carolinas, and Virginia. All of that is American ancestry, they're saying, from these places. People came from there. Oh, people, they were brought into New York from these places. In the 1715 to 1717 period, hold up. You gotta be quiet, y'all. In the 1715 to 1717 period, the Vestry Book of King William's Parish, Virginia, records 1 year, quote unquote, Robin, an Indian, and 2 years later, quote unquote, Robin, a Negro. In a similar manner, in 1691, list of quote unquote Negro slaves in York County, Virginia includes Kate Indian, while a 1728 list of quote unquote Negroes at the home house of a Virginia planter includes quote unquote Indian Robin. Robin, incidentally, is a common name for slaves of American ancestry. In 1748, there was an advertisement in New York for a Negro man called Robin, almost of the complexion of an Indian, talks good English, can read and write, and plays on the fiddle. In 1723, Virginia adopted a law depriving free Negroes, mulattoes, and Indians of certain basic civil rights. The act was disallowed by British officials, but in 1735, Lieutenant Governor Gooch defended it by asserting that he wanted to make a perpetual brand upon free Negroes and mulattoes by excluding them from that great privilege of a free man. Or freeman. It looked like freeman. He wanted to make the free Negroes sensible that a distinction ought to be made between their offsprings and the descendants of an Englishman with whom they never were to be accounted equal. Since the act applied to Native Americans and half Americans, quote unquote mulattoes, Gooch's language was seen to include them under the general category of free Negroes and mulattoes. A welcome clarification of terminology was provided in 1719 by the government of South Carolina when it decided, and for preventing all doubts and scruples that may arise, what ought to be taxed on must these mulattoes, all such slaves as are not entirely Indian, shall be accounted as Negro. The significance of this act is that all later enumerations of quote unquote Negro and Indian slaves in South Carolina have to be analyzed with the thought in mind that many Negroes were probably one half or other fractions of American ancestry.
Hey sis, sis, can you
Yes.
share my screen real quick, please?
Oh,
You
sure.
can see my screen.
Oh,
You can see my screen.
Yep.
All right. So who you just was talking about? What's his name?
Robin and them.
Is that him?
Yep.
This is the actual court case you just was reading, baby.
Mm-hmm. In 1735.
Right.
1712, actually.
Oh, hold on. Let me go up.
Yeah, that Chamberlain family had a long history of that. There you go. It starts from right here.
15, yeah. 15.
It started actually in 1712.
Okay. Damn.
Uh-huh.
Isn't this all of the names of the people that were reclassified? They kept making them mulattoes so they could keep them as slaves.
Shit, hell yeah, they kept switching up their
It
title
was
from
making them mulattoes, musties.
Yeah,
Yeah.
hell yeah. Shit, even right here, the motherfucker, you know, right, excuse me, when the damn judges that was talking, the boy say, shit, the Portuguese, you sure they ain't a mixture of Portuguese and Spanish? God damn. So right here it shows it, right here. Portuguese, also used by persons of North Carolina origin, residing in South Carolina, Tennessee, etc., to describe mixed Indian white persons from the North Carolina, Virginia border area during the same period. So not just mulattoes, they was calling Indian and a white person a Portuguese too. And a Portuguese could also be called a mulatto. See, Sister Sharice, we don't have to play with them. You know, we don't have to play with them. You can stop sharing my screen, sister. I'll stop sharing it. We don't have to
I'll
play
put
with
that
them.
link in the back private chat
Okay,
as
keep
well.
cooking with your article, baby.
Okay.
Let's
Because
go.
that I want to highlight is how they lump this shit in there. Like they be missing it. They be missing it. Hold up, let me get this back up here.
And then, you know, that shit that you brought up with the dude, what he was saying, he let you know that there was two different type of Carib Indians in the islands. Now we know if anyone of y'all ever went on a cruise, we know every island these people can look different. Right now, today, their complexion wise.
Yeah, hold on.
Yeah. I mean, what was that? I think it was one of the islands that starts with a V, Vanuatu. We look a lot like those people. I mean, just like we, they all have their own look, but out of all of them, they were the ones that looked more American than anybody.
Yeah. Them boys, Sister Becky, Sister Becky will tell you straight up, hey, we went all the way to goddamn to Haiti to help the Arawakans fight, man. They are us and we are them now. You know what I mean? So hey, I respect that info. That's their info. I respect that. Do your own info. Quit trying to do everybody else shit. Let's go, sis. My bad.
Yep.
Go ahead, girly girl.
Oh, I was gonna say that's why I'm not ever denying that people are racially mixed. I mean, I'm a product of that. So I'm not ever saying that people don't intermix with each other. But
it doesn't take away from the original stock. Period.
Right. It doesn't take away from the original stock, period. So, and that's the part it's just not clicking because they have to some kind of way throw the African in there. Why? I ultimately will never understand. And maybe one day I will when they finally reveal why they, insist upon this narrative. But for me, if it's really about making sure that we protect our own original identity and we're not trying to discredit somebody, then why all the wonderful things that we've done in history, all of the actual things that we did that would make us prominent and not these subservient, subhuman species like we have been categorized up until late? Why, if any of that, like, you know, the Negro plantation owners in North Carolina, just any of this wonderfulness, you know, I didn't know anything about the governors that were black, that were in Connecticut. You know, it's kind of like I'm saying, we don't, all of the wonderful things that we've done that was right here in this country, we don't learn about that in school. We don't ever hear about it. We had to dig hard to find find documentation of this, to find evidence of this. Why are they not angry about that? Why are they not angry about all the wonderful things that we've done? They don't talk about. Black History Month is just the same pitiful little people that they've been talking about for 1,000 years. Phyllis Wheatley and Benjamin Banneker, and you know, this is the same people. We'll never hear about nobody else.
But shit, why they give us the coldest month and they give us Lincoln's birthday? Because you know, they got research saying Lincoln was the brownest one. That's why he's on the penny now, and you know, because he's the Indian and he's on the penny, he's faced the opposite direction, and they say all of this. But why would you give a person who loves the fucking sun and needs the sun for us to be us? Why would you give us the coldest month when that's your month?
And the shortest one too.
And the shortest one. Come on, man. Damn. Go ahead, Cerise.
Okay. In the 1780s, certain white Virginians began to agitate for the termination of the Gingaskin Indian Reservation in Northampton County. The reserve was described as an asylum for free Negroes, and it was alleged that the Americans have at length become nearly extinct, there being at this time not more than 3 or 4 genuine Indian at most. The place is a harbor and convenient asylum for an idle set of free Negroes. In 1812, it was argued that the place is now inhabited by as many black men as Indians. The Indian women have many of them married black men, and a majority probably of the inhabitants are blacks or have black blood in them. The real Indians are a few. The reserve was allotted in 1813, and by 1832, whites had acquired most of it. In 1828, the Gingaskin descendants were described as respectable Negro landowners. So listen here. This is no different than what they've done in any other point in history when it comes to erasing who these people really are. Are they Negroes? Who is the Negro?
This is what Indians.
Yes, it is. Who was there? They're saying this. These white agitators. He made it very clear. Certain white Virginians began to agitate for the termination of the Gingaskin Reservation. They are saying that these people are not really who they are. Who are they to say who they are? They could just walk up there and say they not an Indian because they brown? What type of law? This is racist. Do you understand that? This is
they were foreigners
that we're talking about. And they get to come up here and say, you not an Indian. It's not that many Indians here. Based on what? What logic?
Wait, Sharice. Here's the problem, right? You casting doubt. I'm cool with that. Can you prove that this wasn't an asylum for free Negroes? Can you prove that free Negroes wasn't going to this reserve, this reservation?
Indians?
Wait, what you say?
Can you prove they were Indians? They're on an Indian reservation.
Being How on are they not Indian reservation? Don't make you an Indian. It's white.
It's their land.
As white people on the Indian reservation, are they Indians?
But it's at this time period that we are referring to. It is their land.
On Indian reservations.
No, we're talking about this time period, sir. Let's not stray off of
it. And there's white people on Indian reservations.
Look, if we're gonna have the conversation, let's have it. So when we're talking about in the 1780s, when we're talking about white Virginian agitators, people who are coming in and trying to invade these people, okay? They don't have a right to walk up there and say that they're not an Indian because of them being black. That makes no sense. That's super racist. You do understand that Indians can be black, so-called. You do understand that Indians are black. You do get that, right? So this notion that they aren't, because they said so, is the issue that we're having right now.
Nowhere does it say they're not
And
Indians.
it's the War of 1812.
Nowhere
It's
in
like
this
fucking the
sentence does it say
Seminole
that
War
they're not
time
Indians,
too.
though.
What the fuck?
They're trying to terminate their reservation. They're trying to take them off their home. What do you mean?
That is true, but nowhere does it say that they're not Indians. It doesn't say that. Where does it say that they're not Indians, though? Can you show that?
Can't do anything about it.
Because it says there being at this time not more than 3 or 4 genuine Indians. It's acknowledging
Their
Indians.
opinion. Their opinion.
It's acknowledging the Indians.
Their looker shit is saying that. Do you understand?
But you're trying to say that
No,
they're
no, 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 no.
Indian,
I'm
but
not
they're
saying
acknowledging
it.
the Indians.
I'm not saying
the Allotment
their
Act
looker shit is saying that these people are not Indians. That's what their looker shit is saying.
No, wait, Sharice. This is why I just asked you a question.
So it can't be a bunch of black Indians running around? I'm confused.
Listen, Sharice, listen to my question, Sharice. They're calling it an asylum for free Negroes. They're projecting that.
They are.
Sharice? They're projecting that Negroes are going to this reservation. What I'm telling you is, or asking you, can you prove that Negroes were not going to this place for asylum? Can you prove that? Because the same way you asking me to prove that they are Indians, can you prove that they're not Indians? Wait, can you prove that?
But how is it being allotted if the white people?
I know what's crazy. The fucking 1828 Webster. Hold on. The 1828 Webster Dictionary is also hidden, where American is now being applied to other people. Well, it's a lot of shit going on right now. The Seminole War, 1812, the War of 1812. Then you got the Seminoles, 1818, then 1828. That's the Webster Dictionary coming out. Then 1887, the Allotment Act comes out. What caught my eye is the divided allotment.
Racist. It's like, it's sick. Like, when are you going to see that shit is racist to even say? And this is the whole problem now. People are acting like we weren't here at a great number without this slave trade, without those numbers. Because the numbers that they are getting from it, and I just showed the video yesterday, that they stopped giving a fuck about the human history behind slavery. The slave trade, excuse me. They stopped caring about that, and they decided that they were going to go with statistics. And this is much later. And how can they get those numbers? The only way they're going to get them is from the people that are already here, the people that are on those census then. And you're going to try to say that all of them were brought from Africa? No, sir. No, sir, Bob. No, sir. They only have 2 eyewitness accounts from people coming off the coast of Guinea. 1 million, they said? 1 million? 2 people, 2 eyewitness accounts. Come on now. I'm out there cooking because this is too much.
This is like racism at its finest. Because this is also the beginning where they saying we all died of all kind of diseases, and they're finally finished with us at this point. Ain't no more us on the East Coast. Damn.
All right, what you got, Shaw?
Go ahead, sis, man. This shit hit heavy. See, I love this information, man. I don't want to get into personal thoughts and subjective arguments and stuff like that. You know what I mean? I like that. I like to get into this info, man. Word. I mean, trust me, sis. It ain't nothing we can do. Say, you know what I mean? Ain't no help. You know, it has to start from within.
It was attack.
You know what I mean? Go ahead, sis. Let's go.
Yes. That last video that I had showed, that shit really went in because like people don't want to really look at the actual factual shit behind this. And we have to stop. The man even said it. They got all these plantations they can account for, but they barely got slave ships they can really truly account for. Make it make sense. Come on, the weight ain't added up. And they like, man, look.
The ghost ship. And you gotta finish playing that video tonight. Now you gotta finish that tonight. You only got like 13 minutes left.
The ghost ship that joint was serious, okay?
I'm gonna show that shit again. I'm gonna show that shit again on my shit. Straight up. I ain't lying.
You cooking. Presentation. And like about he was talking about the slave ship pretty much, being a ghost ship and just different things, how they got their sources and the lack of sources and just it not being enough to really add up to this narrative behind. Like he didn't really put it like that, but that's how I took it. But when you hear him say what he say, you're gonna understand why I'm saying that. He went in. He went in. I was shocked.
Yeah, he did.
And
I was shocked. I was shocked about the people that was in the audience.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That was asking the questions. I was like, damn. You know what I mean? I said, boy, listen, sis is a fire researcher. See, we go and look for shit that we ain't never seen before. Even if somebody did present it before, we're going to try to find a way that it hasn't been presented. And good thing about me, OTK, I just came into this. So I don't know a lot of works that's already out there. So when somebody come and be like, yo, I presented that shit like 4 years ago, I'd be like, well, god damn, I'm doing something good. And I'm going to keep hammering that fucking home. You know what I mean? Go ahead, sis. Fire.
I always say it ain't wrong with that though, because like when it's all said and done, like you looking for information and you looking to build on what you got. And we have to do what we have to do. So, like we went and looked for it. It's not like, you was looking for that it on their, sources or anything like that. Like this is you diligently looking through things and trying to get a better understanding. So like we all doing. Hold on, let me see.
Hey, Shasha, my family them at own African slaves, man. Crowfield Plantation family. The Middletons, you believe me?
I ain't hear you. What you say?
I said my family them the Middletons, Middleton Plantation, Crowfield Plantation, we are own African slaves. You believe me?
I guess, if you say so.
Huh?
I said, I guess if you say so.
Oh, okay.
That's the video from your channel, OTK.
Yeah, but that's your source, though. That's the video from my channel, but that's your source. I don't think it, just getting heavy with that.
Now, because when I was watching it, I was like, wait a minute, hold on. Like, I had to keep making sure, because before I put stuff on my channel, I go over it and I try to make sure that, it fits what we're talking about, and that people can try to understand it. Because, when we keep talking about, narratives and things like that, we got to find sources to back up what we've been saying this whole time. These white folks saying it. But when we saying it, somehow we lying about it. Like if they saying when the slave trade happened or whatever, like they neglect the intra-American part of it, y'all is neglecting that part. Y'all is neglecting the fact that people were shipped from here to other places. Original people.
Fact. What about the million European slaves that was in the so-called slave coast at this time too?
Quiet as kept, bro. Tomorrow is day day.
You know what I'm talking about? Hey, sis. What is a caucasoid? What is a caucasoid?
A caucasoid would be
one
of those. Caucasians, those other folks.
All right. So what if I tell you a caucasoid is North African?
It's white people there.
Yeah, I'm talking about naturally from there.
Yeah. And they could be, here's the thing, they could be white and brown just like us.
Okay, so if they're brown, then they would be called a mongoloid.
Could be.
And if they
But
black, they would be called a Negroid. This is skull. This skull talk. The skull talk.
your shit.
So if you got a European in Africa and you got a black skull, but you got a European that's in a so-called black country with his own type of skull, who is the real African? Please stand up. And who is this black?
Can I ask OTK a question real quick?
Nah, go ahead, sis. No, no. I'm not taking no questions right now.
Yeah,
man.
but I bet you not.
Yeah.
Watch this, Sharice. Hold on, Sharice. I've been silent. Let me
man.
get this
scared,
out real
bro.
quick, Sharice.
I'm scared, bro. I'm scared.
Yeah, I know you are. Hold on, Sharice.
Yeah,
Watch
man.
this.
I just told you my people's in my own Africans, man.
Yeah, I know. Watch this. Watch
You
this.
say they was brought here, right?
I heard you,
So,
brother.
yeah, my people's in was the one
real
who
quick,
paid
brother?
for them to come here.
Can I speak real quick, brother? I've been silent. Can you prove that Arthur
It's better. It's better that you're
silent,
It's
brother.
better that you're silent, though, man.
Yeah, I
ain't gonna
know,
lie
but
to
I've been
you.
letting you talk.
I know, man, because
Sharice.
this is our shit, though. We
Yeah, I
talk our
get you,
talk.
but I'm being respectful. I'm not disrespecting you.
Listen, we
I
don't
understand
care
why you
about
so
no
scared to let me
respect.
talk.
You can be respectful all you want
I
by
am
being
being
quiet
respectful, and I've been
talking with
silent.
confidence.
I'm
But
asking,
yeah,
can I
at the end of the
speak
day,
real
you're
quick,
still
brother?
disrespectful because you're telling us we're not who we are.
No, I'm not. You didn't once hear me say that. Hey, this is how disingenuous you was. Because an hour ago, I literally said to girly girl, you know I'm not the person saying y'all not Indian at all. But you don't listen. You have no integrity. You like to misquote.
But you also say we African too, though, right?
Yeah,
I listen
do say
real
people.
motherfucking good. That's the insult.
All right, so but look.
You
I'm not
trying to
argue with
put
you, brother.
trying to put sugar on shit.
No, I'm
And
not.
it's not
I'm
gonna work.
actually trying
Yeah,
to. Hey,
you
Sharice,
are because you won't let
Sharice, can I
Nah,
say
bro,
something
it's
to you
all
real
to
quick?
say
good.
the
It's all good.
Negro, that anybody
It's all
brown
good,
skin
bro.
is not the Indian. That the only way that
Girly
we
girl,
can be
I'm not
Indian,
saying that, girly girl. I'm not
it
saying that,
doesn't
girly
matter
girl.
if you're not saying
You
it.
are
You're
saying that,
saying
child.
No, I'm not. I'm not
You
saying that.
But you are insinuating it. I can't lie.
No, I'm
I
not.
can't.
If y'all let me get my statement out, I'm not.
We've been
This
trying
is
to
why.
tell you. Here's
Watch
why
this.
she's making that point. Hold on,
Wait,
Shasta. 2 seconds.
damn.
I'm
Can
gonna
I
let
get
you
a point
go.
out,
Oh,
please?
I'm gonna let you. Hold on. Listen, when we pulled up that last paragraph right there about how the white agitators came in, you keep saying, "Well, why they keep saying that they this? They couldn't have been free Negroes." No, they're saying that. That doesn't mean they're not Indian. This is what we keep trying to tell you. You cannot keep saying because somebody is quote unquote because they say that makes it factual truth when they're on their land.
Can I respond to you? The same way, the same way you saying that, Sharice, I can ask that same question back, saying, prove that this is not what it's saying. But I'm not. We'll be here all day trying to prove who's right and who's wrong. If they're really Negroes, if they're really Indians, if they're mixed, we'll be here all day. So that's what I'm saying. You trying to ask me or project that they could be Indians. You got to prove that. You just
well, why are you so pressed that they are not Indians? Why does it matter to you so much?
Hold on, girly girl. I didn't cut nobody off. I'm asking to speak, please. What I'm saying
But
is,
why do they have to be African? You
I
have
don't understand
to
how this paragraph doesn't
about African though.
But you're saying to prove they're Indian.
I'll
You're
mute
saying
up again
prove
because y'all
it.
not letting me speak. Y'all doing this on purpose. Y'all can speak.
But you won't
I'm
say
letting
that.
y'all
You won't
speak, and I
admit
don't
it. You
understand
won't
why.
come out and
Sharice,
admit
you said
it.
you would let me speak.
You're
sister.
putting words in our mouth, and you won't
I'm
allow
not
us to do
putting
the same
words
to
in y'all
you.
mouth. I'm not.
But you won't allow us to do the same to you, though.
Y'all just said that I'm insinuating, but I'm putting words in y'all mouth. I'm not insinuating
Listen,
anything.
you have to tell us where these brown people came from. Are they African or are they Indians? Where did they come from?
Can I answer? Can I speak without being cut off, girly girl? I'm letting y'all speak. I was just silent.
No dissertations. No dissertations.
No, I don't have to answer or speak how you want me to speak because I'm not asking you to do that. I'm listening to you.
But you can't.
We want you to answer the question. What are
I'm
they?
trying, but I can't talk. I can't talk without three people jumping in. I can't even get a statement. You just said I'm gonna let you speak, and then y'all cut me off.
I'm telling you now to go ahead.
Thank you. Now, what I'm saying is again, two things. You're projecting that. How do we? Oh, these could be Indians. I'm not against that, Sharice. You have every right to assume that. But again, you would have to prove that. Just like you want me to prove that these people aren't
full-blooded Indians and that they're just Negroes. You see how that works? That go both ways. And another thing,
Africans, not
listen,
Negroes.
listen.
African descent.
Can I finish my statement, please, girly girl? Again, this goes back to what I said about applied terms as it pertains to identification. On American paperwork, which is federally
per the European
created. I'm trying to answer your question. I can't speak if you're gonna keep cutting me off, because you're gonna keep asking the same dumb question and you're not gonna hear me. When it comes to
all right, y'all. Hey, listen, y'all. Listen, y'all. So y'all can stop asking dumb questions. Don't even talk to him. Let's keep doing what we're doing.
All right, see what I mean, Sharice? You just
man, because dog, you just gonna throw a diss out there like that. So y'all can stop asking
rude,
dumb
brother.
questions.
I'm asking y'all cannot speak and y'all keep cutting me off. You don't see the rude being rude? You don't see that?
We really man,
being
dog,
ignorant.
listen, shy.
And for real, you're no, you said I'm disrespecting Sharice panel. You are. Sharice said she was gonna let me speak and you're cutting me off. Are you the host of this panel or is it Sharice?
Listen,
because you didn't hear her say
you
she was
what,
gonna let me
I'm
speak.
the nigga checker who trying to check woman, nigga.
You can't
That's
check
what
me
the
in
fuck
no,
I
in
am.
no way, shape, or form. You can't check me on the internet or real life. No way.
Man, show your face.
Can't.
Show your face.
You
See,
can't.
now we gonna get back to this.
Now
We about to get back to this. Now you ain't about to talk at all. Now you got no more talking. Show your motherfucking face or get on.
Why I can't speak, brother?
Hey, listen, you got 30 seconds. Show your face or get the fuck on.
Sharice,
30 seconds. Show your face, motherfucker.
Sharice, I'm not disrespecting his brother. Why is he on this? The other day he apologized to me. Now he's back disrespecting me. And I can't get the word out
because you
nothing.
disrespecting me,
I'm
dog.
not disrespecting
listen,
anybody.
I come from Old Testament. I believe in the eye for
without being cut off. How is that being disrespectful, brother?
Wrong don't make us right, but it
I'm
makes us
asking to speak without
motherfucking
being cut
evil.
off. How is that disrespectful, brother?
Sharice.
Seriously, y'all need to relax.
I'm not trying to do this, Sharice. I'm just trying to get a statement out without being cut off. He's being rude.
Sharice. We don't.
Yeah, but listen, not OTK. Shit,
I'm not
just watch.
Disrespecting him, Sharice. I'm not even
Watch
doing
that
that. I'm
language.
just asking can I speak. That's all.
And all of that. We're trying to get you to answer something very specific.
I'm trying, but I keep getting cut off.
And you keep to us. It
I'm
sounds
not
like
Sharice. She's cutting me off in mid-sentence.
Because she's trying to get you back on track. That's all. Look, all right. Now say what you're gonna say. Look, we can do this.
Thank you.
Now go ahead. And now go ahead.
Again, like I said the first part, the same burden of proof you asking me, Sharice, you got it go both ways. Another thing, he said that Arthur Middleton, his people owned slaves in Goose Creek. He can't prove or show you that Arthur Middleton or anybody in his family was black or Indian. He can't show you that.
You can't prove that he's not.
Show it. No, that's your family.
No. You can't prove that he's not. You can't prove that he's not.
You made the claim about your family owning slaves. What was it?
Hey, listen, y'all. Hey, listen.
They're not Indian.
Y'all know when the only time he's quiet, time he's quiet is when he's going to try to look up shit. Y'all notice when I asked him, the Middleton plantation, my people's the owner. You notice he said, yeah, that's cool. But now he's coming back talking about Arthur Middleton. You're talking about a Goose Creek, one of the Goose Creek men, one of the Lord proprietors,
smart guy.
One of the Lord proprietors. Listen,
where the Middleton?
Where did they come from? Shasa, where did they come from?
You tell me. That's your family.
Where did they come from? Did they come from Barbados? Hold up. Did they come from Barbados? Did they come from Barbados?
Run your mouth. You don't tell.
Hold up. Did they come from Barbados?
You gonna lie. You gonna ask me. That's your family. Where your family?
Did they come from Barbados?
I just want to know why would I have
no, they
to
did not, liar.
Why didn't they prove it?
Go ahead, Sharice.
I feel like they didn't prove it. I feel like
you're right. Well, Sharice, I agree with you.
They said, boom, you ain't who you is. It was described. That doesn't mean that that's what it was. That could very much. These are assumptions we are talking about here.
I agree with you, Sharice. I highly agree with you. But how do we prove this, Sharice?
We're doing the best we can to prove it.
I'm on your side, Sharice. That's how genuine I am. I'm on your side.
You can't receive it and see how these people acquired this land. It even said it. The reserve was divided in 1813, and by 1832, whites had acquired most of it. Okay, They were describing these people as this. That doesn't mean that their original stock is not American born, American bred Indian. It's not true.
But Sharice,
they
acknowledging the original stock. That's why it says they're being at this time not no more than 3 or 4 genuine Indians. They're acknowledging the original stock.
Based on what?
It says
based on what?
It literally
It
says
as many black men as Indians.
So Sharice, how do you know that? How do you know that these people aren't mixing with black people? How do you know that?
No one denies that people intermix with other people.
I'm saying, how do you know that these Indians didn't mix with Negroes? How do you know that?
Listen, Shawson, are you going to let me answer your question? He never said that people didn't intermix. He also said that there were people here that were African, Asian, American, and European. So you don't think that it was a large group of us around this bitch, and you don't think that it was possible for us, the way we look, to own land like that, and for people to come up here and do that? You don't think that that's the truth? If we're talking in the context of this article here, because we know we the number one, but what has happened is we have people like certain white Virginians agitating to terminate their land, to terminate their home. Come on now, you gotta try to really receive that. And I don't really know what else to tell you. If this happened to them, we can only imagine how many of our other ancestors, we know that it occurred, it happened with. Even down to the day when we see, I mean, not to the day, but even down to when history continued on and they were crossing it out. It's the same thing. So they could get land and get shit off our folks. Okay. Now, whether you want to acknowledge them as an Indian or not, that's the issue. I think a lot of y'all are having. I think y'all keep going back to this Hollywood and look of Indians. And that is not how the girl said it. That is not how they all look. So, like I gotta stop looking at that shit from that way. Y'all gotta get out that liquor shit. Y'all gotta get out that liquor shit. That shit bad.
I just need to know how Africans got here. How did they
Indians
get
is
here?
brown every day. I don't know who you. I don't know if that's applied to me because I don't say Indians are not brown.
You just would have to prove that these people was actually Indians.
They
in context of this. Wait. Let me respond to you. I just listened to you, sister. In context of wait.
Reservation. Let's be clear.
Wait, Sharice. I'm saying that in context of this article, it's making a claim. Me and you have the same question. We don't know. You're saying that these free Negroes were Indians. They wasn't Negroes. They was all Indians. I'm saying that they was free Negroes. Neither one of us really knows. So that's all I'm saying. You have every right to assume that they was Indians. I'm not taking that away from you. But
how can you not see that they are clearly Indians being reclassified and being misnomered?
How? Wait.
And they are brown.
Their land.
Sharice, watch this, Sharice. Watch this, Sharice. Wait, Sharice. Wait, Sharice. Because if you look up more information about the Genghis-Khan, they don't deny that they mix. So
okay, you want to keep going back to it?
No, I'm just saying.
Let's stay there then. Okay,
we
go
can
ahead.
source up on that.
But
again,
what
you know
makes them Indian if they're mixed? What makes them Indian if they're mixed?
No, wait.
Answer her.
What you mean what makes them Indian if they're mixed? They're already Indian. They're mixing with Negroes and they mix with white people. Don't hide this. Y'all don't know this. Y'all the ones saying they didn't mix with these black people and white people.
And they're white. So what makes
Wait, what?
them
No,
Indian?
they're Indian, Negro, and white. That's the part I don't understand.
Ooh.
That is crazy.
I just showed y'all a source from the Lumbee Indians where it said they mix with white people and Negroes. I just showed y'all another source with the Narragansett. They mix with white people and Negroes. Mix with whites and 3 groups. The article said 3 groups.
So now it's come out. So now we know.
Yes,
so we don't ever have to question it again. This is what he believes, and he's never going to change.
It's on the screen.
So,
look, the screen says it. The place is now inhabited by as many black men as Indians. It's telling you the distinction right there. You can't see that?
It's because of these titles. That's all it is. It's because of liquor shit. It's crazy work. They did a good job. Because we're gonna be forever
That's
arguing
cool,
about
but the documentation say Indians and Negroes is always making a distinction. You can't argue that.
But we know why it's making a distinction. I
But they're
just
not
read
the same.
hold
Why
on,
is
hold
that
on.
not the
Shush,
same?
shush. I just read up top that they said that they were trying to separate people into a white, black, two-caste social society. Okay? Do you understand that? That's not rhetorical.
You could try your hardest to make them win,
No.
but
Do
they're
you
not.
understand it? Yes or no?
You could
Do you
try,
understand
but they're
the
not.
statement? Boy, yeah, I know you don't want to answer that because you don't want to go back to
I'm not
reclassify.
denying it. I'm not denying it. I'm agreeing with you. That's how much I got integrity. I'm
That's
agreeing
what
with
they
you that they trying
said.
to make a black
That's
white
what they
society.
said. So if it's a
That
brown
still
Indian,
doesn't make an Indian
guess
and a Negro the same
guess where the
thing.
brown Indian is gonna go. Guess where the brown Indian. Guess what category the brown Indian is gonna go in. No matter what. Do you understand
I'm gonna ask
that?
you again. So look, I'm gonna ask you the same question I asked Girly Girl because y'all making
No,
it. What?
I want you to acknowledge what I just said.
I heard you. But watch this.
Acknowledge it because
I
this
just
shit is
acknowledged
getting
it.
serious at this point, Shaw son. Come on now.
Wait,
If they
can I
go walk,
respond, please?
do
Hold on.
this.
Watch this.
You mean
An
to tell
hour
me
ago.
that it hasn't been done?
Wait, hold on, Sharice. An hour ago, when we was talking about her great grandfather, and she said that he couldn't be an Indian in Texas. I kept saying she's creating this idea that you can't be an Indian. It's a crime to be Indian or say you Indian. I brought up the 1870
He
census.
said they was treating him like they was treating him like an
listen,
African, and he
listen,
said he
listen.
wasn't going for it.
All right,
He
cool.
said
Listen
he
to
wasn't
what I'm
going
saying,
for it. He passed the
Listen to what I'm
test.
saying,
He said,
Sharice.
I got light
God, I
skin and
can't
light
get a point
eyes.
out.
I'm trying to tell you something. Hold on. He said, listen, they treat me like a nigga and I don't like it. So guess what I'm gonna do? We came from Virginia, we came here, I made a good go of it, so I'm going to Oklahoma where I know they're gonna treat me like an Indian. Because what they had done at that point was they had made the distinction. He didn't make it, they did. Somebody else put that moniker on him.
Keep telling him this shit.
Did you hear what you just said? You said they was treating him like, not calling him. But let me get to this. They
put that moniker on him. That's what she just said.
Before she said was treating him. But can I say this though? Please, Sharice, you just said.
Go ahead. I'm quiet. Go ahead.
Thank you. When she was talking about that, I mentioned to her that how in 1870 all these Indians pop up on the census, right? So she made the claim that you just made that you had to be light to be classified as an Indian. All these people that's on the census in multiple states, in 1870 classified as Indians. Y'all really sitting here saying that y'all know for a fact that all of these people were light? That's what y'all saying?
It's a very
cricket.
If we're talking about classification on paper, it's a very good chance. It's a very good chance. Now, I have an ancestor.
That's a bold claim, Sharice.
No,
I don't got no problem with it. I just want
to know. I'm going to explain why. I mean, when we're talking about the term "quote unquote" Indian, when we're talking about reclassification and who could be an Indian and who they say was an Indian and who wasn't, right? Because, like she said, they were putting these monikers on people. They were telling you who you were. She just explained all of that in the other presentation. We're not going to go back there. She just explained all of that, how all of this shit came to be. Because most of the people that they're called African American today are in fact connected, and you can't take it away. No matter what, no ages ago ancestry that don't matter, because our original stock is of this landmass, and that's what matters, and that's what we're trying to get people to understand. Where no one's saying that people didn't intertwine and sleep together. No one's saying that. But we know the original stock is us. Okay? It's not that other shit. It's not that Asian. Okay?
Do one of y'all have a source that says you had to be like light or like a light person to be classified as
let me go back to my example. I kind of drifted off. Okay.
But I know what I do have. I know what I do have.
I'm saying.
Hold up, wait a minute.
Go ahead,
I know what I do have. I have a very dark skinned great grandfather and a very light skinned great grandmother. And the gentleman that I'm talking about, he told her to her face, he said, "You married this African looking nigga, and I don't like it. And I'm never going to accept this marriage."
Wait, who said that? Wait, who said that to who? Say that one more time, girly girl.
My great great grandfather said that to my great grandmother.
Why? I'm confused. Wait,
What do you mean, why?
who married who? I'm a little confused on the story. Who?
She married a dark skinned Indian.
Okay, she married a dark skinned man, and her
And
father
she
said
was a
that.
Virginia Indian, very, very pale skin.
Right, and her father said that she married somebody that looked like an African.
Yeah. He
Okay,
said, "I
okay, I
don't
got
like
you.
it.
I was trying to
And I
follow
ain't
you.
never gonna,"
Okay.
he said, "I ain't never gonna accept this marriage." And he
I
didn't.
mean, that makes sense. A lot of the Indians didn't rock with them black people. They didn't care for them.
But he's an Indian.
Yeah.
Creek Indian.
Who's
And
the
here's what
Indian? The father, the guy that she married.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
How do you know that he's not mixed? Because a lot of those people there was
Because I
mixed.
have his records. He's a very prominent family in Georgia.
That's what I'm saying. All right, look.
Mm-hmm.
Again.
They're Bryants. And if you know
Okay,
anything about
cool.
the Bryants, they're Indians.
Or are all of them Indians?
Yes.
Are they all full-blooded Indians? Do you know that for a
Yes, they're
fact?
all full-blooded Indians.
I'm not casting down. I'm just asking you.
Yes.
Okay, cool. Listen, I don't know those people, so I'm not going to sit up here and say they not. I'm just asking you.
Now, I'm not going to say that they were all of it just all depends. Like, if you were acknowledged by a tribe, that's one thing. When we're talking about federal census, you know what I'm saying? Like, it depends on who was recognized and who wasn't. And we know most of the people who were brown were not. And some who were recognized, they were calling them what? Freedmen. So we understand that even in that context, it was still being separated. Okay. So we do understand.
Now I get that. Like, I'll give y'all example, right? I'm gonna give y'all example.
I'm saying, like, and when we talking about the census, that's what I mean when we talking about liquor shit, you know, and people putting people in certain categories where they want them.
No, look. I'm gonna give y'all a view about my personal
whatever. Like, you know, Sister Bethy always says that doesn't really have, you know, we don't affiliate with that, but you know, whatever. When we talking about that,
I'm gonna give y'all a personal example about my family, right? My great grandfather, his mother, and all her family in Anson County, North Carolina, right? The whole census that this particular census, they're all labeled as Negro, right? Now, mind you, my whole life, his stepfather, his stepfather is on the census too as the head of the household. My whole life I heard, and his name was Ross. My whole life I heard Ross was an Indian, but on the census he's labeled as a Negro. Now here's the thing: Anson County is a Catawba area. That's where the Catawba Indians was. Now what I'm saying is Ross could have been an Indian. He could have been Indian. He could have been mixed. He could have been a Negro, black person and a Catawba. We don't know. What I'm saying is if Ross chose to identify as a Negro, there's no crime in that. If he chose to identify as an Indian, there's no crime in that. If he's mixed, that's why I gave the example of my nephew. Listen to me, when people are mixed, they can claim both. So if on paper you see, like my nephew, listen, if my nephew chose,
no, let's keep it in context to the time. Can they do that? That's what you're saying.
What I'm speaking on is this. You see how girly girl said that guy was from a Creek family in Georgia. I asked her, was he full blooded? She said yes. Now, technically, we really wouldn't know. If we looking at paperwork, we have to say yes, he's a full blooded Indian if that's what it says. But how do we know that for a fact in real time? Again, I'm giving you modern examples.
Yeah, because they were listed as white, and there's no way in hell he could ever be listed as white anywhere.
No,
he was way too dark for that.
Just got finished reading.
That's what I'm saying, girly girl. Hear me out. If my nephew goes his whole life identified as a Philippine, his whole life, 20, 30 years from now, people gonna say he's that. If he never identifies as black and he doesn't tell nobody that in real life, does that mean he's not black? He's not half black?
We don't go. Race ain't listed nowhere no more.
No, what I'm saying is if that's the only identity he has on paper and he tells people that he's Philippine, does that disqualify him from being mixed?
But do you understand that at that time there was only 2 racial categories? There was a intent to create a white-black society. So we're talking about being able to identify. Hold on, let me finish. We're talking about what you're talking about is something that was able to occur much later on, where people could check off more than one race, where people can say, hey, I do have more in my heritage or whatever. That at one point in time, that was not applicable. That was not something that you could do. So I think like you using your nephew as an example in this context, I don't think it's valid when we're talking about what happened and who was making these decisions on our behalf.
Okay, here's my response to that. Indians have been acknowledged in their treaty since the 1700s. The 1700s predate the census. So by the time the census comes, it's not that they're not acknowledging the Indians, they actually are. So when they meet an Indian, they don't put them on the census. If they meet somebody and they say, listen, I'm Catawba, they don't enumerate them. So this idea, wait, listen.
That's because he thinks that those Asian people are the Indians and not the Negroes. Remember that,
nothing about Asians, though, girly girl.
Yes, that's who those people are. Those Mexican-looking people.
The Mexicans. You making another bold.
But who else could you be talking about? Who else could you be talking about? Because it's not white folks and it ain't us. So who else are you talking about?
Wait, you said what? I didn't hear you.
It's not white folks and it's not us. So who else are you speaking about?
Folks? Wait, who's not white folks?
The Indians. What do they look like? Describe them for me. You. Describe them.
They're
please.
Brown. I believe they're different shades of brown.
Who's brown?
They're light.
I'm brown.
Yes, I'm brown too. You're not my complexion either.
Right,
I'm darker than you. Me and Sharice. Me, you and Sharice Brown. You lighter than us. It's different shades of brown.
And OTK are Indians.
You said what?
Me, OTK, and Sharice are Indians though, and we're all 3 different colors of brown.
That's great, and I'm cool with that.
Yes, we do. But you're trying to tell me that we're not Indians. So what?
No, I'm not going to tell y'all that.
Well, okay, back in the day, before any of us were born, what they look like?
Sure, girly girl. Here's again. Listen to me. If an enumerator came around,
Asian, baby, straight black hair.
Wait.
Tell me, please. You're telling me everything else. Come on, tell me what they look like, please.
Watch this, girly girl. Watch this, girly girl.
You're not trying to tell me though.
Girly girl, listen to me. Follow me, because I'm gonna use the same. Remember earlier, I was asking you and OTK, what did black people commonly refer to themselves as, right? So listen. So by the time the enumerators came around, that means that black people like you and Sharice and OTK have been telling them, listen, I'm Cherokee, I'm Catawba, I'm etc.
They're not telling them that.
Yes, they are. They have to ask.
No, they're not. No.
Listen,
no, they were not.
You're projecting something that you can't source up on. I'm projecting something that says
no, you're telling me that we were not Indians. You're telling me that the Indians were somebody else. So what
no, I'm
did
not.
they look
I didn't say that.
What did they
say
look
that.
like?
You keep projecting that. You put it.
What did they look like? Tell me, please. What did they look like? Because you know.
Brown.
You saying you know.
Oh wait, Barazano said. Wait, I got you. Barazano said they look Oriental.
I just said that Asian. Okay, so that's what you're saying.
I didn't
you're
say
saying
that
those Asian people.
No,
are the
no, he
Indians.
said they looked Oriental.
And you going along with it?
No, I'm not going along with it. I'm just saying, do you look Oriental?
Are you saying that the Orientals are the Indians?
Listen. You asked me what they look like. Verrazano, who came here and was here long before me and you was
but we're not talking about
that those people look Oriental.
Because you're the one in this conversation. You're telling us we are not Indians, that they were 3 separate categories. That's what you're saying.
I didn't say
so
that.
I'm asking you what they look like because you know.
I'm telling you that there's 3 people. There's the Negro, the Indian, and white people here.
So what they
look
look
like you're an Indian and you're not a Negro? Great. I don't have no problem with that.
The Negro is the Indian.
No,
the Negro is the Indian.
No, they're not. Not on no American document where you see. That's why I keep referring to the census. Negroes are on the census in a separate category.
That's why I'm
Indians.
asking you what they look
like. You can argue that.
but you can't prove it.
Because
I
remember,
can.
the
I can
Negroes
show you the
supposedly
census.
escaped to the reservations, and they all were blended together. And when they came, but people came around looking for these runaway slaves, they couldn't distinguish who was the Negro and who
Yeah,
was the
because by that
Indian.
time they was
So
mixing. They were
by
mixing.
what time they was mixing?
They've been mixing since
They
the
looking for their
1600s.
slaves.
I don't know how your scholars ain't tell you this.
Okay, so
I
they
can show
looking
you
for
a source
slaves
right.
when?
I can show you a source right now that says the
I'm
Lumbees
gonna
was
wait to look
mixing
for
with
my
black
slave
people
once
and
he
white
done
people.
mixed and married and had children.
I can show you a source
How
right
long
now
ago was
that
this
says
they
the
were looking for
Narragansett
them?
was mixing with black
You're
and
gonna
white
look for
people.
your
The Lumbee was
property
mixing with black and
immediately.
white
You're not
people.
gonna wait
The
years and
Lenape.
years and years to look for your property.
You're the only. But here's the problem.
They've got to mix
Who
in and blend in immediately.
Are they
But here's
the
the
Asians
problem.
that
You
you
don't.
are they the
Y'all
Asians that you
denying
think?
these mixtures. All the documents say that these Indians mixed with two other groups. Y'all
You telling me the
denying it.
niggas is on the plantation, the niggas is on the reservation, and they looking like the Indians?
They're mixing.
Who's
When y'all
all
wait,
dead.
watch this,
Is that what you
Sharice.
telling me?
Sharice,
Only the
watch
mixed ones is
this.
left.
You see
Only
wait,
the mixed ones is left.
wait, girly girl. When you see a
Oh, the
light
Negroes is
skinned
gone
guy,
somewhere else. Where was the
wait,
Negroes
wait.
at? They
All
was
right.
hiding in the
Hey,
teepees.
girly
I'm
girl.
confused.
Girly girl, do you say Drake is white or black when you see him?
Drake is a nigga, as far as I'm
He a nigga.
concerned.
Why are you calling
But
him a nigga
remember,
and his mother's? Why are you
his
calling
mother's
him a nigga
Jewish?
and his mother's white?
Because that's what he says.
If he didn't say that, what would you call him?
He was a light-skinned Negro.
Exactly. But ain't he white?
His last
too?
name is Graham. I didn't see what his daddy looked like.
His mother's a whole white lady though. Why you not
She
calling
sure
him
is.
white? Why you not
She
calling
sure
him white
is.
though?
Because he's not calling himself white.
No, I don't care about what he calls himself. Why when I see a mulatto brother, y'all don't call him white?
Today's time is what you identify as.
Yes.
He feels like he's a nigga. That's what we look at him as.
Exactly. Y'all never gonna call him a white boy.
No.
So if people mix, again, y'all doing the same thing. Listen, y'all doing the same thing y'all blame Walter Plecker for. Every time one of them Indians mixed with a black person, guess what Walter Plecker said? Oh, y'all mixing with them? Y'all niggas now. That's exactly what y'all doing.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
He said it's common knowledge.
Yes, he did. He did not want black people. He literally said he does not want black people are trying to identify as Indians by mixing with them.
I just want to know, how was they blending? How was them Asians and them niggas blending together and not looking no different from each other? That's what I want to know.
You keep calling them Asians. You keep calling them Asians.
Verrazano called them Asians, remember?
He said they did say they look Oriental.
Yes.
I'm not saying that, girly girl. I wasn't there. I'm just telling you what you asked.
You going along with it though?
Hey, you asked.
You going along with it?
All right, child.
You asked, girly girl.
I sure did. And now we know. Now we know that your position on this, what it is. So we don't ever have to question it no more. You're not ever gonna be able to slip into these spaces under the guise of, hey, I want to get along with y'all. I want to understand. I want to see what's up. I want to learn. We know that you're not really here to learn.
Can't teach me nothing. Y'all really can't teach, especially on this topic. Y'all can't teach me. All y'all can do is manipulate what y'all read.
We can't teach you anything. Nothing.
I'm just saying. Y'all read stuff and then wait. Here's the thing.
And get this. We're not trying to teach you anything because it's your responsibility. No. It's your responsibility to find out your own family history. Because me and you don't have the same history.
I just gave you something personal.
Exactly. So why am I trying to teach you anything? Why would I try to teach you anything about your family?
I don't think
that's
you
your
can. I do
responsibility
more
to do
research
that.
than you. I don't think you can teach me anything. You can teach me about you. I can learn about your life. I don't know about your life and your family.
I'm never trying to do that.
As it pertains to this topic, you can't teach me. I do too much research.
Of course not. You know everything.
No, I don't know everything. But I know when somebody's making
something
up. I know when somebody's lying. I know when somebody's not doing the research.
That they keep saying we mix with to get an Indian. Who is these Indians that you keep saying that they mix with? You keep saying that these are all different people, right? So who are these Indian people?
They're
Oriental. I just named 3 groups. Sharice, you want me to put? Watch this, Sharice. You want me to put the source about the Lumbee Indians in the back chat?
I don't care about that. Answer my question.
That's the point. The source is going to tell you that the Lumbee mixed with white people and black people.
Right.
3 groups. It says 3. It literally says 3.
So who is the original stock? Who is the Indian?
The Lumbees. They are the Indians.
Yeah, that's
The
the
Not
major
black
Lumbees
town.
people.
are mulattoes. They are mixed with
No, they are
mulattoes.
mulattoes because they mix. Yes, originally
No,
they
no,
was
no,
mulattoes.
no. They already was mixed when
No,
they
they
going
was
to
not. How
join
could they
the
originally be
Lumbee.
mulattoes? How?
The
You
Croatans
sound
was
dumb.
already the Croatans was
Sound
already
dumb.
mixed
How
before
can
they
an
joined in with
original
the
stock
Lumbee.
Indian be a mulatto? Are you
What
stupid?
Because
happened?
they were the
Did we
Asian.
not just read
I know. What is he talking
mulatto
about?
was?
So now Indians mulattoes. I can't make this
It
shit
has
up,
Cherie,
yo. I'm
three.
out of here.
You have to go back to
Cherie,
the
we were
source.
Hold up.
we
So
are
an Indian is not a mulatto?
No, not no original. If
Hey,
they're
please
originally
get him off. Y'all, come
enslaved
on, y'all.
Indian, they're
Please,
not a
please.
mulatto.
yeah,
This
come
shit
on,
is
come
hurting
on.
my fucking ears, man.
Yeah,
Yeah.
An Indian is not a mulatto. You just read a court document where a fucking Indian was getting classified as a mulatto and then as a Negro. What the fuck? A court document in Virginia. Fuck his personal belief.
That's all it is.
That's all it is. We're not gonna keep showing our shit and they're gonna go off their personal belief. I can't do it no more, sis. He's deflected, man. God damn. My
That's
cousin the
why I
boy
wanted
called
him
me
to
like,
date.
yo, what is going on, man? Is sis gonna get back to the information? Damn. I can't even walk off for a second. Go ahead, man.
All
Go
right,
ahead,
let's
Cherie.
go.
My
Okay.
bad. I don't know what y'all was talking about, but my apologies, man. I post that come back. You been still kicking info.
Shit,
Yes,
no, we
Emmanuel
was
in
trying
the chat.
to wrap
We were
him up,
wasting
man.
time with him.
That's their whole purpose. To not get it out. To not let us get it out. That's their whole purpose. Why they don't sit back, listen to what we bring out, and then talk about the video?
Right.
Or the
So
reason.
but
They
that's what
don't
I
never
wanted
do
him to
that.
own up to. He's never gonna change his mind. And that's why. And I said, okay, what do you feel like the Indian is? He would never own up to it. To finally, he had to. That's that Oriental person. That's who you consider to be the Indian. We African and the white folks. And what the white folks came here and told us about ourselves is the gospel.
Come on, girly girl.
And he know everything and he know all of it. And we can't teach him nothing. Well, then what you over here for?
I got him clipped. I got him clipped thinking Indian is not a Negro and an Indian is not a mulatto.
It just got lit up in this bitch.
Yeah.
Okay, Sharice, proceed, madam.
Okay. Hey, Swordfish.
What's going on with it, Sharice? Peace, everybody. Peace. Girly girl, K Glover L, OTK. What's going on?
Kay Glover, she's such a lady. She can stay up in the corner.
Okay.
Me and Sharice down here being wild monkeys.
Hey, I wanted to say this to y'all. If y'all notice, every single time his information is maturing off the back of conversations with y'all.
Yeah.
So don't teach that nigga nothing. The only way he gets better is by debating people or trying to come on the stage and fight. And it don't really matter what you show him. It don't matter. He's willing to lie. He's willing to do anything to win. That's what this is about for him. It's about winning. So you'll never convince that type of person or get them to open their minds to anything. So I say that, for the protection of y'all is, I can't tell nobody how to run their panel, but a person convinced against their will is of the same opinion still. Let that nigga have, if he want to be African, let his ass be African. We'll see what the solutions look like at the end of the day. He's willing to lie. You can't do nothing with somebody who's willing to lie or who's willing to do whatever they got to do just to win and prove that they're African.
Right.
So protect y'all energy, man. Y'all ain't gotta. I don't want y'all out here, having to fight those fights and stuff like that.
Right, so that's why if it been women up here and these was women going in, dog, you would hear me mute like hell. I'm not getting into that. But I'd be damn if a dude gonna come and try to tear down a woman's character with this old male chauvinist egotistical shit. No, you're not gonna do that. It's so hard to build up these women that you actually come out and start kicking shit and starting to be grandmama type style again. You know what I mean? Grandmama didn't give a shit. Grandmama cursed your ass out in the church parking lot. What?
She would.
You see, like the premise of how he asked his questions. The only thing he tried to do is to put a wedge between who you are and what you know. He never comes out. Just protect y'all energy, ladies, man. You know, I can't, just protect y'all energy, man.
Like I said, I'm a guest, and I was on the panel. I was asked the question. I
And
said,
see,
okay,
that's
fine.
crazy. This
But
man never swore, never came on here and called nobody no liar or none of that. He said that a person will lie and do anything to win.
Well, fuck it. He a liar. I said it. You know, and check this out. Check this out. I'm gonna prove it. So I'm too surgical with this shit, man. I'm gonna prove it. So
Hey,
you know
hey, that video. When I sent you that email, was that video time stamped at the right spot? It was a documentary that I sent you. Was it timed at the right spot? 1861.
I don't know. I ain't even know you sent me that. I had to go back and take a look at it.
We'll get up after this. Yeah, we meet up.
All right, cool.
But yeah, that I sent you a video, man. I think it was a emancipation or something.
Yeah, I'm gonna go take a look at it.
Look at like about, I think it's like the damn 12-minute mark. Look what come up on the screen in big ass bold print.
Okay, I'm gonna check it out now.
Father Ray, Reed Younger. Come on, man. Fuck a Pan-African, fuck a Pan-African, fuck a Pan-African, fuck a Pan-African. Hey, them niggas trash like some ooh. Try to get back to them slave hoes. Hey, hey. Try to get back to them slave hoes. Hey, hey. Fucking slave narrative, they phony. I had this nigga named Toby and he owe me. When the plot crop or the stock drop on top, them niggas going. Sold to the bitter cotton pickers, them my niggas. I'ma come down, feed them chitlins and them gizzards. Nigga, I'm the mister, I whip ya, I kill you. In the big house, go down with your sister. Send it back to you, then I send for your mother. Y'all niggas look out, I'ma work you like no other. Make you pick cotton till the sun come and touch you. Till your damn hands and feet, your foot all bust up. Look me in my eyes, I'ma backhand the buck up. Nah. Shout out to Grandma Foo. Why your man came, she the one that sold you. My crew swam to the show and got you. Good shit, Jesus, man, that nigga came through. Hey, fuck a Pan-African, fuck a Pan-African, fuck a Pan-African, fuck a Pan-African. Hey, the niggas trash like some ooh. Trying to get back to them slave hoes. Hey, trying to get back to them slave hoes. Fuck Garvey, fuck Lennon, fuck Jeffries, ayy. Fuck Garvey, fuck Ben, fuck Jeffries, ayy. Fuck Garvey, fuck Lennon, fuck Jeffries, ayy. Ayy. Play with this shit, dude. Begin. Yo, so PC, the acrobatic. Fuck a Pan-African, fuck a Pan-African, fuck a Pan-African.
Yes. Peace and love to all the Aboriginal, Indigenous, American Indians. Shout out to the panel. Hold on, y'all. See, I can see this panel. Yes. Shout out to my brother OTK, my auntie Cake Lover Ill, big brother Swordfish, and big sis Girly Girl. Okay, nothing but it is okay. Blow on that bitch. Okay. The gloves was off just now up in this joint. Okay, the girl said enough is enough.
Enough is enough.
You gonna get
Yes.
my bits.
I thought that was very nice.
You were. Until you guys, girl.
I feel like
See
I was
that?
very nice.
So that Texas had to come out real quick.
Like, oh my God, what?
Don't get it twisted, bitch. Let them know, girl. You nice, but okay.
Right.
So yeah, this little bill was like from OTK channel last night. I tried to get it like where I started it at, but OTK gave me this segue when he had showed all the slave boats and stuff. I mean, not the slave boats, but just all the ships and stuff. So that was
Yeah,
cool.
I saw that. I saw that. I was at work
So
yesterday.
that was a cool
last night,
little.
so.
Oh, true. Yes. I hope your little phone will be up loud, girl.
No.
Next to the.
If I'm at the desk, yeah. But it was slow, and I was in triage, so I didn't have a patient for hours. And they asked if I wanted to go home at 5, and I popped up and said bye. I'm going home.
Okay.
But I was trying to listen to everybody's, because that's the first time I worked nights in a while, and 3 o'clock is a witching hour for me. So I was like, please, just keep going. Somebody, anybody. So Smoke kept me up. His show kept me up.
Yes, I love Smoke Show. Shout out to Smoke Signal doing this thing over there and laying that shit down and letting them know what it is. And he's standing on his business over there. So I love him, respect everybody, and especially and DJ Cuddy, shout out to you.
Same thing.
So shout out to him.
Shout out to Cuddy.
Shit, Bat was here earlier. Shout out to Bat.
Shout out to Bat.
Okay, came in and supported the kid. It felt good to have that support from everybody in the community today, because Slim was really wilding.
Yeah, hold up, and real quick, I wanted to tell you that I don't know who said what about, if anybody made a comment about your little video at the wedding. I don't understand what that was about, but don't worry about them. Sometimes people just attack pretty people for no reason, maybe because they're ugly.
Girl, yes.
So,
girl, yes, I know what time it is.
Exactly. I don't know what that's about. Sometimes people just mad because they're ugly and they're not pretty like you. So you just keep right on going with that. It was a beautiful video. It was showing a whole lot of love between, you and your family. So, and you having a good time. And I think that was the problem. People don't like happiness.
No, they don't. And you know what? I never ever worry about it for real. Like, hey, whoever, they want to mess with me, come on through. And if you don't, keep it moving too. Like, I just wanted
the dress was so cute, but I was like, oh my goodness, girl, as long as you can wear it, because one day you won't be able to wear it.
Listen, don't I know?
And everything was right where it was supposed to be. You did fine. And all the men was like, Sharice. I was like, ooh, look at them. They trying to boo up Sharice. There was some of that brown Indian girl living over there. I see them. You and your sister and your daughter. It was just heartwarming to see it. So don't worry about them.
Thank you so much, girl. And I just want people to see that. Like, it was warming my heart to be around all my family, because now that I'm getting older, my grandmother and her sisters, they really getting up there in age now, so I just cherish these moments where we all in the same room. Like, my mom's been gone for years, so it's very hard for me to be around a family and not be able to have my mother there with me. So, it's always special, and I enjoy it. I don't know what them comments be about. Like, I don't know why the girl's so upset. I really don't.
Yeah, don't even worry about it.
I ain't egotistical and none of that. I don't know what it be about me. You know what? And I feel like it's been like that for a while. But I just learned how to just embrace it, and I just keep it moving. Every time I come in the room, it's some type of crickets. You move, want to switch.
Yeah.
And they keep crazy. Shit. See, one thing about family, dog, we make sure we take care of our family, God damn it. Look, everyone say, hurry up, you look good.
That is such a sweet compliment. He said she could change my life. I was like, okay. I like that.
Shoot, and my father even said, he said, "Man, you really look nice." He was like, "All right."
See, okay, once you got daddy's approval, you was looking good, you was fine. I don't know what them scallywags is talking about. Hating
assholes. So what was they saying? What was these girls?
I'm gonna pull up the girl mom dudes. Dress like that picture I sent you, sis. I'm gonna pull up their mama and say, hey, listen. How you doing, my love? No, I'm just kidding.
Fuck all that. Girl. Who the hell was talking about me in my dress?
No,
In my
somebody was.
bitch.
That's what I heard you saying. That somebody was making a comment about the
Oh,
photo.
yeah, yeah. Oh yeah,
Of the
peeing.
weekend, yeah.
Yeah, some other people talking about, yeah, and nice things as well.
Okay.
A lot of nice things, more nice, but I don't know what these, like I said, just people. Yeah. Oh yeah, on that panel. Yup. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Okay.
Yes.
Don't worry about that.
They was on what?
Right.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
sis, you gotta call me.
so when I went on the joint, no, it really wasn't no big deal, but I could just feel the shade and the energy. You know what it be giving, honey. Every time a woman walks around,
I was on there watching the wedding when the girl started singing and them boy hit that thing. I was watching from the jump when you was filming that. It was only like 2 people in there, and I was one of the 2.
Yeah,
I'm gonna support. Yeah.
I love them, man, for real. We had a real good time, and then I wanted y'all to see like DC, like they from Southeast, like so it's gonna be go. It's just gonna be a good time, and that's exactly what it was. Like and they look good, man. All of them do. I'm proud of them. I'm like like most of my cousins and stuff, they in their 50s. Like yeah. Oh shit, y'all hold up. Y'all go ahead, carry on. I got my door.
Now go ahead and play the video real quick, sis.
Okay, let me put it up.
Yeah, play the video. Let us finish that real quick. But yeah, I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna send a shout out to Jeremiah. Jeremiah gonna stop being the fuck. He gonna stop being the sniper around this motherfucker for these.
Jeremiah is.
Yeah, because these trans Africans, they don't deserve to even talk to us.
They don't. My
Jeremiah, see Jeremiah ain't even gonna drop no information on them. Jeremiah just gonna straight get rid of them. Oh.
Yep.
Oh.
Jeremiah, Sachi, and Hawk School.
Oh yeah, and
come out
Sachi.
attacking.
Oh yeah.
They lucky the nigga done became a professional and I got civilized. Cause the nigga will get on some old shit real quick.
Yeah, you keep a bunch of windows open. You got mail. That's your twin, huh? Hell yeah.
That's my sister.
That's your twin,
yes.
Huh? Hell yeah.
I said they gotta be twins. I said these
Yeah,
girls
they
look too
are.
much alike.
You got a twin?
Hell yeah.
Oh shit.
I'm jealous, man. I always wanted a twin.
So it is great.
Oh, look at the split in the dress. Oh, stop it. Natural. Womanized. And you think she ain't single because she want to be? You got another thing fucking going, man. What? My sis.
The split was splitting, okay?
Oh, you like them splits, huh, girly girl?
Yes, and you gotta wear them while them legs is tight and high. That's why
Yeah. If you like splits, then you got some nice legs too.
I love a split on the skirt.
Girly girl ain't but 4'7".
That is not true.
Yeah, Manuel, exactly. How can not another woman give her fuck?
That's our grandma, y'all.
Oh, I got it now. I got it now. The reason why that they was hating on her is because they had to, because the girl must have seen it too. So they had to say, they had to come on live and make a post about sis like, are you single? They ain't never say she was ugly or she didn't look good. They just kept saying that you a single mother. So they girl must be saw this too. Oh, now I might know. Okay. Boy, I'm surgical, boy. I'm trying to tell you. Now I'm starting to put 2 and 2 together, and I'm coming up with 7.
Bro said 7.
Yeah. What the boy call it? What your boy call it? What not regular shit. When he go when the boy Copenhagen. What Copenhagen did?
You said 2 and 2 make 7. That's trigonometry.
Yeah, no. What was that other shit that that Copenhagen did with the study that he came out with?
I don't know. What is
the
it?
Extraterrestrial type shit, like another universe. What is that shit called again?
You said another universe?
Yeah, you know, like them boy be going in a different universe. Atomic bomb shit. Fuck.
Man.
I thought I had some more footage, y'all. Hold on, I ain't gonna show too much more of this. I know like what they were saying was some sweet stuff.
Hey Sharice, how long y'all gonna be on?
I don't know. I just been rocking. Anyway, I'm gonna get back to that.
Yeah, quantum physics. That's what it's called, Sword. Quantum.
Oh,
Quantum,
okay.
yeah, parallel universes. Yeah, quantum going into the quantum realm or whatever like that. Yeah, that's that 2 plus. That's that put 2 and 2 together and you come up with 7. I didn't mean to say 2 plus 2 or 2 times 2 or 2 divided by 2. I said you put 2 and 2 together and I came up with 7.
Gotcha.
That's that quantum physics shit. You feel me?
Yeah, quantum physics is it's an interesting field.
Right. So in other words, you know how they say man lie, woman lie, but numbers don't lie? Mm-hmm. Quantum physics shows that numbers do lie because they can get manipulated.
Yeah, depending upon the person.
Thank you. So that's why I put 2 and 2 together and come up with 7. Because these niggas are manipulators.
Mm-hmm. I see what you're saying. Yeah, I got you.
What I miss?
Yeah, it's 4 of them boys now. It's 4 of them.
What's going on, K Glover L? How you doing, sis?
2 and 2 together. It's 4 of them. And I'm noticing it's 2 girls and 2 dudes.
OTK, how you get him off the panel?
Kick his monkey ass off. That boy do anything to win. He a crack fiend.
Hey sis, I got my goddamn overseer hat on. Looking like
He
damn
does.
motherfucker.
Hey, OTK, I saw your I saw your hat earlier today. I was like, shit, I need to go get me one. Need to go get me a good quality cowboy hat.
Man, oh shit, and Manuel, if you know that quantum physics, dog, or the parallel universe, dog, if you know that, some things I don't like to read because I know I'm not gonna understand it, so I would need somebody that around me that understand it to make the reading easier. So if you know that shit, dog, I wouldn't mind you hitting my channel up or whatever and come in, dog, let's build on that shit. I really want to know. I understand the basic and the core around quantum physics, which is physics.
Well, you got quantum. Quantum is the concept of, so quantum doesn't deal with regular numbers. It takes the numbers and it breaks it down into, let's say for ease of conversation, it breaks it down into bits.
Right.
And then it displays the concept of exponential growth. If I had to make it in this most simplest format. So it goes more granular, but then it shows how explosive those small granular pieces. Exactly.
Right, I got you.
So a lot of things can get done faster, like quantum computing.
Big things come in small packages.
Right.
Got you. See, that's how it's easy for me to learn. You see how you easily explain that? Now, if I was to go read it, that's always in the back of my mind. Okay, Mom, OTK is goddamn old, it's small shit, and it's gonna give you smaller components, and then it's gonna tell you, you know the outcome of what happened, what they said. So you know the Big Bang. So with anything I read now I know the basis of the beginning and the end point and what's in between. Go ahead.
Yeah, no problem.
I'm sorry. We'll
I love my youth.
Census, and we was talking about how our records get messed up a lot. So this is the page of one of my
Cherise, right, you breaking up a bit, sis.
W2. It says,
is she talking to us?
He was born in LaRae, Virginia, in the Civil War veteran Charles Pinkett, which is my fifth great grandfather. They have him described as of Indian and Black ancestry, and Columbia Kemper, a white woman, which is my 5 times great grandmother. So anywho, so I just wanted to show that, right? And so then boom. So this is a census with her on it. In 1930, she was a late age. And right here we see a lot of color being crossed out here. And
Lithuania up top, is that Lithuania? Mic check, 1, 2.
Oh God! All right, give me a second.
No, sis, it might be playing right. It might hit my mic last night. Oh, all those windows open.
Color to Negro, so we can see constantly like manipulation of the census. So anywho, and this is another little interesting presentation I found. This presentation came out shortly after they completed the slavevoyages.org website.
Event.
I think.
See that bitch loud, sis. Oh shit. That shit loud as hell.
Hell yeah. I said, God damn.
No, I'm good. Like
Blow your motherfucking. And they did. Not back. I said, shit.
Blue Sea, that looks like a title of a movie. Who Built America? The movie headed Hydra.
Of making presentations like this. That's as high as it goes. Okay. How's that? Is that better?
His name, yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay, very good.
Am I hearing things?
Speak with you about this book that I published.
You know what? I think I'm gonna just get the actual video. I don't know what the fuck I was going through right here.
yeah, that could have been my. Hey, that could have been my side too. Now, sis. Remember now, you know. I ain't even gonna lie to you. I ain't even gonna lie to you, sis. I went and got this. I bought this from bro 111. I bought this, and I bought this copper tree right here. I got my tree by the computer, and I got this on top of the internet box. Word. I ain't even gonna lie to you. Been doing all right so far.
Explaining this. Yeah. Let's see, because yeah, shit be acting up.
Book called The Slave Ship, A Human History. And I'd like to begin this discussion with an image that is known to many of you. This is an engraving by William Blake, the great English poet and author.
First of all, y'all, we had to have some real strong ass steel to hold this motherfucker up here.
All right, sis. You're gonna have to hold it down until I switch this and stuff. Hey, sis, stop sharing your screen. You don't want to pull the original. Okay. You don't want to pull the original version of this up.
Okay.
Rather than showing it from my side.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna just have to.
Yeah,
I wasn't trying.
I know, but it'd be a whole lot better. It'll be a whole lot cleaner. Whenever you presenting good information like that, and listen, you don't have no feedback about it, you got to make sure it's clear, even clearer than it was. Yeah, man, y'all holler at 111 Truth, man. 111 Truth. He said, "Leave." Hey, listen, I had to work because the way that you do this, you can move the branches, and the way that it come, man, you got to spread it out. Yeah, man. Nice stuff, man. The pyramid also is all copper in the inside and around it. Got copper around it also. You know what I mean? And you know your
I wanted
boy
to get some of the bracelets that he has. I know he.
Oh
has
yeah, I got them.
bracelets.
Yeah, I got them to. The family got the rest of them.
Did y'all used to get those copper bracelets when y'all were younger? My grandmother used to get them for us all the time.
Yep.
Okay.
You know what's crazy though, right? Guess who used to wear a bunch of copper bracelets here? The goddamn Filipinos.
Oh yeah, they will wear them.
Yep. Pacific Islanders.
They'll wear them.
Oh, thanks, Emmanuel. Y'all did a good build last night. I slept peacefully. Yeah, we did go in, man. The Black Confederates. I didn't finish that neither, Sharice. I didn't finish this shit on the Black Confederates neither, boy. We got some more shit to do, girl. Let's go.
Not a yeah.
So that's not enough. Salah said, I think I spoke about this too, and you can actually see both of those things in this image. So this image was being projected on a screen. Is that better?
Go ahead and blow it up. It's playing lovely. Blow it up.
Okay, I want to speak with you about this book that I published just over a year ago called The Slave Ship, A Human History. And I'd like to begin this discussion
No.
with an
The
image
two
that
arrows.
is known to many of you. This is an engraving by William Blake, the great English poet and artist. And it's depicting a man who was executed in Suriname around 1776. Very powerful image. And the reason I want to begin with this is because this image prompted what was in some ways the most profound question I have ever been asked in almost 30 years of making presentations like this. This was at Rutgers University in the year 2000. And this image was shown because it was kind of the epitome of a book that Salah mentioned called The Many-Headed Hydra, which I wrote with Peter Linebaugh, a book about the origins of Atlantic capitalism and the many-sided resistance to it. One of the themes in that book was the terror required to build this new Atlantic capitalist system. There and two, and you can actually see both of those things in this image. So this image was being projected on a screen just like this when an older man who introduced himself as Reverend Taylor asked a question. Reverend Taylor looked at the image and he looked at me and he said, "Professor Redeker, can you forgive the people who did this?" Now, I must admit, my mind started to race. The first thing that came to it was that Reverend Taylor knows that I am a lapsed Baptist, and he wants to have a conversation with me about Christian forgiveness. And so, not knowing what to say, I did what probably most of us would do in that situation. I said, "I don't know, Reverend Taylor, can you forgive them?" Answer I will never forget. He told a biblical story, a parable, which was quite long, but the gist of it was this. He said, "I try very hard to forgive them for 5 minutes each day. That's the best I can do." Now, what I loved about that answer was it
Goddess K Gov L, man. How everything going with you? Everything lovely? Mic check. Girly girl, you still here?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay, Swoo here.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Goddess K Gov L, I'm bounce again.
Kay just hanging out.
Yeah.
She come in and drop some pearls on us.
Miss Atakula.
Sis don't know.
Oh, you know what?
With the information that she be dropping, she don't know she got some heavy people that's watching her. And I'm gonna let her know. You know what I mean? She don't know some of the people because, you know, she's just coming out here, and just like me, I don't know a bunch of people by their names. You know what I mean? Until I ask, like, yo, such and such, such and such. But sis doing the damn thing with this information word. And coming from the Northeast too, she fit right in with the rest of the goddesses and the chiefs.
Hey, girl, I gotta get you that research paper about your ancestors.
Yes.
Hey, sis, Sharice.
Best I can do.
Oh, okay. Hey, sis, Sharice. So you know how you got your layouts at the bottom? I know you already know. So once you go to the arrow and you make this big, and the reason why I tell you make this big, because you don't need to let nobody know where you be researching at. Okay?
Yeah.
So that's why I tell you to keep it big. You make it big with the 2 arrows right there. And then after you do that, at the bottom of this black square, you will see your layouts. And then you put then you can put you and everybody else back on the screen once you blow it up. Go to the layout mode. But yeah, don't let everybody see what kind of homework that you be doing.
Yeah, every time I try to like blow it up, it boots me out. So yeah, I'm over
Oh,
it.
it's not because you blowing it up. Trust me, it's not because you blowing it up. The size is not gonna do that. It's just you on live now, and all the shows. Every time you do a show and you save it, it's taking up data, taking up space rather.
Now, what I loved about that answer was its insistence that this history is still with us.
Mute your mic too, sis.
We're this image, this history day of my life. Now, I want to submit to you
Here you go. Just got unmuted. You can leave it small like that. You good, sis. Matter of fact, you can pull it up to the top on your arrow key at the side, man, and just hide your. I just want you to protect yourself, not yourself, but your studies. You got it muted, sis.
Huh?
The video was muted.
Okay.
Hey, girl, I'm gonna send you a message on Discord. All right.
about the ways in which the history of race in the United States and in many parts of the world is a history of terror, of violence of the kind that you see in just this image. And it occurred to me in these extreme circumstances of sitting with this man on death row that I might be able to make a contribution to the understanding of that relationship between race and terror. Because it occurred to me that one of its most profound moments was on the slave ship. That in some ways, an origin of race and terror began right there. So that's why I wanted to do this study, to think about that relationship. Well, as Salah said, I think I spoke about this project at Cornell in 2003, when it was really just beginning. The book was finally published in fall 2007. I've learned a lot since then, so I have some new things to report. Briefly, what the book is about, to summarize it, it's a book about British and American slave ships for the period roughly 1700 up to 1808. The slave trade was abolished by the government of Great Britain in 1807 and by the government of the United States in 1808. Last year, we passed the 200th anniversary of the abolition of the slave trade with very little discussion of this historic human achievement. That's one reason I wrote the book, to try to contribute to a discussion of that event. Anyway, this is a big and much studied subject, the history of the slave trade. My small part of this particular study is to concentrate on the 18th century British and American slave ships, who transported probably in this period roughly a quarter of all those people transported out of Africa to the New World. So we're talking about a very large percentage of the total. We're also talking about the period, the 18th century, when more people were transported than any other. Now, what I learned very quickly is that the slave ship had a cast of characters, beginning with the slave merchant, the slave ship captain, the officers on board the ship, the sailors who ran the ship, and then the millions of those people who were captive and being transported to the plantation system of the New World. Now, what's important to realize is that what we know of each of those groups is precisely inverse to their numbers. The most about the merchants, second most about the captains, then about the officers, much less about the sailors, and vastly less about the enslaved. And let me just give you one example of the problem of sources. The slaving port called Ouida in Benin was a place, I'm sure some of you know, where roughly 1 million souls were loaded onto slave ships to send to the Americas. Guess how many first-person accounts by Africans we have of that 1 million? 2. Then about the officers, much less about the sailors, and vastly less about the enslaved. And let me just give you one example of the problem of sources. The slaving port called Ouida in Benin was a place, I'm sure some of you know, where roughly 1 million souls were loaded onto slave ships to send to the Americas. Guess how many first-person accounts by Africans we have of that 1 million? 2.
Let's just keep our finger. Let's just keep that screen on that too.
And he held up the 2 fingers.
I was so dead, girly girl.
Shit, crazy, huh?
He was like 2.
Crazy.
He held up the fingers. Jesus, Lord.
And you see how he described it as a drama in the cast of captain, merchant, crew, blah, blah, blah. Man, listen. He said, these motherfuckers is fucked up. Listen. But it's like they tell us, and if we don't know how to decipher it, you'll just only look for certain things. You won't look for everything that you need to look for.
Right.
You know, you won't have the ears to listen to what he's truly saying.
The number of sources that we have for the entirety of the slave trade is very limited.
Sis, mute your mic, sis.
Africans who suffered the most.
Huh?
Mute your mic.
You gotta mute your mic when you playing it.
I forgot. Damn. All right.
You good.
Sound like you had them 15s in the trunk.
Ain't no
One
lie,
challenge of this project is how to write this history, which is literally a history from below. That's the kind of history I do, people's history. In this case, history from below decks. How to make the documents of repression disclose the history of the people who are suffering extreme repression. That, in a word, is the challenge. What I decided to do in this book was to talk about the slave ship and the experience of transoceanic transport as a social and cultural process. Or to put
Oh my God.
A social and cultural process, people.
Hey, listen, I heard somebody did a show today said why there is no more conscious community or trans African, why you can't find one.
Oh, so they're saying like at this point it's just like in the wind.
It's over with. All we do just keep doing what we do. That's it. That's it. Keep waking people up.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, girly girl, you remember that show when I tell Top? I said, oh hell no, master, you can't leave now. I said, this shit about to just get cranked up. I said, don't worry about nobody showing you your love now. You gonna get it, bro. And nobody, it's gonna come a point where ain't nobody even gonna be able to talk to you.
Right.
Remember I told him that?
You did tell him that, and that's the truth.
What's going on now?
They can't. I mean, it's almost like they won't even broach it. They won't even approach it because they already know it's gonna get shot down so spectacularly that they're like, okay, I'm not even. Oh, you know, they
I
want to
ain't
blame it on
fucking
he's
with
just
that. That's
lying,
what they gonna say.
and
I ain't fucking with that.
He come. They can't even talk to me.
I told him that, and now I tell him, man, just do you. You ain't gotta worry about them. We got them. Y'all would never get past us, so therefore you would never be able to talk to none of them. For real. Let's
Well,
go.
at this
Go
point,
ahead,
I
sis.
think it's more. Hold up.
Oh, my bad, sis.
No,
My bad.
I just wanted to say one thing. I just think at this point, it's about them just trying to like throw doubt and cast doubt, and they just so now they've taken Jabari's the way that he sort of approaches this. That now they've just made that into a whole creation, and that's all they do is just try to cast doubt. They don't have to provide any sources. They don't have to come back and say anything. Right. And that's the same thing that this little one was doing earlier. He just wants to say, oh, well, you can't prove they were Indians. You can't prove they weren't Africans. I'm like, what?
What?
Is that what we're doing now?
Yeah.
Because they haven't proved that they are.
So one thing about us, though, was separate us from the book info that they was going by is we stand on bloodline.
Mm-hmm.
You can't kill a bloodline. I don't give a fuck how much you try. The only person that can kill a bloodline is the bloodline itself.
Is the bloodline itself, right?
All right, let's go.
Retarded ass niggas.
the same thing another way to try to write a human history of an inhuman technology. I saw the slave ship as a machine. In fact, it was called so frequently in the 18th century, and an unusual machine it was. It was one part warship, one part prison, and one part factory. That combination is its malevolent genius. And you might wonder, what did the factory make? I've argued that the factory made two things in particular. The factory made labor power, which would essentially move the world economy in the 17th, 18th, and early 19th centuries. And in the process of creating labor power, the bodies of the workers that you see in this image the slave ship also created categories of race. Let me just illustrate that briefly. A motley crew of sailors who might be English, French, Dutch, some were African, would board a slave ship in its port of origin and say,
whoa,
coast
sis,
of
I
Africa.
missed that last night. Sis, this dude said French, English, sailors, and some were African. Whoa. What African are we talking about? The white African or the African who are going to steal an identity because they saw somebody that was the same color as them? And they can hide out.
Let's see.
Yeah, let's go.
When they got to the west coast of Africa, guess what they became? They were called, no matter what the actual phenotype of skin color, they're called the white people.
Oh, shit. I damn near did a backflip in place.
Wait a minute, what?
Yeah. Girly girl must be got a little delay. Sis, just bring that back just like 25 seconds. Thank you, sis.
And in the process of creating labor power, the
bodies of the workers that you see in this image, the slave ship also created categories.
Yeah, turn the go-go off. Sis.
Let me just illustrate that briefly.
A motley crew of sailors.
Oh, my bad, I got mute.
Yeah, bring it back real quick and then mute you up. Yeah. Thank you.
Might be English, French, Dutch, some were African, would board a slave ship in its port of origin and sail to the west coast of Africa. When they got to the west coast of Africa, guess what they became? They were called, no matter what the actual phenotype of skin color, they're called the white people. They're called the white people because they are in control of that technology, that ship. So there is a kind of racialization of identity. In parallel fashion, the multi-ethnic Africans who are being forcibly boarded onto these vessels
multi-ethnic
consider themselves to be, in many cases, not African yet, but Mandingo, Fanti, Igbo. But at the end of the voyage, they are going to be unloaded as members of a so-called Negro race. And they're going to discover on this ship that they have a lot of things in common.
A member of the Negro race. A member of the Negro race. So how can they put this Negro on one person? And how can a person take it from one place and come to another place and now put in a racial classification of Negro if it wasn't already people this color already here that they had look like? Not phenotype, complexion wise. Now I ain't talking about phenotype. Now I ain't talking about you know what I mean?
He says it's very interesting too, because I mean, I would say that almost applies today when you look at it, because I know people, you know, they visit Africa and a lot of times they're being called white by people on the continent, especially once they talk.
Yeah, there was a couple that went to Africa, and there's a video. It's a pretty popular video, but they were being called white people by the townspeople, and I think the word for it was, I think, a bruni, and which the lady translated and they said the white people. Now they were fair complected. They were fair complected older people, but they definitely were us, and they just called them the white people. And they kept trying to tell them, no, we're not the white people, we're you. And them Africans was like, y'all not us.
Okay.
That was crazy. Ooh. All right. Let's keep saying. Let's keep hearing what he has to say.
Most powerfully common enemies. So I was very interested in the way that the slave ship created categories of race. But what I want to talk about today is not something that I've already done in the book. That would kind of be boring. I want to talk about a question I did not address in the book, but one that I'm still thinking about and one that I would like to invite you to help me think about. It is a curious sort of matter. In fact, I regard it as a mystery. And it involves a relationship among several things. First of all, social movements, historical sources, scholarship, and mentality. So what I want to address today is really a problem in the sociology of knowledge. And it has to do with the ways in which the slave ship is a ghost ship. How it functions that way in the present. Okay, the ghost ship. Let me begin with the mystery, or a puzzle, you might call it. And I'll begin this way. We have, as I'm sure many of you know, a very rich historical literature on the slave trade. We know a lot about the slave trade. We know a lot about its origins. We know a lot about its timing. We know a lot about the flows of people. We know a lot about the rates of profit. We have very important works done by people like Philip Curtin, Joe Miller, Hugh Thomas, Robert Harms, David Eltis, and of course now we have the Transatlantic Slave Trade Database, which is quite a remarkable achievement. And yet within this impressive scholarship, the slave ship itself has been strangely neglected. It flits in and out of the historical literature like a ghost. David Eltis, and of course now we have the Transatlantic Slave Trade Database, which is quite a remarkable achievement. And yet within this impressive scholarship, the slave ship itself has been strangely neglected. It flits in and out of the historical literature like a ghost.
What?
Wow.
Fucking ghost
This, by the
shit.
way, as I'm sure many of you know, is an image of a slave ship drawn by the abolitionist movement to try to make real to people what was going on aboard these ships so that they would lend their support to abolishing it.
He is cutting them.
I've written a chapter about this particular image.
Hold on, sis. Sis, I don't even want to stop the video like that, but bring that back and let's see who this ship was drawn by again. Frederick Douglass, them. Let's go.
Abolitionists. Hold up.
Neglected. It flits in and out of the historical literature like a ghost. This, by the way, as I'm sure many of you know, is an image of a slave ship drawn by the abolitionist movement to try to make real to people what was going on aboard these ships so that they would lend their support to abolishing it. I've written a chapter about this particular image, and it's quite profound. This is an actual ship. It's called the Brooks, the slave ship Brooks, out of Liverpool. We know a lot about it. Carried about 10,000 African people into bondage. It's actually drawn to scale with bodies in relation to space. And believe it or not, folks, this is actually a graphic understatement. You've got 482 men, women, and children here. We know for a fact that on one occasion, the slave ship Brooks carried not 482 people, but 609. And on another occasion, 638. And on yet another voyage, 740, which is 252 more than you see right here. And I defy you to tell me where you would put them.
Hold on.
Yes.
So they saying
I
every
defy
time
you to
this
tell me where you gonna put them.
hold on. Every
ahead.
time this ship took a voyage, the numbers was different.
Yes, he's saying that it increased, and he's also saying, hey, look, this is what they're saying, but I'm trying to figure out where that you would put all these people.
Right. And he's saying it's like a 252 people difference. God damn.
And it's the same one. Also, they could push a narrative. Same image they use. The one they're using it?
Yeah, this motherfucker made 3 voyages then. They trying to say it made 3 voyages, but really they talking about the same story 3 different times.
That's all. Just repeating that same shit.
Man, let's go.
Let's send it back.
Yeah, make sure you go out, sis. Make sure you go out.
All right.
Movement to try to make real to people what was going on aboard these ships so that they would lend their support to abolishing it. I've written a chapter about this particular image, and it's quite profound. This is an actual ship. It's called the Brooks, the slave ship Brooks, out of Liverpool. We know a lot about it. Carried about 10,000 African people into bondage. It's actually drawn to scale with bodies in relation to space. And believe it or not, folks, this is actually a graphic understatement. You've got 482 men, women, and children here. We know for a fact that on one occasion, the slave ship Brooks carried not 482 people, but 609. And on another occasion, 638. And on yet another voyage, 740, which is 252 more than you see right here. And I defy you to tell me where you would put them. Bodies piled on top of bodies. Well, this vessel, as is very widely known, the slave ship, was the mechanism for history's greatest forced migration. It was literally an engine for an entire phase of globalization. It was part of what is often called commercial revolution, meaning the origins of plantations and empires, eventually industrialization, and crucially the rise of capitalism around the Atlantic in the 17th and the 18th century. Everybody knows that the slave ship is critical to that, to all of that. And yet, we have 4 books on the slave ship. 2 of them published in France, one by Jean Boudriot, which is a book about one particular slave ship for which he found the plans of the naval architect. We have another book by a man named Patrick Villiers, which is a rather strange coffee table type book. We have a book that I've actually only fairly recently learned about, published in the German Democratic Republic in 1981 by a man named Heinrich Loth. And the only American publication dates from 1927. A man named George Francis Dow wrote a book called Slave Ships and Slaving. It's kind of a mixture of primary sources and some sort of stories, analysis. So why only 4 books? Or let's put the question in an even more provocative sort of way. If we think, as I do, that the 2 main institutions of modern slavery were the plantation and the slave ship, why is it that we have hundreds of studies of plantations and plantation systems. I mean, hundreds. And 4 studies of slave ships.
Why?
Because maybe the slaves were already here.
Mm-hmm. We know.
Okay.
But, you know, when he's, you know, doing his research, he's like, what in the fuck?
Because the white man said, hey, inquiring minds want to know.
That's all he's saying. He ain't saying it ain't happening nothing. He just want to know.
Say, hey, I'm just presenting the facts as I found, because I was looking.
That's all. And I was surprised when I heard it, because I almost turned it off. I said, because if he going through some bullshit, you know, I'm not right. But then I was like, when I really listened to it all the way, I was like, oh shit, okay. Like he shocked me.
Because I'm listening out and I'm saying, wait a minute. And I see how he could get away with doing this, because he's basically not, he said, hey, I'm not passing any judgment. I'm just telling you this is what, and I looked.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Okay. It looked. So let's keep going. It was very, very remarkable.
Why is that? To add another dimension to the ghostly problem. Novelists have made the slave ship quite central to work they do.
I got y'all. Hold on.
We think of Toni Morrison. We think of Charles Johnson. We think of Barry Unsworth. We think of Fred Daguerre. Manu Herbstein, a Ghanaian novelist. We think about the way in which the slave ship has functioned in terms of not only literature but art. J.M.W. Turner's great painting called Slaver Throwing Over the Dead and Dying, Typhoon Coming On. This is actually a painting representing the story of a particular slave ship called the Zong, you may know, which in 1781 threw 132 people overboard while living in order to try to collect insurance premiums on them. This was denounced by an African sailor named Alauda Equiano. It became a great cause in the abolitionist movement and actually, I think, was a formative event in opposition to the slave trade. We have, is Cheryl Finley here? Well, Cheryl Finley is actually writing on the use of the slave ship in more or less contemporary art. And of course, this is very important work, and I'm very glad Cheryl is here, because if you have any really hard questions, I'm just going to address them to Cheryl. So we see that the slave ship operates within literature, within art, also within poetry. So what's going on with the historians? Why have historians been reluctant to treat this question? That's
a
mystery.
dagger.
Okay. I want to put that aside for the minute.
What you feel like was a dagger, girly girl?
Because he said that he's basically that slavery has been romanticized, and I've been saying that the entire time. It's a romanticized version of slavery, and he's saying this is, and he even pointed out a woman in the audience who's basically talking about it in reference to like the artwork, how it's been artistically displayed, and then he's saying, well, why are historians been reluctant to approach this? Because there's only 4 books written, and only one of them is written by an American.
Mm-hmm. And this is what, 09, something like that. So I know, like, even then, to only have 4 books on it is crazy work. Crazy work. Crazy work.
So anything that's been done on this has been very recent.
Yes. Yes. There you go, girly girl. That's the point. And that's why I'm saying they lying. Anyway, keep going.
Yep. Girl, this is a
Okay,
little.
so I want to
Let's
talk
talk now about
Yeah, this was a gemnifier right here. And
Mm-hmm.
I was looking like a motherfucker. I said, I'm gonna find something good. I'm gonna search.
Yeah,
Because
you
I know it's
did.
got it's against this shit. Not just us.
Right.
about
Lying and shit. Anyway.
not a mystery, but a drama.
Mute your mic again.
Drama.
Okay, my bad. I keep forgetting that shit. Hold on.
This was denounced by an African sailor named Alauda Equiano. It became a great cause in the abolitionist movement and actually, I think, was a formative event in opposition to the slave trade. We have, is Cheryl Finley here? Well, Cheryl Finley is actually writing on the use of the slave ship in more or less contemporary art. And of course, this is very important work, and I'm very glad Cheryl is here because if you have any really hard questions, I'm just going to address them to Cheryl. So we see that the slave ship operates within literature, within art, also within poetry. So what's going on with the historians? Why have historians been reluctant to treat this question? That's the mystery. Okay. I want to put that aside for a moment, and I want to talk now about not a mystery, but a drama. A drama. And I want to begin by talking about a famous quote by the great African-American scholar activist W.E.B. Du Bois, who said, "The slave trade was the most magnificent drama in the last 1,000 years of human history. The transportation of 10 million human beings out of the dark beauty of their mother continent into the newfound El Dorado of the West. They descended into hell." This is what Du Bois wrote. Well, this particular passage has been very influential to me.
Hey, Du Bois was a wild level.
He was.
Oh, listen. What the hell?
He was single-handedly just trying to just take us down.
To hell, bitch. Listen, that is crazy. Okay, that's crazy work right there.
Mm-hmm.
Woo.
Especially considering that now that only two Africans had first-hand accounts. Only two of them wrote about it. So where you getting all your information from, WEB?
1 million? Come on now, cut the jokes. 2 to 1 million? Ain't no way. All right.
Because what I've tried to do in my book is talk about the decks of the slave ship as a place where human dramas were enacted. The greatest drama that Du Bois talked about was made up of many hundreds of thousands of smaller dramas. And I want to talk about one of those here today. I want to talk about the case of a slave ship called the Polly. This is a case from 1791, the Polly. It is based on a document that I discovered tucked away in box 43, folder 24 in the Newport Historical Society of Newport, Rhode Island. There I found a handwritten document by an 18th century court scribe which said at the top, "John Cranston's testimony to the grand jury, June 15th, 1791. Unremarkable at first, but then the next line immediately makes it more interesting. Information against James DeWolf, master of the bark poly, concerning a Negro woman said to have been thrown overboard the said vessel while living. John Cranston, a common sailor, went to the grand jury of Newport, Rhode Island, and accused his captain of murder. Who was John Cranston? We know very little about him. He was a sailor, a common sailor, and I would add a courageous common sailor. We know quite a bit more about James DeWolf. James DeWolf was a member of America's leading slave trading family, the DeWolf family of Rhode Island. He was both a slave ship captain and a merchant. So Cranston is going up against a very powerful man. Everybody knows it. The document itself is interesting because it takes the form of an interview involving the foreman of the grand jury and this sailor, John Cranston. So part of the interest of it is that we can actually hear the voice of a common sailor talking about what happened aboard a slave ship. Cranston makes an opening statement describing the voyage, which sailed from Rhode Island to what was called then the Gold Coast of West Africa, present-day Ghana, where a human cargo was picked up and then transported to Havana, Cuba. The foreman asked Cranston, quote, "Did anything uncommon take place on board the vessel during her passage from Africa to the West Indies?" Answer: yes, there was something that happened more than common. Question: what happened? Answer: a slave was taken sick, which we took to be the smallpox. The captain ordered her to be put up into the maintop for fear she should give it to the rest. You see that platform? That's the maintop. She was actually hoisted up there to isolate her from the many other enslaved people on the lower deck. Okay? She's tied up there on the ship in the high seas, which is rolling and rolling. Okay?
This is crazy.
But you see how he tried to get to the sea? He's about his roaring and roaring. It's like, this man is crazy. He's funny as shit. But he not lying. That's
But
why.
I mean, that was a double-edged sword, because he basically saying, like, not only is they talking about this woman was tied up there on the high seas, but what was going on down below? Because the thing is that you trying to make us think that this woman was able to stay tied up there all this time, but then how are you able to even make this voyage coming across all this turmoil? He's giving them a bird's eye view of what was going on the waters, period. It was unsaleable.
Mm-hmm. He's about it roaring.
Mm-hmm.
Hilarious. All right, let's keep going. Why you keep going? It's crazy. This is really amazing. I was like, oh wow.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
What happened? Answer: a slave was taken sick, which we took to be the smallpox. The captain ordered her to be put up into the maintop for fear she should give it to the rest. You see that platform? That's the maintop. She was actually hoisted up there to isolate her from the many other enslaved people on the lower deck. Okay? She's tied up there on the ship in the high seas, which is rolling and rolling. Okay? Cranston continues, she was there 2 days. Then, at 4 o'clock in the morning, one night, Captain DeWolf, says Cranston, called us aft and says he. Now this is literally Captain DeWolf speaking. Captain DeWolf says, if we keep the slave here, she will give it to the rest, meaning the sickness. She will give it to the rest, and I shall lose the biggest part of my slaves. In other words, he's going to lose his profits on this voyage. Cranston then says, he asked if we were willing to heave her overboard. We made answer, no. We were not willing to do any such thing. Then Cranston says, this is a quote, upon that he run up the shrouds. You see him on the edge here? Up the shrouds to the foretop or the main top, and he's saying, he's quoting him here, she must go overboard and she shall go overboard. And he apparently ordered a ship's boy to go with him up to get her. Then, says Cranston, when he was up there, he lashed her into a chair and tied a mask around her eyes and mouth. And there was a tackle hooked upon the slings, and then the chair was lowered down, and she was dumped into the ocean. Now, is everybody with me? An African woman comes down with the smallpox. The captain tries to isolate her by putting her up in the main top. He calls a meeting of the crew at 4 o'clock in the morning. He asked if they will assist him in throwing her overboard. They say no, and so he basically does it himself. Cranston said, as the captain started to do this, he said, quote, we went right forward and left them, meaning they turned their backs on the captain and walked to the forward part of the ship. The questions from the foreman of the grand jury continued. Was the slave a male or a female? Answer. Yes, was a woman slave. Question. Was she young or old? Answer. About middle-aged. Question. Had she any victuals while in the main top, meaning food, provisions? Answer. Yes. Question. Was she alive when she was let down? Answer. Yes. Did you hear her speak or make any noises when she was thrown over, or see her struggle? No. A mask was tied round her mouth and eyes so that she could not. And this was done to prevent her from making any noise so that the other slaves might not hear, lest they should rise. Note this. The captain is going to kill this woman quietly, because if it's known what he's doing, he knows that everybody else on the vessel will do what they can to come to her defense. And then this question. Do you recollect to hear the captain say anything after the scene was ended? Answer. All he said was he was sorry he had lost so good a chair. Now, I'm going to come back to this, but let me summarize what happened after Cranston gave this dramatic testimony. The grand jury indicted Captain James DeWolf for murder. DeWolf, however, saw it coming and quickly left Newport on another slaving voyage, off again to the Gold Coast, and he began to prepare his defense. In October 1794, more than 3 years after this incident, he arranged for 2 members of the crew of the Polly to go before a judge to give depositions, not in Newport, but actually in the slave trading port of St. Eustatius in the West Indies. I found evidence to show that Captain DeWolf actually bribed these sailors. You know how I found out? I searched for their names in the DeWolf family records, and guess what? One of them turns up as a captain of a slave ship. He got his just reward. So the captain's strategy apparently worked, but so too did the extraordinary political power of his family, who were working behind the scenes in order to get the charges dropped. They were dropped. Okay? So that's the story of the Polly. Okay, now, let's go back to the mystery that we started with. Why there have been so many studies of the plantation system and so few studies of the slave ship. Or, to ask the same question a different way, what is the logic by which we have written the history of the slave trade that do not, by and large, include dramas like the one I've just described? Why do we leave those things out? Well, I don't pretend to have solved this puzzle, but I would submit 4 reasons why there have been so few studies of the slave ship. I will be very curious to know what you think. One reason why I think historians, at least, have been disinclined to study it is because of the extreme violence and terror that took place aboard these ships. What happened there was really very hard to contemplate. I think people instinctively turn their heads away from images like the ones that we've seen. The idea of a woman bound, gagged, masked, lashed to a chair and lowered into the ocean and thereby murdered. But I want to insist that historians have faced other human catastrophes and situations of extreme violence and terror, so this cannot be a sufficient explanation. But I mention it as one factor. Second, why there have been so few studies of the slave ship. The problem of sources. Now, it is true that this is a problem, and I must admit that my own ability to do this subject or study this subject in the way that I did depended on about 30 years of experience working in maritime archives. So this was a great advantage. The body of sources about the slave ship is highly fragmentary and dispersed. But what struck me as equally important is that many of the sources I used, and many of the most important sources I used, were already very well known to a great many scholars, but they had simply never been used for this purpose of trying to describe the human reality of the slave ship. So I conclude that this cannot be a sufficient explanation. As a third factor, I would mention something that I call the dialectics of scholarship, which begins with the abolitionists who created images like the one we saw earlier of the slave ship Brooks. The fact that the abolitionists were successful in abolishing the slave trade meant, I think, that a new common sense about the slave trade and the slave ship was fairly broadly established in political society, causing many people to think, well, we know what happened on those slave ships. We don't need to look any further. So in a way, you could say the victory of the anti-slave trade movement made
What he said was critical right there. What he said was critical right there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm telling you, people got this shit is insane.
Well, the part that struck me is that, you know, he said he's a maritime historian.
Uh-huh.
And he also said that the advantage of that was that, you know, the documents are just written as they're, you know, like there isn't any bias in the documentation. It's just, you know, like the captain's log is just these maritime records that are kept. So it wasn't any ulterior motive in keeping them. You just keep them like you're supposed to. So he's going in and he's saying, why is there a lack of evidence of this? You can't really, it's just, what he said was fragmented.
And dispersed.
Yep.
He did. This is, yeah.
Yep.
As a third factor, I would mention something that I call the dialectics of scholarship, which begins with the abolitionists who created images like the one we saw earlier of the slave ship Brooks. The fact that the abolitionists were successful in abolishing the slave trade meant, I think, that a new common sense about the slave trade and the slave ship was fairly broadly established in political society, causing many people to think, well, we know what happened on those slave ships. We don't need to look any further. So in a way, you could say the victory of the anti-slave trade movement made some people disinclined to study the matter further. But that's only one part of the story. The other part is when professional historians came along to study the slave trade, influenced, I might add, by modern social science, they were distrustful of what the abolitionists had written. They considered it to be propaganda, and indeed it was propaganda in certain ways. So they wanted to escape the emotional charge of the study of the slave trade and of the slave ship in particular. So their response was to count the numbers, the bodies, the mortality rates. I think Philip Curtin's book, The Atlantic Slave Trade, A Census, 1969, inaugurated what must be regarded as the dominant way of studying the slave trade, and that is a statistical way. Now,
I feel like I've made that point so many times on this channel. So many times. And somehow I'm lying. And he just said it. So I don't want to hear nobody else.
I regard this scholarship as extremely valuable, but I also regard it as extremely partial. With a predominantly statistical approach to the slave trade comes something else, something that I call the violence of abstraction, in that we no longer think about what happens on those ships in human terms. And partly my book was written to really write against that sort of tradition of writing. So that's the dialectics of scholarship angle. Abolitionists, modern scholars reacting against what the abolitionists had done, producing a new kind of study of the slave trade, but not a study of the slave ship, which was the locus of terror. And then finally, a fourth factor I would submit to you to think about, why there have been so few studies of the slave ship. And this one is admittedly complicated and hard to explain, and I think it may be the most important reason of all. Primarily because it operates subconsciously. I think most people, in this day and age especially, have a view of the oceans and seas of the world that thinks of them basically as unreal places, kind of as voids between the real places which are landed and mostly national. And therefore, we are not accustomed to thinking about oceans as places where history happens. Oceans are historical voids. History happens on land. Now, of course, there's a very powerful counterpoint to this. I think a lot of Caribbean writers have known for a long time that history happens on the water. And of course, I would mention the famous poem by Derek Walcott, "The Sea is History." Where are your monuments, your battles, your martyrs? Where is your tribal memory? Sirs, in that gray vault, the sea. The sea has locked them up. The sea is history. We need to think of history as happening at sea on places like slave ships. I think lots of people don't think of it that way. Okay, now let's come back to the DeWolf case, the John Cranston case, and let's talk about what is lost by not thinking of the slave ship as a place where history happens. Because in fact, crucial historical processes were taking place on the decks of the Polly. Now, this is an unusual case, and I want to emphasize that, but it's also one that reveals a lot about what is happening in the slave trade and in the abolitionist movement. The first thing to emphasize about this case is its moment in time, 1791. The most intense agitation about the slave trade, against the slave trade, happened between the years 1788 and 1792. This event is happening in the middle of that moment. The peak of agitation. And this matters in several ways. One way it matters, notice the limits of the captain's power. Calling a meeting of sailors to ask their consent. Now, folks,
That's pirates. That's
captains
pirates.
did not usually ask their sailors to do something. They simply ordered them to do it. And sailors did not usually resist when they were ordered to do something, because to refuse to do it could be mutiny, which could be something to get you hanged.
Or walk the plank.
Such was the concentrated power of the ship captain. For the most part, sailors would have complied with an issue to throw overboard enslaved Africans, and in fact, they did that on numerous occasions. The Zong being one very, very good example of it. But we also have to ask, if this kind of thing had been happening for a long time, how was it that in 1791 it might appear to a common sailor as murder? Well, here we have to go back to the case of the Zong. Because when it became known through the work of Alauda Equiano that 132 people had been murdered, Granville Sharp and another large number of abolitionists took to the press, took to the courtrooms, and said, "This is murder that happened on this ship. 132 people were murdered on this ship. These are human beings. They were murdered. This is not cargo. This is not property. This is murder." Now, what's fascinating about the case involving Cranston is that it shows that the ideas of the movement opposing the slave trade are getting into the minds of the people who are charged with carrying it out. And folks, you know what this is like? This is very much like the effect. Because when it became known through the work of Alauda Equiano that 132 people had been murdered, Granville Sharp and another large number, major point, which is profoundly historical. Note how the crew and the captain feared the enslaved people on board the voyage. Folks, this right here was every slave ship captain's greatest nightmare, an insurrection. You see, people have gotten free of their manacles and shackles. The crew have retreated behind a... How was it that in 1791 it might appear to a common sailor as murder? Well, here we have to go back to the case of the Zong, because when it became known through the work of Alauda Equiano that 132 people had been murdered, Granville Sharp and another large number of abolitionists took to the press, took to the courtrooms, and said, "This is murder that happened on this ship. 132 people were murdered on this ship. These are human beings. They were murdered. This is not cargo. This is not property. This is murder." Now, what's fascinating about the case involving Cranston is that it shows that the ideas of the movement opposing the slave trade are getting into the minds of the people who are charged with carrying it out. And folks, you know what this is like? This is very much like the effect of the domestic peace movement in the United States on soldiers fighting in Vietnam. It's the same kind of thing. Soldiers with peace symbols on their helmets, refusing to do what their officers told them to do. It's part of the hidden power of social movements. And that's part of what's significant about the way history is happening on this vessel, the Polly. And another major point, which is profoundly historical. Note how the crew and the captain feared the enslaved people on board the voyage. Folks, this right here was every slave ship captain's greatest nightmare, an insurrection. You see, people have gotten free of their manacles and shackles. The crew have retreated behind a barricado, as it's called. Every slave ship had one, a defensive bulwark that you could get behind and fire down on the people rising in insurrection. You see some jumping overboard. This is why Captain DeWolf wanted to kill this woman quietly. Note his assumption that all of the others on board would come to her defense if they could. Note the assumption of self-defense, which then required a secret execution. And here, one of those testimonies given by another sailor from the Polly after DeWolf bribed him was extremely interesting, because this sailor said, in his testimony, he said, the people on board were all Coromantee, a nation famous for its insurrections. This basically is a group of people, Akan speakers on the Gold Coast, who were in fact loaded on board the ships and would then, from the period roughly the 1740s and 50s up till the end of the century, play leading parts in practically every New World slave revolt that takes place. The crew knew it. Many of these Coromantee people had military experience. They knew how to fire guns. Some were warriors who had been trained to fight in difficult circumstances. The crew knew it, the captain knew it, and that's why they had to execute this woman secretly. So, what we see on the Polly is that three forces that will end up bringing the slave trade to an end have intersected: rebellious enslaved Africans, dissident sailors, and middle-class abolitionists who were producing these images of the slave ship. Each an independent vector, all intersected on that vessel in the middle of the ocean. That's how history was happening there.
This motherfucker crazy call a ship called a Polly.
Dude, let's ask.
Oh shit. This motherfucker crazy talk about the ship called a Polly. The African American, the abolitionist. This motherfucker crazy. The ship called a Polly. That's what ended the slave. Oh. Alright, I'm just joking, bro. This motherfucker crazy.
Yeah, he is. And when they question him, it's even crazier.
Oh, I know that. That's what's heavy
To the
because
players in this
they
game.
ask some of the same questions they will ask. Go ahead. My bad, sis. I didn't mean for you to stop it. That was bad.
Or the Polly. John Cranston disappeared into the waterfront. I'm sure he did it quickly. Going up against someone like James DeWolf would be a little bit like
I'm sure he did it quickly.
Right.
Oh man.
like going up against a mafia don. They will kill you, just as he did that woman aboard his ship. I suspect he was probably smuggled away by some abolitionists in Newport. I suspect that he was willing to give his testimony in the first place because some abolitionists heard the story of the murder circulating on the waterfront and they helped him to go to the grand jury. Can't prove that, but I suspect that's how it happened. What happened to the people who were on board the vessel? Well, the woman we know, the enslaved woman who...
So what he basically said was he felt like the abolitionists coerced this nigga to go to the jury and say that bullshit.
Oh, most definitely.
Yeah, because what he's saying is that, like, it seems like they were pretty tied together. You know what I'm saying? And not only that, like, he worked for these people and they were a very powerful family. And so it was like, okay, something greater than himself had to coerce him into doing this because it meant him undertaking, possibly losing his life.
Yep. Look. Woo! All right.
See, listening to y'all is like getting told a bedtime story. You feel me? Easy on the ears, easy to understand. Huh?
We learn from the best.
whose name is lost to us. She died struggling against that chair that Captain DeWolf loved so much. Her shipmates were delivered to Havana in early 1791. They would have carried on their tradition of resistance. And James DeWolf went on to gather great riches in the slave trade. He remained involved for the rest of his life. He became one of the richest men in Rhode Island. He became one of the richest men in New England. He became one of the richest men in the new nation called the United States. He used his wealth to build a family mansion called Mount Hope. Get that.
Wow.
Did you want to say something, OTK?
No. I didn't want you to stop it. But this DeWolf,
Just give me your
I just ran across him not too long ago. Tonight. Go ahead. Ooh.
And then Captain James DeWolf became a United States Senator. So here's what I want you to remember. The hands that tied the mask around that woman's face and the hands that lashed her into the chair were the same hands that crafted legislation, no doubt in an elegant hand, in the United States Senate. Now, this is a fairly poor image of James DeWolf, but I think you can see this man has a very hard look. And we know where it came from. And as a very final thought, let's talk a little bit about the ghostly image of the woman in the mask, the almost unspeakably powerful symbolism of her struggle for voice. The muffled cries of this woman as symbolic of the many voices lost to us in the slave trade, the many millions. My friend, the brilliant playwright Naomi Wallace, wrote to me about the story of this woman. And here's what she said. She said, "This image of this woman will always stay with me. This woman tied into a chair and lowered into the ocean. In my mind, she is suspended there in that wide water. She is not yet. She is not ever drowned. She resurfaces over and over. She lives on. She refuses to die as long as we tell and retell her story." So, folks, this is the reason why I think in the end we have to study the slave ship in order to find the ghosts and let them live again. Thank you very much.
So now it's your chance to ask.
Yes. Could I ask the questioners to please introduce yourselves?
Yes, my name is Robert Harris. I teach African American history here at the Africana Studies and Research Center. And I believe from the study that was done at Brown University that DeWolf was a major benefactor of both Brown and Harvard universities. In fact, there's a DeWolf Hall at Harvard right now. But in your, well, two questions. One, what do you think of the work of Eric Williams, Capitalism and Slavery, of Maddox and Cowley, Black Cargo's Basil Davidson? Seems to me that all of them address this issue of what happened aboard those ships. And then secondly, the reference to them as slave ships. I have a question about that because the apologists for slavery basically, I guess it is on, basically tried to justify enslavement by saying that all they were doing was transporting slaves from Africa to the New World. It seems to me that it would be more appropriate to call these individuals captives. They weren't slaves yet. They were later enslaved in the New World. And I just wonder what you think about that.
Yeah, first, as regards earlier scholarship, I'm well aware that there have been certain aspects of the story of the slave ship told and told very well. Okay, so I do not wish to diminish in any way the contribution of works like Black Cargoes and the rest. But what I guess I wanted to emphasize in presenting this mystery about the slave ship is why we never actually studied it as a social world and tried to study the relationships of all the people involved in it. So that's kind of my question. With regard to Eric Williams and others, I regard Capitalism and Slavery as one of the truly great books of modern times. I think, in fact, it was Williams and C.L.R. James and several others who kind of invented the Atlantic history that lots of people are now pretending to have just discovered. So that's a different conversation, but one we might have. I am actually very much in agreement that the people on board these vessels are captives. I think they are technically enslaved, even though they are not actually working to produce value on plantations as yet. So I would think that this matters. I am keen to say that they are, in fact, not inclined to accept this designation about themselves, and that the resistance on board the ship, which takes every conceivable form, is crucial to the experience. This, too, I think, has not been adequately studied. In other words, there were vastly more slave revolts than we've known. There were many kinds of resistance going on aboard the ship, so that must become part of the story, and in fact, that's the only redeeming part of the story. The fact that this reality was never accepted by those who were forced to experience it. So I think in talking about the slave ship, I don't think that reflects the view of it that all people.
This reality was never accepted by those who were forced to experience it. That's a wild, that's, ooh. And who's being forced to experience this?
So I'm just trying to figure out what's the purpose of him telling the story like this? Because I mean, I get it, but I don't get it, because I'm just trying to figure out. So what is his goal? Is his goal to explain it and say, listen, we don't have enough information about this, but he's still talking about it like it happened, like he's sympathetic to the plight, and hey, I'm just here to help and that kind of thing. So, but I'm like, do you not realizing that, like, basically you cutting every single thing that they're saying about it, like you cutting it down and saying, nope, didn't happen. Nope, we don't have no proof of that. Nope, we don't know. We don't have no sources.
I think it's more so him just trying to present what he gathered is out there, and then ultimately analyzing it for validity, and ultimately just trying to connect it. I mean, like, he gonna talk over shit. He's not gonna flat out say it.
Oh yeah. I know that, and I know he's trying to be sensitive. He's trying to be sensitive because they're, of the audience that he's speaking
because
to.
of where he is.
Yeah,
this is that university, so damn well you're not gonna be up in there saying no shit like these niggas are lying. You're not gonna be in there saying that. Hell no.
So
it's like he said it in so many words.
Hell yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And check this out. I was hoping. Damn. Hey, but next time that boy Shy Son come up here, man. Hey, I'm trying to tell you, I couldn't find my goddamn book for shit, but I found it, and it's called The Goose Creek Bridge. And right here in this section, it says the Middletons and the Sherlites. And if you see, they came with their 2 kids and 2 daughters, 2 sons. Let me read what this shit say real quick. Oh, my bad. Yeah, just to show them. Just to show them. The Sherlites and the Middletons and the thing. Okay. So now check out what it says about them. Brothers Arthur and Edward Middleton arrived in Carolina with the early immigrant family and acquired large tracts of land on both sides of the ford. In 1678, Lord proprietors granted land called Yeshua to Arthur and Mary of the Western, later named Old Toronto Plantation, and awarded acreage to Edward Middleton and his bride Sarah on the eastern side, called Oaks Plantation. Barnyard Sharonite and his bride Elizabeth, along with the Middletons, 2 sons, 3 daughters, immigrated from Barbados to work the forest between Red Bank Road and Goose Creek, south of Oaks Plantation. Next to Old Back River, right where I'm at. I'm telling you, man, you got to be careful when you talk to OTK, man, because I really don't talk shit that I don't know. And homeboy, I got old maps of this motherfucker in this book. Old shit. Like, this shit is filled up. And the dude who wrote this book, all his information came from the natives from here. which is my people's. The
And
heritage was white, champ. Oh my God. So the Middletons from Barbados. They coming from Barbados now. Barbados. They didn't say they came from Barbados by way of England. They said they was immigrants from Barbados. That's where they're immigrating from. Oh man, let me tell you, bro.
Let's finish out his line of questioning, and then we'll go ahead and wrap it up, close this on out with this little thing here, and we can just build until we want to go home to the rest of the place, the bed. Okay.
People had, but I think that does describe its place in an international system of capitalism, and that's something I also wish to emphasize.
Senior Businesses Marathon. Two questions for you. Now, let me be dramatic the first one. Why are white guys the enemy writing some of the most empathetic books about the African experience? And I give you Douglas Blackman, who wrote the book Slavery by Another Name.
So it sounds like to me that he's asking him why is there not a lot of Black people writing about this, or if it is, or whatever, something to that effect, y'all.
Yeah.
I give you Larry Ty, who wrote the book called The Pullman Porters Rises to the Rails. Now these are popular. Maybe it's just that. Very books are written by Black people, which is not published or not popular. My second question is this. I listened to your book via Audible.com.
Oh, you did?
Very impressed. In fact, I told Ken Glover about it. He's been read it hard copy. But my question is this, and look, in the
And listen, everybody that's asking him a question got an accent.
wait a minute, really?
Yeah, y'all can't hear it?
No, I didn't hear that.
These people got accent. Hell.
It just seems to me that maybe they aren't melanated.
I don't know I don't know what's going on up in this audience. But anyway.
Okay.
At the end of your book, you point out that after 6 white sailors were on islands such as Barbados, it was African people enslaved who gave them help, not the captains nor the companies. Now, do you think this is because of capitalism or because of the intrinsic heart of Black people?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Phillips. Good questions. In terms of why sympathetic accounts of this history are now being written by white people, let me just say that I am keenly aware that there is a politics of race involved in my speaking about this subject. In this sense, I am freer to say things than any Black writer would be. Because any Black writer who says the kinds of things that I emphasize in my book would be accused of exaggeration, special pleading. I think there's a very real issue here. And I do agree with you. I've known some very good work by Black writers on this subject which have not been published. So I think this is a very serious question that we may wish to discuss further. So, I mean, I can speak about my own motivations for writing the book. They have to do with, well, the instance I recounted at the beginning of the talk of knowing a man on death row and being involved in a struggle to abolish the death penalty and understanding how race and class operate in the contemporary criminal justice system. Understanding that concretely. That's another thing about the book, which is to emphasize there's a great difference between abstract knowledge and concrete knowledge. For people to say that the slave trade is bad is one thing. To understand what it actually did to people is something quite different.
That's not what he want to say.
It's about modes of knowing. How can we best know? I believe.
What he wants to say is to say that it didn't
Go ahead,
happen.
girly girl.
To me, he's saying to say it didn't happen, or to say it didn't happen in the way that we've been told it happened is something else. But his words, he's chosen his words carefully. That's why he's saying, hey, I am more free to write about this than somebody black, because at that they're going to be ostracized heavily if they come out and say the very same things that I'm saying now. Because he's saying, hey, I know some people that's done it, but their work is unpublished.
Mm-hmm.
They can't talk about it, especially not in the places that he's speaking about it. Because if somebody black was standing there having that conversation with a room full of whomever, and you heard the first guy, he was a professor of Africana Studies, like Jabari. That's a program he graduated from anyway. Then that person would be ostracized. Yeah, he's got a degree in Africana Studies, and then he went back and got a seminary degree. So that's how he became a doctor, because he's got, that's what you get when you get a seminary, doctorate of seminary studies, I think. But yeah, so he it would be somebody like him asking that question. He couldn't do that. He couldn't stand there with that brown face and say, hey, I don't think the slave trade happened the way they told us, and here's my proof. Here's what I'm thinking.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that shit gonna ruffle their feathers, man. They ain't ready.
Like you said, his question, the way he's answering the questions is even crazier than the way he presented it.
Yes.
Yeah.
I had to really catch it. So I'm telling you, I almost didn't fuck with it. And I said, hold up. All right, Sharice, relax.
Yeah, sometimes you have to put your listening ears on, because we quick to attack, because everybody's coming at us with, and for the same reason like that he's saying somebody brown couldn't stand up there and say that, is the same reason that you and I are quick to be on the defense, because we're waiting for somebody to come back and say, yeah, how dare you say the slave trade didn't happen, and you afraid, you self-hate and all that. So he's saying, hey, I'm way more free to talk about it than y'all are.
Yeah. And obviously he the only person that people will listen to. This.
Mm-hmm. White man. He
can say
he knows. He could say it.
He must be telling the truth. Child, listen. When we said we lying on our grandma, child, look.
Or that grandma's lying. Or that grandma was lying. I'm like, wait a minute, huh? Wait a minute, what?
Damn.
It's one thing for you to say I'm lying, but for you to say my grandmother was lying.
Ooh, to a new low. Tell you. But the way he did this, man, this was awesome. I was really fucking with it. I was like, all right, I see what you're doing. But this is back in the time. So imagine even then, when the slave trade voyages website just came out, he really said that. Really, they just really got that shit together. So he is based on all of that research at the time and the things that he found, even beyond that. Even just like, to me, those daggers with the statistical facts, all that shit is my honey. And I've been saying that. They've never ever given us a real account of what was occurring.
No.
It's occurred. We should know. We should know. He's right.
The accounts that are occurring, he's saying they don't make no sense.
Yep. They put this mask on her and they just lowered her into the ocean, huh? But they did it in the morning because they scared we gonna get up and beat ass. The quote unquote we.
Right.
The so-called we. That's supposed to be us up there. Listen, I ain't got time to play with these people no more. Man, I said I was coming with that heat. I said it though. I said I was gonna fill my arsenal up. It's time for y'all to get an understanding.
But hold on, another thing, Sharice. If he's saying, hey, the captain, the reason that they did it at 4 o'clock in the morning was because they were afraid of a slave insurrection. I don't understand that, because why wouldn't you be afraid of why would they, do you understand what I'm saying? Like, if they could overtake him, why wouldn't they just overtake him? Like, it doesn't make sense. Like, you know, you got you big and bad, and you can capture all these people and keep them enslaved and keep them on the boat. But this particular thing, and I mean, I know that killing a woman would, you know, definitely incite a riot. But I'm just trying to say, like, I don't understand. All of a sudden now they got the strength to do this. They found it within themselves. Just them being captured alone and shackled and made to lay in their own in filth and waste wasn't.
Now they ain't hung her up on the thing though. They hung her up on the little thing he said. They hung her up at the top because she had smallpox, right? That she probably from so-called sailors, captains, merchants,
Dang.
and everything. What? Come on, man, out here with the book.
I mean, it just doesn't make sense because I mean, at what point did they find it within themselves to, you know, hey, now we're gonna insurrect, now we're gonna take over. You beating us and, you know, making us lay in our own waste. That was fine. I'm cool with that.
That's why he said the human history of this is neglected, and y'all went straight to the motherfucking bodies and deaths that y'all don't even know for real.
Mm-hmm.
That y'all ain't. What bodies do y'all got from this shit?
Hey, ain't the story of the Amistad is African too? Ain't they say that was the ship that was captured out the sea because they was doing illegal slave trade?
Yep, and that they
and they went to court. Where did they return those people back to once they gave them free?
Did they supposedly go back to South Africa?
Do your research on that again.
I thought that the people.
I heard they got sent back. I heard they got sent back to the Caribbean somewhere, but I'll leave that. Okay.
Okay, let me research it then. Okay.
I don't got no slave movie right now. Now you make me want to go watch Amistad. I said I want to watch it no more.
Yeah, because that deals with slave ships too. Because remember, didn't they take over the ship too?
Mm-hmm, they did. That was what it was about.
Yeah, that's the Igbo landing. Oh shit! I say Igbo.
Okay.
Go ahead, sis. That's more. That's on the slave ship shit. Yes, it's definitely on there. Let's go.
History are now being written by white people. Let me just say that I am keenly aware that there is a politics of race involved in my speaking about this subject. In this sense, I am freer to say things than any black writer would be. Because any black writer who says the kinds of things that I emphasize in my book would be accused of exaggeration, special pleading. I think there's a very real issue here. And I do agree with you. I've known some very good work by black writers on this subject which have not been published. So I think this is a very serious question that we may wish to discuss further. So, I mean, I can speak about my own motivations for writing the book. They have to do with, well, the instance I recounted at the beginning of the talk of knowing a man on death row and being involved in a struggle to abolish the death penalty and understanding how race and class operate in the contemporary criminal justice system. Understanding that concretely. That's another thing about the book, which is to emphasize there's a great difference between abstract knowledge and concrete knowledge. For people to say that the slave trade is bad is one thing. To understand what it actually did to people is something quite different. So in a way, it's about modes of knowing. How can we best know? I believe we need to know what actually happened if we are going to ever overcome the legacy of slavery in this country. I think that's crucial. We need to face it. I think it's a very interesting moment in the history of our country in terms of whether we can face it. I'll tell you from my own experience that in writing this book, I've received many different kinds of reactions, including a fair amount of racist hate mail from people who are angry at the suggestion that slavery might be an injustice that we have yet to overcome. So I think this is just part of the force field of trying to discuss this issue at this moment in time. So I think that is certainly part of the story. Now, remind me, your second question was about?
The question was, is it because of black virtue?
Yes, okay.
Capitalism,
Okay.
that black people helped the white
Okay.
white sailors who were sick.
The
on islands such as Barbados, where it's captains and
Gotcha. Yes, thank you. What Mr. Phillips is talking about is that at the end of the book, I discuss the way in which sailors on board the slave ships who were frequently sick, and once the human cargo, so to speak, as they called it, was delivered, the captain suddenly had, a much smaller need for labor. So captains actually tried to drive these sailors off the ship to make them desert to save on wages. Many of them were in such bad physical shape that they couldn't work anyway. So they became, in practically every Caribbean port city, beggars. Very ill. They became beggars. Well, I came across this really extraordinary evidence from several different sources that these poor sailors were being taken in by former or current enslaved people and nursed back to health. And African women were given a special notice in this evidence that they were taking care of these sailors. Now, I think there are many things to be said about this. I think it represents a kind of compassion that I find just extraordinary, because these people who took in the sailors, they knew who they were. They might have known some of them personally, and yet they had the humanity to do it. And even when those sailors died, it is noted that they were frequently buried in the African burial grounds. I find this to be just extraordinary. It's the most important thing I found in doing all the research on this book. Now, is there another part of this? I think there was something else going on in addition to compassion among those who took these sailors in. If you were an enslaved person in Jamaica and Barbados and you managed to save the life of a sailor, then suddenly you had someone with a lot of freedom who really owed you something. That person, that sailor, might then smuggle someone to freedom, get someone on board the ship, might do something that would be necessary based on a relationship of trust which came out of the care, the medical care given when that person was sick. So there is a political side to this, as well as what I would call a sort of compassionate side. But I think what I say in the book is that I think that some of the African people who found these sailors in this desperate condition knew that the slave ship was so horrible for everybody involved that they were big-hearted enough to show sympathy.
Washington.
Margaret.
First, I want to say it's very, very powerful book. I can't say it's the kind of you enjoy reading, but it's extraordinarily powerful. And not only do you take this aspect of the slave trade, about the traders and the captives, and sort of reverse it so that the bottom is on top, but you put a human face on it in terms of the resistance that takes place. And there's no place that you read about slave trade where you get this sense of tension and struggle every step of the way on the part of the captives. That being said, I want to ask a couple of questions. One has to do with what Professor Harris mentioned, but more specifically about the abolitionists.
Yes.
Because one of the things that runs through the book is the significance of global capitalism during the era that we call the commercial revolution. And the abolitionists struggled for the end of that era to end the trade. And yet, in both England and America, these abolitionist families have a motive. And it's not all that altruistic.
That's true.
It has to do with setting up something we call industrial capitalism.
Yes.
And, you know, I'm not going to criticize you for what you didn't write, but I would like to have seen some kind of connection there. And so I'm interested in, I thought you presented them pretty sympathetic, and I think they're more complex than that. Even some of the people such as the Wolf family, which Professor Harris mentioned as being big donors to Harvard, but then you have the Moses Brown family in Rhode Island as well, who were the biggest traders in New England, and of course the biggest donors to Brown University. So, and also big abolitionists. So, you know, I think they have another agenda other than black freedom and Indian trade.
True.
The other point I wanted to make was about you used the word migration, forced migrants, and I just want to, I guess this is a good place to throw it out as.
She just up here trying to correct everything he said.
Any place. And it may be my own parochialism, but to refer to African captives as migrants seems to me to be a little strange. And I noticed, I don't think you said that anywhere in your book. And I was so happy that I didn't see that word. But I noticed you said it in your presentation.
Okay.
Because to me, people who are brought over in chains are not migrants. And it's another way, in my opinion, of historians sort of absolving the world of historical guilt to use that word instead of saying what they really were. In the same way that we call self-emancipated people in this country fugitives. So I'm just curious as to what your take is on that word, because it's very common in historical analysis these days.
Okay, thank you. Margaret, with regard to your first question, let me answer the question this way. What I wanted this book to contribute to in terms of the study of abolitionism was basically to suggest that people think about that movement differently. Not just as William Wilberforce and a few gentlemen in England who are forming the society to effect the abolition of the slave trade, but to think of it as a very complex social movement. I think scholarship is certainly moving this way, that consists of rebellious Africans, dissident sailors, factory workers who sign anti-slave trade petitions, strategic people like Alauda Equiano who makes connections between different parts of the movement. And to talk about this kind of, these groups of working people as ones who essentially put the middle class abolitionists in motion is what I wanted to say. So I was not really very concerned with what is traditionally understood to be the abolitionist movement, meaning those upper class or middle class white men. Now, you're absolutely right that they had another agenda, and that agenda leads to both imperialism and capitalism. No question. Industrial capitalism. No question. I would agree with you 100% there. But at the same time, I think it's important for us in the present to know that abolitionism was something much bigger than those people, which is one reason why I hated that movie, Amazing Grace. I don't know how many of you saw it, a movie about William Wilberforce and the abolition of the slave trade. Well, William Wilberforce is this saintly character who loves animals, he loves his servants, he loves poor Africans, and the abolition of the slave trade was an aristocratic gift of grace. Well, I'm sorry, it wasn't. Millions of people died in that battle, and we have to remember them. So I'm completely sympathetic to the way in which you say that the abolitionist movement, or to use Chris Brown's term, the accumulation of moral capital, which is then used to other ends, is extremely important. But you'll notice I concentrated only on the abolitionists who were in touch with the sailors and the slaves. That's what interested me. I wanted to know how those two groups on the front lines of this war were educating everybody else, especially through Clarkson. That's how we can recover part of their agency in bringing the slave trade to an end. So So I agree with you, and maybe I should have done something a little differently, but I wanted to try to, in a sense, recenter the gravity in studying abolition to include a much broader mass of people. With regard to your second question, you're absolutely right. I don't use the term migrants. I wouldn't think it appropriate. I think anybody who understands concretely what that trade actually meant couldn't conflate it with migration that other people made. I use the term forced migration simply as a way of getting people to recognize the massive number, the millions of people who traveled on these ships or who were forced to travel on these ships. In terms of the politics of migrant movements, I think this is actually a very interesting area of activism right now. I have a number of friends in Europe who are working on it. So I think they would probably have more interesting comments than I on the use of that term. Do you yourself have any? What would you put in the place of migrant?
And by the way, I agree with you about the abolitionist movement. Once it's no longer within that early realm and it's taken over by ordinary people.
Yeah.
All right, so y'all get the point. Y'all get the point.
Yes.
It's 1:30.
Oh, that's right. It's midnight 30 here. So.
Oh yeah, it's still early over there with y'all. Yeah. Period. Hold on. Let's do this. It's late. 11 it.
What it look like, man?
Let's see what it
Real,
is.
man. I feel the same way you feel about
Word.
I just don't want to
I
rush,
can't
man. I just want to take it one day at a time.
Me too.
That way we can reach the highest point of friendship.
What's the highest point? Let me know.
Then whether you know how far to take this flight.
That's what I'm talking
Word.
about.
You don't just jump in the plane and fly and don't know where you're going
Why
first.
not?
Just chill, baby. I got you.
We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, come on, let me show you. We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Let's just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, come on, let me show you.
See, you don't have to rush. Baby girl, be patient. Anticipation of love making. Got your legs shaking. See, every time I'm next to you, I feel your heart beat faster. But yet you try to hide behind your smile and your laughter. See, money's what I'm after. So all I do is chill. I'm out here on the grind. I'm trying to see a meal. You never seen this good life. Well, come on, let me show you. You never had a real hug. Well, come on, let me hold you. This life I lead is troublesome. You win some, you lose some. You lost one, then gain one. You want some, come get some. See, everything you want, you need, I got you. Even though you don't know me, I don't know you, baby, I got you. That's just how it's supposed to be. Rather have you next to me, never in front or back of me. You look good beside me, but we take it there. It's some things you need to know. We don't have to rush, baby, we can take it slow.
We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, come on, let me show you. We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Let's just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, come on, let me show you.
Say if you like me, it's what you want. I ain't about games, I'm trying to front. See something that you want, then get it. Ice cream man always deliver, never late. I come on time. Tell me, girl, what's your room size? Sitting here, watch you visualize. I can't lie, see it in your eyes. Fantasize, I mean you all day, all night. Let me strap your seatbelt on before we take this flight. Hey, you know I'm helicopter high. Baby, you know I'm on a wide, baby, we can buy. and that's just how it is. El Blizzo keep it realer than all the rest is. And don't compare me to them other dudes. I act a fool with my tool, lock it down just for you. You got a man, you can keep him too. I don't want him, I want you. Got a couple friends, but I got a couple too. Just let me know, girl, what you won't do. And we can keep it on the low, long as you know, baby, just take it.
We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life. Come on, let me show you. We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Let's just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life. Come on, let me show you.
Yes, peace and love to all the Aboriginal, Indigenous, Indians. Thank y'all for rocking with me. Almost 9 hours. Dang,
I think that's pretty good, Sharice.
it is. I was gonna try to be nosy over here, cut chat, and cut real quick. I was trying no more. Hey, bro, Uncle Richard Hill, Bay, how you
Hey, we
doing?
over there on Cuddy Channel, man. They got a law class going. They got my wife over there teaching and Truth asking questions, Smoke asking questions. But look,
Oh, okay.
OTK, when that song is played in the house, my wife was in there trying to teach, right? So I had to come out sit on the porch because I'm playing the song, and she did hitting that part. Just chill. I said, man, let me go outside so she can go and stay in her zone, her professional zone. But yeah, that's all I just wanted to say, man. Hey, it was a great day with y'all, too. I've been bouncing around all day from this channel over to Cuddy channel. Oh, man, it's been awesome today. And remember, our content creator, he did a video. I don't know what he said on this video. It's content. He's building content, sis. You know what I'm saying? Just know you're a new star shining, all right?
Thank you. That's the only content he gonna get. So I hope he enjoy it. You know,
He is. Guess what my wife said? He likes Sharice. He likes you.
Yeah.
I'm gone. Just chill. I'll get on that slave boat. I'm gone.
It's acting up.
Okay. Shoot. Hey, Smoke. Y'all been showing up all day, man. Peace and love to y'all. Y'all been coming in and out. I love that for y'all, man. Shoot, I love that for me.
It's been a good build.
Hell yeah. I ain't gonna hold y'all
I
for
woke,
too
I
long.
woke, I woke up and I was like, wait a minute. Let me see what's going on with Sharice series.
Okay. Because they was trying it. And I'm like, child, stop playing with me. But when it's
Yeah.
all said, y'all got it. Y'all got it. Shit, I yield. Do whatever y'all do. God bless.
Exactly.
I wish y'all nothing but the best. I hope what y'all doing fills your heart with a lot of joy.
Same here.
Okay. Keep that shit over there.
You know, you millennials, y'all go from 0 to 1,000.
Look.
But you kept your cool.
Shoot.
What you did, you kept your cool.
And then didn't even pop up on the panel. Had the nerve. I was like, at least pop up on the panel. You're gonna be posted about me. Explain your case. But you're not gonna even pop up on the panel. So, I can't respect that.
I forgot who he was because he kind of disappeared. I don't know what happened. I guess after he was no longer the champion on BAP's channel, I don't know.
Is that what happened? He lost the championship thing?
I don't know what. I just know. I think he lost a debate to one of the Pan Africans. I think.
Oh.
Maybe Shasan. I mean, not Shasan. Maybe what's the other one?
YK.
Yeah, maybe YK. And then I don't think he was the same after that.
Yeah, because you're absolutely right. He did disappear for a while.
He disappeared, and then it was like, oh, but I don't really remember him beyond that until somebody mentioned something in the chat and it jogged my memory, and I was like, oh, that's him. And then yeah, him and his wife have both been missing with Richard Neal Bay. So just having something to say about nothing. It's a lot of foolishness. You can have a difference of opinion without insulting somebody.
Girl, I'm tired. Shit, hold on. Let me see. Let me be nosy for 2 seconds. Let me see if they got off for law. Because usually, I feel like I wanted to be a lawyer for 5 minutes, girl. I ain't gonna lie.
I never
And I
wanted to be
changed
a
my
lawyer.
mind. I said,
I'm like,
shoot,
leave that.
social
It
work
just
was
seemed like it
hard
was just too
enough.
many words to memorize.
Too many statues, all of that
Yeah.
shit. Oh, look. They talk about over here.
So the district attorney would, I mean, if I was going to use the district attorney, I only use district attorneys for extraordinary matters. So like an extraordinary writ is what I would use a district attorney for. That's what I only use them for.
Like a mandate or a prohibition, something like that.
Like a writ of mandamus.
So, girly girl, was you on my channel that day when I read that article about what was going on with that young lady who was trying to take land back in Southampton County?
No, was that that's not the current lady.
Mm-hmm. Lisa Cypress?
Lisa Ackermack. Oh, Cypress, yeah.
Right.
No.
Right.
I listened to a portion of when she was explaining it on what's his name's channel. I listened to her explain it. And so the only thing I got from it was that I think it's, just a lot of misinformation out there about whatever it is she's doing. But when I heard she was a nurse, of course I'm a nurse too, so I was kind of like, okay, I can't really see this lady just kind of going off on a tangent. And then it got revealed that she was using what's his name? Armani Bay was helping her, but initially, and then I guess they parted ways, and she was doing the rest of this on her own. But I don't really. Armani is, he's an upstanding guy, so I didn't. I don't ever get any bad vibes from him, and he's actually been kind of forthright with saying, hey, there are people out there that are trying to do things fraudulently, and you can't fall for it, and and be mindful of that kind of thing when people are trying to help you get your land back, because you can end up in jail. And so she, the one thing that stuck out to me is that she said that when that I guess at some point the powers that be were trying to, I guess, strike some sort of deal with her. And I guess maybe I don't know, but usually I find that when they want to do that, they'll say, okay, well, we'll allow you, we'll give you the status of Indian, or we'll allow you, to be recognized as an Indian. But there's always that African thing that has to be put on it, you're the Negro Indians. And so yeah, you can maybe have the land or access to the land, but with the basis that you mixed with us. So that same BS that Shasun was spewing earlier. And that's why I wanted him to admit that he believes that those people are the Indians and that we are not.
Yep.
And that the only way you're going to be an Indian is if you are mixed with them, and the only Negro part of it is this African thing. He didn't want to admit it, but he finally had to, because it was like he was pushed into a corner. So
I say we had him on the ropes.
You're going to have to admit it. So there's no need for you to come over here and say that you're learning, or that you want to learn, or you're trying to understand. No, your mind is cemented in this way of thinking that the only reason that any Indians would have any brown skin is because they were the Oriental Indians mixed with the Africans. And so that was my point, is that I think that was what I took from it. So that's when I said, well, maybe there's more legitimacy to this thing. It's not just some Moorish paperwork type thing going on, because she's been in connection with these other people. So this is and they're placing these many charges on her in an attempt to either scare her away and for her to just let this go, or to try to discredit her, and maybe a combination of both. But yeah.
Yeah, I think it was a very interesting thing. And like when the area that she said, when she said Southampton County and all of that, I kept wondering, was that the same Genghis-Khan reservation that I was reading about tonight? And
Yeah, because they kept saying it was the ginger skins or the Genghis skins. That was the name of it. Genghis skins. Okay.
The Genghis, yep. So I kept wondering, was that the same one? And it has to be. And I said, whoa, that's interesting, because we just read that it was divided and mostly whites acquired it.
So, it was the same people?
I don't know. I don't want to say that it is, but I mean, just based off reading the information, it seems like that's that same connection to me.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, when I read it, it said the Genghis-Khan Indian Reservation. So that's the same one. But I mean, I'm guessing maybe it was different tribes under that reservation, not just Genghis-Khans. Maybe
I don't know. Supposedly it was named something else, and then it became I thought it was the ginger skins, but the Genghis-Khan Indians. But there's something on that property has been taken over. I think it's commercial property now. I think there's like businesses on it.
Right. And like they said, it was allotted in 1832. Shoot, by 1832, whites had acquired most of it. So nobody was
because what they did was they put these custodians over the land. And so they basically are saying that you are not competent to be in charge of it. And so that's why me and my family only have the mineral rights on our property, because they have a custodian over it. But this the land, whoever is the custodian over it, he was given custodial rights. I think 1837. I can't remember the date. I just know it ends with a 7, but it was in the 1800s. So was given custodial rights over that land. And I kept saying, who is this person? I'm asking my mother, I'm asking other people. And she was like, I don't know. I just know that she was talking about my grandmother. She said, I just know that mama said that her older sister sold it to buy clothes for her man. And I was just like, she did not sell it to buy suits for her husband. I said, it's got to be something more than this. I said, because it's not just her piece of the property. Their mother was one of 7 or 8, maybe 11 children, and between 4 different wives. So, and they all got a piece of it. And then, it becomes fractionated as you move down, then my mother and her siblings, and then all the rest of those other siblings, plus, because my grandmother, just alone, it was 9 of them. So each one of those kids had about 9 or 10 children. So then now you're talking about the grandchildren and the great grandchildren, which I am. So and great greats. I'm a great great. So it's it's been fractionated, but nobody is doing anything from what I can see. Everybody's just kind of sitting around, just saying, okay, we have rights to the land, but the mineral rights, but nobody's trying to investigate it and find out really what happened. And when I'm going back and I'm looking at it, it seems like a custodian was placed on top of it. So that's why we don't have access to it.
It's wild.
If they want to drill on it, or they want to, and they do what's called, I guess it's like, my daddy explained it to me, but he was saying that like they don't even need to be on the property to actually drill on the property, because there's a part of it has a subdivision on it. It's 160 acres, but they're somewhere else drilling. They're somewhere else pumping the oil out of it.
Yep, robbing the land. That's right.
Yeah, they're somewhere else doing it. But they, if they want to go to a different spot on the land, they'll usually write back and ask. They have a company that does it. That'll ask, hey, we wanna survey it, and we want to look for this, we want to look for that, and then like my mother and her 3 other siblings have to agree that whatever their portion is, it's okay, because the other ones may say yeah, or some of them may say no. And then that portion of whatever they want to, they'll have to leave it out. And so they may only be able to survey the land on I don't know how many acres they're allotted at this point, or what's considered to be ours, but they can only do it on that portion because only these 4 people gave permission. And now they've said, hey, if you don't want to, if your siblings don't want to do it, but you're okay with it, that's all we need is your one vote, and you can outvote them. You can take over.
Yep.
So that's recent.
Yep. Heirs property, all kinds of shit. Yep. And if they beefing, somebody can just swindle and come on right up under them and swipe it.
Yeah, but that's a recent change. I don't know why, but that's a recent change because before they all had to agree.
Yeah.
But you know what, though, sis? There's a way around that if everything was already set up because it's a recent change. Anything that's recent, you can always stand on, according to law.
Mm-hmm.
And that's,
okay.
I came up here to say, listening to the sisters, man, when y'all get it's a different vibration. For real. I mean, just listening to y'all, like OTK said, I can just sit in the back and just listen to y'all build. We need more of this. You see? And then they carry on to the brothers, I pray. Because we got to wake up. We got to understand that they're taking the land. We got to understand that, we are at war, for real. However, whatever you want to call yourself, the so-called Negro, American Negro, is at war. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
And in every way, they are trying their best to win. COVID, fentanyl, all of it. The guns in our community, they just dropping off guns throughout the states to our babies. While we on here trying to network and come up, like you said, Sister Sharice, the other day on your video, we need to be coming together and having some type of meetings where we're working out and solving our problems throughout America, because these are issues. They got to get off your people's land according to law. With that, I say peace.
Yeah.
Yes, it ain't nothing but the truth. It ain't nothing.
It's the truth. We have to kind of, we have to sort of put our differences aside. But I think that part of that is you have people's whose their loyalties are split, and so it becomes so political with them that they don't want to move that to the side and just say, okay, let's work together. And we don't, and you are not going to be, you're going to have to just stand on whatever this American business is. They are so just gung-ho on including everybody else in on it. And it's like, there's going to be a time for that where, because I don't know if anybody else feels this way, but you're not going to be able to get rid of everybody. You're not going to be able to, I don't see that besides there being a huge civil war between everybody trying to get rid of people. Now that may be something that's down the line that people may feel like, oh, we can get rid of people out of the country that are here. But somebody invited them, they here, and they have stuck their claws in. So, but for us to be able to reclaim what's ours, or us to be able to, be able to have some sort of standing and come away from whatever oppression we're under now, that's going to take us putting that to the side and working together and finding a way to do that. I think that's probably the goal right now, is to find a way that people can work together and just find common ground. The commonality has to be found first, and then you can build on that.
Can I share? You know what I've heard at all the councils I've always been to? Food, shelter, and clothing. That's what I told BAP now when they first started doing it. Food, shelter, and clothing. But if you ain't doing nothing, you just on YouTube all day.
Yeah.
I'd never be able to do food, shelter, and clothing with you. I'd never sit with you and be able to say, hey, let's get grandma land back by doing this and doing that. Because that's not your concern. Your concern is just to really be seen on YouTube or TikTok.
Mm-hmm.
But if we get right back to food, shelter, and clothing, again, that has nothing to do with no Allah, God, none of that. That's dealing with us right here, our situation right now. Food, shelter, and clothing. Are we at McDonald's still? You know,
Yeah.
okay, we want those crabs. I don't even eat crabs, y'all, but I can sell them here like crazy. You see what I'm saying? We need seeded watermelons here. Guess I'm getting seeded watermelons, but I'm not getting it for anybody that I'm on the YouTube videos with that's saying that they aboriginals are indigenous to the land. Like, what do you have to offer? We understand who we are. Let's get back to food, shelter, and clothing. Oh, my YouTube down right now because I don't have internet. What? But you're teaching a class. You're not even qualified to teach then, brother. Respectfully, are you?
And then I think a lot for me personally, I think a lot of times people have to realize that it may not be something that gets realized in your lifetime. It might not be anything that you see come to fruition, but you've gotten it started, and you've been able to be successful in mapping out whatever your portion of it is. And then you leave it as a legacy and for the generations to come, and then you teach them how to move forward with their portion of it. But a lot of times people want that fame and they want to be, I did this and I taught this and I knew this, and they want to try to realize it right now. And that fame and that stardom that they're wanting to, to say I did this and see I'm the king, I'm this, I'm that. It overtakes them, and then they forget about the real purpose and the real goal, which is for us to be able to reclaim our identity and reclaim our property and be able to live like we want to.
And again, it's taking the sisters to do it. With the vibration that unscrambled minds, Sister Cherie said it on her own. I mean, look, I never heard Sister Girly Girl until now. You see what I'm saying? So it's like everything's happening according to divine plan. And it's going to be the sisters make the brothers say, hold on, man, we got to quit doing what we're doing. Sister Betty, even though she says she hates Moors, I heard her when she said stand up. Like y'all on here every day to argue with each other. But what are you doing in your city? Locally? Let's quit playing. How are you really an Aboriginal or indigenous? Just through YouTube?
Yeah,
What type of paperwork what were we doing?
They don't really know. They don't have a true connection to it. That's why for them it's a YouTube thing. It's a fame thing because they don't really have a real connect, or they don't know their real connection to it. So in some instances, those people aren't any better than the Pan-Africans who don't want to go beyond 1870 to realize that, hey, your family's always been here. You don't have a connection to Africa. So they are not really any better than those gentlemen.
You cooking. But you know what I don't like about that though? Like when Sister Frida, isn't her name Sister Frida on Scrambled Minds? I was looking how they disrespected the sister, okay? On that brother's channel. I'm not gonna even say his name because we don't want to be about no confusion. But I was reading in the chat how they was calling her, and I can remember Clubhouse. They used to do us like this in Clubhouse. That's why I say all the name calling and all that stuff to me is like child's play. But they was like, this sister don't work for her degree. They said she don't deserve her degree. Is there a way that her degree should be struck down, teaching that type of rhetoric?
Who is it?
This is what they were saying about Sister Frida for her standing on being a true American. However, I don't know how she presented it on their channel, but I know she was letting them know, like, hey, I'm here, I'm home,
And she's always one of those that says, hey, I never said we don't have a connection to Africa. I'm saying I don't know, but I am telling you what part of this is we're indigenous to this land. I'm telling you this. And they're just, and remember at one point, Sister Freedom was more Afrocentric. So now that she's embracing this part of her heritage, they're having a real problem with it. And that's why they are saying things like, like they're stealing our women and our women are being tricked by them. And I was like, oh my goodness.
Stupid stuff. Look, they even called her. Look, I remember on Clubhouse, it's the same stuff I heard on Clubhouse. I'm starting to hear over there. they say, hey, those people are retarded, stupid, degenerates. These are the terms they got for.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, this is sick. And I'm like, I share it with my wife from time to time. I'm like, look at these people. Because they are so indoctrinated into what they have been taught in this way of life, they don't want to accept any of this. They'll never accept it. We're crazy.
And the main one that was saying it to her was what's his name? I always say he's sitting in his dungeon, but he's a regular on his show. And him and Sister Freedom, like they're friends off camera. And her feelings were really hurt by what he said, to her, because she's saying like, I've stuck up for you, I've taken up for you when these gentlemen who are supposedly your friends have, said mean things to you. I've been in your corner. And so her feelings were especially hurt by what he said. And I'm saying and his last name is Mabry. And I said, we have a lot of Mabrys here in Texas. They're a group of really educated, overly educated in some instances, group of family, and they own funeral homes. They're physicians, lawyers, but they are very Indian. They are, the cowboys, all of it. Like, even though they have these professional lives, they are very rooted in the land. And they have a lot of property in these rural areas, and they raise livestock, hogs, pigs, all of that. And I asked him, I said, in the chat, I said, is this your family? He said, oh, well, I know I have some. And I'm saying to myself, brother, you Indian. I don't know why you stuck on this whole African thing, as light skinned as you are, but you Indian, a Virginia Indian on top of it.
Man.
Same thing with that other one, the one that's from Detroit. I always got something to say. Real pale skin, another Virginia Indian.
Bald-headed one?
Huh?
The bald-headed one?
No, not him. He's from Detroit. Is it Cyrus said it?
Oh, there she go.
Of my grandfather. But yeah, he I said, you another Virginia Indian, just as crazy as he want to be.
Get him, sis.
Another Chris Brown. And the way he pops off his words, I said, there's no way in the world you African, brother. Because we have a way with words, we have a way with the English language that only people who are native to this land have it. And he has it. Even though his whole, way of thinking about things is skewed, he can pop off them words. And I was just like, I don't know why he don't see it. But
they know it. They just run. They want to run from it. Yeah, this ain't cool. This is not the way. Everything Africa is the way.
Yeah, and that's why I gotta start with that narrative being completely debunked until they can prove the events of this narrative, because they have not done it at all. They have not proved it to any of us. And if we keep taking their word for it, we're going to forever be in the matrix, forever be in the loop, forever be in a revolving door of bullshit, arguing with these people. That's why we just got to make moves, man. Like, they don't want to believe it. At some point they will believe it. Because you just going to have to let go of Mother Africa. They ain't came for you and they not.
Yeah, that's why I was explaining earlier. I said it's just overwhelming evidence of it. Now it's just slapping you all in the face. Originally, when I was just researching African Americans aren't African, it was very little things you could find on the internet about it. Now it's everywhere.
It is, and it's crazy. People looking, huh?
I heard it when she said that earlier to you, right? That's because right now, like I keep saying, we are hot, man. All right, the Sister Sharice, people looking at you, they watching you. And I don't say this to pump people up. Look, it's information out here that the Masons have hidden this information. Noble Ali called it hidden information about us. And he said in the year 2000 that the Moors would come in with their eyes wide open, knowing who they are. That's what what the brothers and sisters are doing from BAP to Top Cat, BCU. Everybody, look at this new book. But the book been here. You see what I'm saying? Before Noble Drew Ali, before any of that. Noble Drew Ali said everything that he give us come from here. But he said it's much more that he couldn't give us because they were trying to kill him. For the same information that BAP is sharing and others, I mean, I hate to say BAP name so much, but I mean, he putting information out there. And don't think these celebrities are not listening.
Oh yeah, they're listening.
The rappers, the entertainers, the Kevin Gates. I gave Kevin Gates a nationality card. Okay? So I know they listening. A lot of them listen to Sir Ducatir. So now they like, hold on, it's a whole bunch of Sir Ducatir. All of them talking about we from here.
He looks like his wife just takes such good care of him. Like he always looks starched down, and his skin be looking real smooth, and his headscarf is looking all freshly laundered. He look like he just smell like nuts and berries.
And she do have all the creams, oils, and all that.
Yeah, she look like she just takes just such good care of him. He be standing there looking like she just got him all together.
They've been teaching Aboriginal indigenous for over husband and wife. Like they did a song that OTK that was reading that book. They did a song called Secret Wars. And it was talking about the Choctaws and all of us not knowing who we are, but we all sitting around here trying to kill each other. You know what I'm saying? Like they've been giving the information out. That's how I met my wife, from them, from their tribe, from their clan, you know.
Oh, okay.
I was in Miami doing work at Club Live, right? And I got real close with Selena, the family, you know, because blog talk and all that is what we had back then. So when we were able to meet and greet, like Cherie said, we all need to know each other. You see what I'm saying? Right. Make this for real. You know, now we can start working on the concerns together because now we vibing, we know, you know. And that's how we were, and that's how I met my wife. And from there, we've been married for over 10 years now. Oh. And Selena and Sida Ducatir set that up for us. Yep.
Yeah, it's nice to hear about, you know, people getting married and staying married. My mom and dad were married for 53 years, so it's nice. And that's not commonplace. I mean, that you hear about it. People don't want to talk about it. But you know, the family, and like you said, it helps to promote the food, shelter and clothes. What is it? Food? What? I always get it mixed up. Food,
shelter, and clothing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And putting that in the forefront. That's always what's important. And so much information I think is coming out now, just about things in general. You know, like things that were hidden, and I don't understand for the life of me why people aren't more upset about the tangibles, like the stuff that we actually know happened. Instead, they're upset about this. I don't know, this hypothetical thing. Like, okay, supposedly we were on slave ships and they threw people overboard and people died. And just like he tells this whole fantastical story about them tying this woman on the mast, and then they got her down at 4:00 in the morning and threw her overboard and, you know, tied up her face so she couldn't scream. It doesn't make sense, but that you're mad about. But you won't be mad about, you know, the fact that they shot Martin Luther King and blew half his face off once he decided that we needed to be compensated for our land. That's
teach.
That's a tangible. You know that happened, and you know why it happened. It wasn't just some arbitrary thing that they shot him because he was brown skinned. No, that's not what happened. Doesn't even make any sense. Because y'all dragging Africans over here now. So if it was a skin color thing, I don't think that would be happening.
Man, they bringing anybody over this joint now. That's the real tea.
I mean, Richard, you probably can attest to this. Remember back when people could come over here, like, you know, like the wayward Cuban could come over here, but the minute them Haitians would get on the shore, they beating them back with guns and whips and horses. You couldn't, if you was dark complected, you couldn't come over here.
That's right.
unless they handpicked you.
Yeah,
So
to be
all the
a good old Uncle Tom, I guess if that's if that's what they would call it. Yeah, you're right. Speak their language and can read their language and you know, yeah.
So now they dragging them over here. Please come. Oh, I mean, the door is open. CBP1. It's crazy.
Yep, and it's only the worst is yet to come. But all right, y'all, I'm about to go ahead and shut it down.
Oh, that's right. I forgot it is.
Okay,
You
okay.
an hour ahead of me.
Yep. Peace and love to y'all.
Peace and love. Y'all have a good night. Good night to the chat too.
Yes, thank you all. Good night. I'm gonna play this
You're
song
welcome.
and just come on and close it on out. Hold up, damn. Let me fix that, y'all. And listen, remember, y'all, even me, I gotta still remember sometimes that I let people upset me. People gonna do what they do, and I can't stop people from doing what they do. But I will say, I come in peace. I love my people. I want what's best for us. I want us to rise from this. I want us to continue to learn the truth. I want us to continue to look for answers and dig for them ourselves. You know, starting with your family, starting with yourself. Because don't nothing shake unless you on the inside is where you need to be at. If y'all feel where I'm coming from with that, y'all catch my drift. So y'all always remember, man, like I know better. I know to always be love and to project love, you know, and I know when I'm trying to do the right thing, you know, it's just annoying when people want to try fake, but like that's what they gonna do. So, you know, from this day forward, go ahead and do it. And I ain't got nothing else for you. I'm just gonna live my life, do what I gotta do, and take care of my motherfucking business. And y'all need to be doing the same, for real. Because a lot of y'all do spend too much time on the motherfucking internet. Not all of y'all, but some of y'all.
Yes,
Let the memories go. Such a beautiful, beautiful glow. I wanna put my 3,000 in your love so music took them up every season. So pretty brown, I like it when you come around. You know how I get down. We just get it down. Take you to exotic beaches. Let me tell you, look at your exotic beaches. My Empress love thing, we go together like yin and yang. We got our own game. Me and you loving this shit. You know, she my number one pick. Rap ticket, don't need a learner's permit. We in our zone when the bus get to me. Cause I know you feeling me. You got like my spirit free. And how we deal with the same energy. Make conflict, you know, I do it though. One hit in its pipes and turn it into a dope. It's just so damn. You around, you know how we get down. Be my Mississippi and just flow. I give you parts, you know these niggas was in tune with the older people. Be right where we supposed to be. I just want to embrace the whole world. Trying to trace you, American goddess, your image all over the planet. The definition of organic. Your body is a work of art like Chichen Itza. This copper color is nice to meet you. She says she Cherokee, wear a feather in her hair. And I'm right there, it's quite clear. Me and you together with Spark Fest. It's you and ITY in the universe intertwined. Causing eclipse like when the sun and the moon align. Now that's power divine that can light up the whole skyline. And touch your kiss, it gets me every time. Empress, you stay on my mind. You know you one of a kind because when I shine, you shine. Yeah. It's nothing like the American Indian Empress. You one of a kind.
Your smile can disguise.
Switch to Chrome to load your fast, safe, yours.
Yep. Wild Indian, yeah.
Hey V,
Line them up.
I'm a wild Indian, you know I go crazy. Ain't really Indian, that boy fugazi. I just keep it player, you can never play me. You got an ass so fat, girl, let's make a baby. And another one. Then I'm back to the trap, I'm trying to double some. She a bad woke chick and I love her tongue. We some jurisdiction boys, we some 101s. Look, don't compare me to no Martin dog, I'm like Malcolm X. Die by our freedom, we'll leave a crack and stretch. Round of applause, boy, you know we clapping text. Chucky dog, child play, yeah, nigga, that's what's next. Open up the cans just like Arizona. Pull up mad stuff like we got the Rona. We set up jurisdictions when we buy the corner. How you claiming that's your hood and you not the owner? Be the B, I just pulled up in the need for speed. Free the land, tell the colonizers that they need to leave. Wild Indian up in my veins, you know how we bleed. You ain't gotta lie about who we is, dog, just keep it G. We at war, we can't keep the peace. Since we at war, gotta keep the peace. Whack a cone, then I meditate. Should I need to breathe? Keep an Olmec head when we slide, dog, cause we the shit.
Like my nigga said, bitch, we the shit. I can't keep the peace. If it pop off, then I want a piece. I'm just on release. I'm in go mode, motherfucker thief. In these streets like EBT, when we at war, make peace with me. I don't give a damn, understand. Fuck who stole this land, white or black or tan. Understand, it's fuck who stole this land. Might have seen me get a little buddy these hands. He wasn't no abo man. A lot of these dudes is Sambo man. They full of shit like my ammo can. What they call an N-word out the wrong mouth as an ambulance. Wild Indian, get it in advance, or you can post date it. Ask around, I'm the most hated. Straight sacred, they stole acreage. Go ape shit, show ain't shit. It won't be televised, I don't tape shit.
Be the B, I just pulled up in the need for speed. Free the land, tell the colonizers that they need to leave. Wild Indian up in my veins, you know how we bleed. You ain't gotta lie about who we is, dog, just keep it G. We at war, we can't keep the peace. Since we at war, gotta keep the peace. Whack a cone, then I meditate. Should I need to breathe? Keep an Olmec head when we slide, dog, cause we the shit.